The Z to Z podcast.
Actually, not feeling as tired now.
Well, it's because you and I are going head to head.
I know.
I got to battle the rain cloud with my sunshine cannon.
We'll see about that.
I am driving the sunshine hype train right into your rain cloud.
I haven't even started in my sarcasm yet.
You can't drag me down.
This is just touching on it.
You depressing monster. Good morning, good evening, or good day, and welcome to the Z to Z podcast, the home for Xbox achievement hunters and gamerscore junkies. I'm your host, Brandon Freeman. Thank you so much for listening. At Z to Z, we love gaming, and in particular, grabbing achievements and gaining gamerscore. We do news, reviews, and interviews. If it's about achievements, we'll unlock it. E3 is finally behind us, but the Z to Z podcast is going to break it down for you. We've got all the conferences covered, and we try to tackle all the news and info to come out of the convention. Of course, Rain Cloud Randy is in full effect, while Freem Shine tries to combat that negativity. We also have a very special guest joining us for some of that conversation. Some kind of idiot bovine dog or something. Anyway, this is a long show, so we better get moving. You can find show notes for this show, as well as previous shows, on our website, z2z.com. This is episode 27. You can also contact us with questions and comments at Twitter, at Z2Z, or email us directly, contact@z2z.com. Today's show is brought to you by the achievement Father of the Year from the game Dead Rising 2. This achievement is chosen in honor of Father's Day. And like any good dad whose daughter is stricken with a zombie infection, Chuck Green just wants his daughter Katie to live. But he also can't help showering her with gifts, and this achievement requires you, as Chuck, to bring a collection of presents to your dear daughter from around the mall, of which include 5 gigantic stuffed animals that you can only carry one at a time, 4 other specific toys, a funny-looking painting that you need to procure from a Survivor quest, which also is a unique item, so be very careful with that one. And what's the other one? Oh, that's right, a giant man-eating tiger named Snowflake. Yeah, you need to bring her the tiger that eats one of the psychopaths in the game. You also get an achievement for collecting that tiger, though, so it's well worth your time. Now, I also mentioned that none of the items can be damaged. She won't accept them, so try not to hit any zombies with them if you could. For a detailed list, go ahead and check out trueachievements.com. They have a great walkthrough on how to get it. And a special thanks to developer Blue Castle Games and publisher Capcom. And a thank you for the reveal of Dead Rising 4. I am so excited. I cannot wait. And if you, our fantastic listeners, have a suggestion for an achievement sponsor, let us know. You can contact us via Facebook, of Twitter, of course, at Z2Z, or email contact@z2z.com. You could even put it in a podcast review. So let's get this show started with the collection of people who are helping me break down E3. And joining us tonight, aside from my regular co-hosts, we've got a special guest tonight. We have one of the achievement hounds himself, Mr. Kyle Worley, Moronic Cow. How are you doing tonight, sir?
I am doing great. Thanks for having me. I think this will be
awesome.
Pretty fun.
Yeah, it's so great to hear your voice again. It's been a while. Nice to get in front of a mic.
Thanks for the opportunity. I absolutely am ready for to come out of retirement, if you will, and do this show.
Oh, the victory lap here.
Yeah, just I don't know, one off maybe. Depends on how I do. I guess I'm being graded.
Oh, nice.
So should be.
Well, all ears are on you. I mean, we have judging listeners. Well, at least half of you have already recognized his voice, and so the other half that maybe don't, Kyle, if you want to just kind of give a quick background on why, the other half of our listeners know who you are.
Sure. like you said, I'm Kyle, aka Moronic Cow. I gotta just throw that in there and just default back to my Achievement Hounds
Right.
podcast days. So we did the Achievement Hounds show for, oh man, like 5-6 years, something like that. I've been podcasting for maybe 10 now. Yeah, over 10 years.
Look at that. Randy, you got something to live up to. He started as old as you were.
Started when I was a junior in high school, and then went up until just recently. We've real life gets in the way of things.
It's pretty annoying, isn't it?
Yeah, my co-host Franco Ravioli Capone has 2 kids and works a full-time job. I work a full-time job. Eric, aka Elite E-Dog 420 or AHP Elite Dog now. He has gone completely AWOL, so haven't been able to record a show recently, but been podcasting for a while, and looking forward to seeing what you guys got here.
Fantastic. And of course, you've heard in the background, we have Terrigan. How are you doing today?
Well, I could be better, actually. I'm feeling a bit cruddy today, but I'll just wait for the paracetamol to kick in, and I'm sure I'll be fine. But
nice.
Yeah, kicking on.
You had a rough 10-year anniversary that just drained it for you?
Yeah, totally.
You had to go for that hardcore achievement, and it just wore you out?
Yep. Yeah, it's hard work, those 10 years. No,
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. And of course, you hear chuckling from Crandy. How are you?
Oh, I'm gray and rainy today. I got
But you
my
don't
rain
sound
cloud.
sick.
Oh, I don't sound sick anymore, but I am still sick. I'm just like exhausted, just all day. I woke up at like 11 today, and I'm ready to go to sleep again. And it's 8 o'clock.
I woke up at 11 as well. That was like 2 hours ago.
Oh,
What's with you guys?
It sucks because I hate waking up that late. It makes me totally unproductive. I just never get anything done. Anyway, I have my rain cloud pants on, so hashtag overcast Randy. We're gonna be a rain cloud Randy segment at some point.
Full on rain cloud.
What do rain cloud pants look like?
They're gray pajama pants.
Okay.
Well, see, I do have a picture of when I was, because during E3 I was wearing my rain cloud suit, which is a matching gray shirt. And sometimes I'll wear a gray shirt and gray shorts, and then my wife will be like, "Why are you wearing gray and gray? Put something else on." And then she calls me Rain Cloud. So then, I can wear gray and gray with my gray shirt and my gray pants, and that was my E3 Rain Cloud suit. So I did take a picture, and we can put that in the show notes, because just to go along with the Rain Cloud Randy segment, we can have a picture to prove that I really am a rain cloud.
We should cut off your head and put on that rain cloud, that smiley rain cloud.
No smiles.
Yeah.
No smiles.
Oh, no smiles? But I think you would revel in the fact that you downpour on everybody's good times.
See, that's the only part of E3 that I enjoyed, was just, I didn't enjoy it that much. Like, I couldn't even make it through Sony. Like, to Sony. I skipped PC Gamer and I skipped Sony. Because, like, by the time I got there, I watched EA, Microsoft, Ubisoft, Bethesda, and Nintendo. And then I was like, I'm done. This is all lame. Rain clouding isn't fun enough anymore, so I'm done. So I skipped Sony and PC Gamer. Those are the other two on my report card, and I just wrote didn't care and skipped them.
So what you're saying is that the shows were so bad that you couldn't even rain cloud on them anymore.
Yes.
That's impressive.
Yeah. You're so dehydrated from all the crying
exactly.
and the reading.
I was like, you know what? Life is Strange is way better than this. And we'll get to a tweet that I wrote, things that are more exciting than E3. It's fantastic.
Great. Well, so dehydration aside, are you rehydrating with a beverage this week?
I am. I have a great mug this week. It's more depressing than rain clouds.
On the mug?
Yes.
Nice.
This is one of my favorites. I've been saving this one for a good episode, and I think this one's good. It's Pollard and Sons Mortuary in Oakland, California. I found this one at a thrift store and obviously couldn't pass it up. They actually had two of them. So, but
His and hers.
His and hers, yes.
it could have been. See, now looking back, I probably should have got both of them because that would have been hilarious. But no, both me and my wife thought this one was pretty fantastic, so we had to pick it up. So yeah, thanks Pollard and Sons Mortuary. We have one of your mugs now.
Cool. So just a couple of housekeeping things before we get started in this E3 extravaganza. I went out and issued a Playing Zed challenge to CS Geek Squad. He gave me a list of games I should pick from, so I went with Titanfall this week. So we're in the midst of it now. He did not waste any time, and immediately after accepting the challenge, he went and started playing it. We both started the game at 25. I had 25 achievements. He had 24 achievements, so it was pretty close on both sides. And we're going to see how that goes for this week. Should be fun. It is a great excuse for me to get back into this game, so I'm really pumped to do it. But after posting on my friend feed about it, I had a couple other requests for some challenges, and I was like, oh, great, yeah, I'll look at your games list. And so I went to the games list, and when you do the Compare Gamer on TrueAchievements.com, the games only show up as the games on your gamer card. So it'll, you can show both on either side and then identify, oh yeah, that's in my games collection, but there's no signal on that list that's going to, let you know that, that is in your game collection. You just have to memorize it. And so I went to the wish list and I said, no. We need a new feature here on TrueAchievements.com. So I'm hoping that our listeners will get behind this as well. But it's called Compare Games to Include My Games Collection. And because of the new functionality of the My Games Collection on TrueAchievements.com, I use that so much more readily than my actual gamer card because I just can't start the ridiculous amount of games that Terrigan has on his card. I am 300 some games in the hole, and even 10 days worth of a bean dive coming up is not going to give me an opportunity to start them. So I want to use my game collection because I can, just click the I own this button and have that ready to go. So then if that was available to everyone, then all of our listeners could go hit the Compare Gamer and see my games collection versus their either games collection or gamer card. And we'd have a complete list, and then you can challenge me to anything on there, and it would open up the possibilities so dramatically because there's so many 0-pointers. So it's like, hey, I wanted to start, I don't know, pick a random game. I can't even think of a game I haven't started. Organic Panic. I was looking to start that. Hey, Freem owns it. He hasn't started it yet. Let's do this. Start from scratch. See how far we can go. It'd be awesome. So if you guys could go, and I'm hoping that you didn't use up all your votes already, Terrigan, to go and wish for that. We'll put the link in the show notes so you can travel over to the forums and give it a thumbs up. And hopefully we can all bother Jack and Rich enough to get them to do that. But it's fun. I have 2 other Playing Zed challenges lined up for the next 2 weeks. I'm going to keep them secret right now and what games they are and who they're against because I don't want them working ahead. But I got those lined up. And feel free to anyone who wants a piece. It'll be an easy pickings because I got 10 hours of gaming a week. But it'll be fun to, focus on a game. And I assume Terrigan, Randy, you guys are fair game as well.
Yeah, in my case, I'm basically holding off on any of those kind of things simply because I won't have the time to dedicate to it until after the bean dive happens. Because we've got GTA SC, Leapfrog, and the bean dive all coming up in a short amount of time. But I think once the bean dive is done, then I'll be very, very keen actually to start attacking some of those games that I share with people.
I'm not playing games anymore.
You're done?
I'm selling my collection. I've beat Life is Strange.
No, that's it, right?
That's just what you do. But being serious, though, yes. Stuff on my list is I can't guarantee that I will have the time or motivation to actually, really do the challenge. Just
reach out to us and,
but
via PM.
If somebody wants to challenge me, I'll do it. I don't care if I win or lose or whatever, but it might motivate me to play some else. I know actually Facial LaFleur sent me a
Sent
darkness
one.
challenge like a couple weeks ago, and I totally forgot about it. I even brought the darkness with me to Canada, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play this. But then it's like, then I had like no gaming time in like the second week I was there because like just doing stuff, and I'm like, whatever, just gonna play Life is Strange.
Facial
Full
was,
on Raincloud.
Facial sent me one of those as well for, I think, Lego Batman. Lego Batman 2, I think it is. And I notice he hasn't actually done anything with it either, so
Right.
he's probably waiting for me to start. But once Leapfrog's done, I'll be getting on with that.
Perfect. So one other thing that we want to announce as far as the show goes is, so we've decided that because of the announcement of Dead Rising 4 that at E3 this year, Crandy is really itching to get Dead Rising 3 taken care of. And so there is I should look up the name of it. What is it? The Super Awesome Hyper Mega Alpha Remix?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Some kind of them making fun of themselves
Yeah,
about
some kind
Street
of Capcom
Fighter's
name.
ridiculous add-ons,
Some kind
which
of
I
Capcom
actually
name.
quite liked.
Yeah. So anyway, there is a 4-player achievement for that where you play through the arcadey mode of Dead Rising 3. And so Terrigan, Crandy, and myself will be taking up 3 legs of that, and we would love to have one of you listeners come join us on a Twitch stream where Z2Z will play that. Now, this is July 2nd is the plan. That is U.S. time. So 10 p.m. Central, July 2nd. We're hoping to line that up for everybody. I know it might be a tough weekend with the holiday if you guys are out of town, but that is the plan.
Actually, I might actually be out of town on that one.
You bastard.
I'll check.
You don't even like America.
Yes, but my wife is American, so
Oh. We'll go have her shoot some fireworks off in the parking lot.
I'll get back to that one.
All right. Keep an eye on the TA leaderboard for more information about that. And, of course, we'll announce it on the show when we finalize the date. But, Dead Rising Zed plays Dead Rising 3. Super hyper action, awesome, fun, alpha, good times. I don't think that's the real name. All right.
Something like that.
It's something like that. So let's just do a quick recap on kind of how our week went. Of course, it was E3 heavy week, but I know there was some gaming involved. And, of course, the ongoing contest of Leapfrog still in full effect. There are 126 participants left going into today, the recording as of today. That's 7% of the field. And, of course, our very own Terrigan still in that group. How are you doing it?
One achievement at a time.
You unlocked it. You unlocked today is pretty early.
Yeah, I'd been planning that one for a while. I'd sort of planned to do that one for tomorrow's kickover, actually, because it's 10.2. So today was a 10.0, and tomorrow's a 10.2, obviously. The achievement I unlocked was a 10.21, I think. But I noticed a couple of other people had actually unlocked it already, and I just thought, yeah, the ratio on that one's probably going to drop. I actually went and calculated it manually, and it was going to drop below the 10.2 threshold, so I decided to drop it.
Oh my God, what a nerd. I can't believe you did that. That's awesome.
Well, yeah, kind of have to, because it's actually once you're getting up into the high ratios now. I basically have my to-do list filled with a kind of like a sort of list of available achievements in the order of ratio, and I have to keep going every day and resorting them because the ratio changes all the time. And yeah, it's actually quite astonishing how much the ratios are changing. It actually prompted, there was somebody on the forums who sort of suggested that maybe we can have like a community event to essentially go and get these really high ratio games that have ratios that shouldn't be that high. So such as, your Killer Instincts, Halo Master Chief, Rare Replay, things that, the achievements actually aren't that difficult, but they're exceptionally high for various other reasons. To actually have a community event of sorts to attack those games and get those ratios down to some kind of normal level. So there's some sort of developments going on with that, which I won't go into now. But if people are interested in that kind of a concept, certainly if you can reach out to me and let me know, that'd be great.
Or you can go to the wish list and give it a thumbs up in there.
Could do that too.
At least that's another way to show your support.
Certainly, yeah, and I'll put a link to that in the show notes as well. So basically, I'd been planning this particular achievement, and I had to pop it early just to make sure. So I've got my next few days kind of already planned, but you kind of have to take it only a few days at a time, just because the ratios are jumping around so much.
Sure.
So,
What else you been up to?
Well, Project Spark. How about that?
Yeah, good for you, buddy.
I
Yeah,
thought for sure that you had me there because like I had about 4 weeks worth of before I was going to get the weekly one, and you were on the last achievement. So
I had two achievements left, and I completely lost steam because I went to go. The last two I have are Spark level 50, and I'm at Spark level 47, and that's easy, right? You just that's easy to get. The other one is Unstoppable, where you have to beat Voidstorm with the 4 characters without dying, and so I've done that twice with each character. And it's still not unlocking. And I am so unbelievably frustrated with it because I went through and I'm like, okay, I did it with everybody. It says I'm at 95% in game. So there's one chapter, right? So there's 6 chapters, you multiply that out, I'm 5% off. There's one single chapter with one single character that for some reason I died in. So it's like, okay, I'm going to start with Karlsnor, right? He's the guy I usually die with the most because he doesn't have a ranged attack. I went and beat it through with him. Didn't work. I'm like, okay, well, Hakon's easy, so I'll just do him quick. Boom, rip through that one. Did that twice. And I was like, oh, maybe it's Scarlet because I did that one with my son. I didn't die. I got the play it without dying one, but I know he died, so maybe that goofed it up. So I'll play through as Scarlet. Nope. And then I went back to Avalon. Did her? Didn't work again. I'm like, what? I'm just. So I was so frustrated, I just said, I need to take a break from this game. I cannot. And so, it's been on the back burner since.
That feels like a bit of a hollow victory then, because it feels like you've been basically glitched out of the achievement. So,
I mean, I assume I messed up somewhere, or maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. It's interesting
that
the 6 chapters, there's actually only 5 chapters, and then the 6th one is kind of like the end of it.
Watching the credits.
Yeah, so and I found that the progress for that one, you kind of...
It's very weird. The progress on that one is weird.
Yeah, so it is... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you didn't quit out at the end of the credits or anything like that.
No, I'm going to have to just do it again. I mean, everybody's at level 20. I should be able to do it relatively easy. It just is like, it takes 40 minutes to do. It's like, I just don't want to spend another
so tedious
2.5 hours to get all the characters through.
Torture.
Not being able to skip the
Voidstorm
intro.
At least with the Conquer stuff, you can skip the cutscenes. But the not being able to skip any of the cutscenes in that was really quite annoying.
The other problem too is it's very, very glitchy, particularly with Avalon because of the way her dodge works.
Yeah,
I many times dodged inside of things that I couldn't get out of, and I had to restart. Yeah, and it's just or fall through the floor all the time. Just
I guess
bugs and bugs and bugs.
I just never dodged.
Tons of bugs.
Or
platforming's obnoxious.
Or I'd get Avalon's thing to max and I'd dodge into enemies, so her little mushroom thing would pop up and do damage. But that was about the only dodging I did with it.
Kyle, do you have any Project Spark horror stories?
No, I haven't gotten as far as you guys have in Project Spark. I picked it up not too long ago, maybe a couple weeks ago.
You got no hope of finishing it then if you haven't got the weeklies out of the way now.
Yeah, no, I just kind of popped in and did what I could, but yeah, I haven't. I've played one. I think I played as Scarlet through that story mode. But I've been eyeing that big achievement because it's 100 points. I mean, it's a good good number. But
there's a lot of
kind of talks me
a lot of easy points in Spark too. Like if you're not going to finish it.
Oh, definitely.
I mean,
I was putting out 80% of that game. You can probably get in a night,
in a couple days. Yeah,
good.
Because I was going to say, I probably got to 90% in both of them within a week. Like on Windows 8 and Xbox One, I was probably 90% done within 1 week of playing, kind of just in the evenings.
Just a word on that, if you haven't already done it, it's better to start off on the Windows 8 version and do as much as you can in that first, and then continue your progression on the one. It doesn't progress backward for some reason very well.
Right.
It kind of does, but it's
kind of doesn't.
Iffy. Yeah, it's iffy.
Nice.
I'm not risking my weeklies. I do all my weeklies on Windows 8 first, so
makes sense.
Yeah.
What else, Terrigan? What else you been up to?
All right. Well, started off the week just after the GTAC tripped over. I got my last of the stamp achievements in Xbox Fitness. So that's the 100 stamps using the little glitch, of course. I played a bit of In Between, just kind of inspired by you guys. I guess I'm not quite enjoying it as much as you guys seem to have, but maybe I just don't quite enjoy the style of platforming. I'm a little bit frustrating, but Killer Instinct.
That was kind of my one big issue with it, was just how kind of touchy some of the spikes and stuff were.
Yeah, I also find it's one of those platformers where you've really also have some sort of twitch stuff in it, where you basically got to get your positioning absolutely perfect. Otherwise, you just got to restart the level. It's like,
let's just say when you play through it a second time, you tend to get a little sloppier with your movement, and you just don't really care quite as much.
Yeah.
I'll get into that when I talk.
Okay. So I played some Killer Instinct as well, but that's mostly just to get some of the high ratio achievements to keep me going in the Leapfrog Challenge. Worms Battlegrounds, I hopped on with Freem. Just you got a milestone that you might want to talk about. About that during your segment there. But so I just jumped on to get a multiplayer achievement with Freem during that. G Prime. I was the second to unlock the highest ratio achievement in that game, which is a ridiculous achievement for firing 10,000 rockets. That one is one of those achievements that you just won't get playing through the game. You need to actually grind this one out. I turboed it, and it took I calculated it was going to take about 15 hours, just solid firing rockets. So it's like 6 seconds per rocket, 10,000 rockets. So yeah, I got that one, and that was my 9.8 ratio, I think. Rare Replay, just doing a few little dribs and drobs there, just drobs? Dribs and whatever from Rare Replay, just to gain high ratio stuff. I got that Battletoads one for doing the infinite time loop, the time tunnel one.
Oh, yeah.
That one was fun. I actually enjoyed that one.
Yeah, some people really found that one hard. I mean, it took me probably an hour and a half to 2 hours just kind of practicing it and going through and.
That's what I was going to say. I think it only took me an hour.
Yeah.
Well, I was actually going to have it on my second go, but I hadn't quite figured out like what was a jump and what wasn't. So I got to the last obstacle and like didn't realize I had to jump or something, and then I died on the last one. That was on my second go. I was like, man.
Yeah, there was actually there's that one bit, where you normally have ramps, and there's one section where you've got like 3 ramps in a row, and then you've got to manually jump.
That might have been it, because it's close to the end, right?
Yeah, it's probably about 80% of the way through.
Okay, maybe it wasn't that one then.
But you've got to manually do these jumps, and I was jumping, and I was like, why isn't this jumping? And so I kept dying there, and I was like, ah. I eventually worked out that, okay, you've actually got to wait for your Battletoad to actually land. You have to see them land before you press the jump button. If you don't do that and you press jump a little bit too early, then you just fall off. And it looks like you've jumped, but you just jump and fall off. So that was one of my sort of...
I found some too, you kind of had to push forward. Like if you jump and move forward, you'll get more out of your jump.
Yeah, it depends how you time it. So some of the walls that come towards you, you just got to sort of know when to jump a little bit early for those ones, and particularly if there's like a group of 3, because your jumps aren't perfectly timed with those. If you get them late, then on the say if there's 3 in a row, the third one you're going to smash into the wall no matter what you do. Yeah, but it's all just timing and just learning the level. So, but I got that one down. Then Project Spark, obviously that was basically Friday was my last weekly, so I've wrapped that up, and the Windows 8 version as well. I've got the weekly on that one, and I've only got to get the 5,000 coins I think on Windows 8, and I'll have that one finished. So we'll be both versions done.
Nice, awesome. That's pretty darn awesome. I like it. I like it.
Happy about that.
Yeah, for sure.
5,000 coins is easy too. That's like
it's pretty easy. I just
45
just
minutes.
It's one of the ones that didn't translate across. So I'd already done 5,000 coins on Xbox One, obviously, but it's funny, in your stats it shows that you've gotten those coins, but it doesn't actually count for the achievement, which is pretty annoying. So you have to do
super annoying.
10,000. Yeah, and last was Zeros. The Zeros finishing off level without using a gun, and I also got my second playthrough with the extra character, so I ended up getting about a good 1,000 TA out of that. And,
dang.
It's got my 10.2 ratio for the 10.0 drop, and that's me pretty much.
That's awesome. And GTAC still going fine?
Yeah, I can't say I've been paying that much attention to it, but just due to the nature of the ratios now with Leapfrog, I'm actually putting up decent points without having to think about it too much, just because, you score a 50-point achievement, which has a 9 ratio, and that's going to be decent points regardless. So
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. But yeah, we're chugging along. As I said, I'm not really paying too much attention to it, but the other guys are putting in the points. So yeah, we got to see how far we go.
Great. So why don't we kick it over to our guest, Kyle? What have you been up to? What are some highlights in the since we've heard you last?
Oh gosh, I think we'd be here all day, right? I'll scope it to like the last week or so, but yeah. So our team in GTSC got eliminated last week. That was a little sad. The Achievement Hounds podcast, which was me, Franco, and Eric. Eric didn't really. We basically had some dead weight on our team. It was a 3-man team. Blue Thunder did a majority of the work.
Yeah.
And he was putting up some major points, and so Franco and I were holding our own. Some weeks we'd take the reins, but Eric would just sit there and take up space. So we were a 3.
He's still playing Ark.
I don't know what he's doing, honestly. I kind of knew that he wasn't going to score any points at all. So for the entire competition, it was a 3-man team in a 4-man competition. So we knew our days were numbered. Unfortunately, when I went on vacation, I thought we were good. Turns out that we dropped. We're up 1,000 points with an hour to go, and then all of a sudden we're down, a couple hundred points with a couple minutes to go. So had I been in town, I had 2 night squad achievements ready to go, 100 points apiece. So that could have potentially saved us for another week. But now the focus has shifted from stupid indie games that have really easy achievements to let's catch up on some of the quote-unquote good games or AAA titles that I've missed while I've been in 6 months of Garbage Town. So
I think I saw on your feed you talked about Quantum Break. I've still yet to start Quantum Break simply because of the GTSC.
Yeah, you look at some of the games I've been playing, and it's just like, what am I doing with my life? The Fall, Mimic Arena, Super Knight Riders, Double Project Spark, Fragments of Him, Dig Dug, Slash Dash. There's not a good game on here for Miles. Not something that people on a day-to-day basis, when I talk to them, oh yeah, you play video games? What do you play? It's like, you don't understand. You're not
Definitely
gonna
been in that situation.
You're not going to understand why I pay $10 for a brand new indie game that takes an hour to complete and then never play it again. But so we got bounced from GTSC, which is probably a blessing in disguise. I think we made it pretty far. Next year we'll hit it hard again, but for now it's catching up on some of the stuff that I've missed out. So I definitely wanted to hit Quantum Break. Huge fan of Remedy. Alan Wake was one of my favorite games on the 360. So haven't gotten too far in that, just through Act 2, but pretty fun so far. And just
that's the long act.
That's the long one. Okay, well, got kind of to experience all the big things, the episodic content, breaking up the acts. I got to watch one of those, and got all the powers, I think. So it's an interesting game. Looks great.
There's
too.
One in episode 3 that you get that just changes your whole perspective. It's super good. I won't ruin it for you, but I use that one almost exclusively now. It's so much fun.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. That's kind of my single player game. Like, if no one else is on, then I'll default to that. But I just popped in Tom Clancy's The Division. It's something that I played at PAX Prime last year, and I was really looking forward to it. Just never got around to actually buying it because in the business of scoring points, you don't have time for games that take long. And when you don't have a lot of time to play, which I don't, now. Gone are the days of 12-hour video game sessions.
Right.
When I was in college. So I something's got to give, and the good games gave. So I wanted to get back in.
Given away. There's no time for fun anymore.
I don't play video games for fun. I tell people that all the time. Like I play video games for points. I'm trying to regain my number 3 spot in Texas.
It's a big state to do it. But you might need to move. Can you? How are you in Oklahoma? Would you be king of the hill in Oklahoma?
I don't think I could ever move to anywhere else, and especially Oklahoma. But it's a good question. I know there's a few states that I can move to.
You don't actually have to move. You could just move.
Right. I could.
Yeah, didn't Texas
change.
Want to emancipate? Just emancipate your house and just say, you know what, I'm my own country now.
Secede from the union. Yep. Yeah, this sounds like a Family Guy episode.
Right.
But
see, that's what I'm wondering when I move to New York. I don't know if it's going to be good or bad. California's big, but New York is big, so it's like, I don't know. We'll see.
Go to Rhode Island. I bet you'd be okay in Rhode Island. That's close to New York.
Rhode Island, Montana, Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota. I mean,
they don't have electricity in Wyoming, though, do they?
Good question. I don't. I don't know. I assume the big cities do, but
only a few. It's a luxury, I'm sure.
Right. They got to create their own. So I jumped in. Speaking of not having electricity, the Division. See what I did there? Transition.
That was a good one.
It's significantly less notable if you actually have to like explain or like draw attention to the transition, but I like to do that anyways. But the Division is a good game thus far. There's a lot going on. I don't know if you guys have played it yet, but it's a fun little like mashup of a bunch of different games that I like. You know, I like MMOs, I like RPGs, I like third-person shooters, I like tactical third-person shooters. So if you like all those things, the Division just kind of like throws everything together for you. And I've only played it for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. Just started it today with a buddy, but so far so good.
I've got some stuff to say about the Division coming up. So
oh yeah, there's that new downloadable content coming out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
yeah.
We'll get to that.
I figured
we'll get to that.
So other than that, I mean, I played a little FIFA. FIFA? Yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
I've got some stuff to say about FIFA too.
That's fine. We can talk about FIFA. I love talking about FIFA. No, the FIFA was just for fun. I mean, gasp.
Who plays games for fun?
Yeah, what am I thinking?
Casual or something?
Moment of weakness.
Right. Yeah, it's my guilty pleasure. It really is. But I'm honestly scrolling through all of my games that I've played, and going through true achievements and just looking at the first page. I'm like,
garbage.
I really don't want to talk about any of these games.
What about games that
there's FIFA 16
that you're kind of eyeballing?
That's it.
Next, like you said Quantum Break, you're just doing Division, right? Those are bigger games. They'll take you some time, but I assume you've got maybe one or two on the horizon that, and then once Quantum Break's done, I really want to get into this. Anything that kind of caught your eye that you need to circle back to?
That's a good question. I don't know how long it's going to take me to get through, especially the Division. Quantum Break, I'm pretty sure I could knock out in the next month or so. Obviously, FIFA, I've got my eye out in games coming up in the future. September FIFA, but I missed the whole Rocket League boat. I missed the whole Overwatch boat. I missed the Far Cry Primal. I missed. There's so many games that I missed out. I missed the heyday. All the games. I wanted to get Just Cause 3. I saw it on GameFly, a sale. It was going to be with my coupon, sub $10 for a physical copy of Just Cause 3. And so that's a game that I want to go back to and play for the first time. So, really anything that's come out in the last year, that's good, in quotes.
You fancy yourself more of a gamer score guy, right? Not necessarily a completionist?
Yeah,
Are you shifting?
You're
shifting in your old age.
Sinusoidal. Like, I mean, it depends on how I feel that day. I when I need points, I don't really care too much about the completion. My card is already marred with achievements that I'll never be able to get, or played games that
third degree burn.
NBA Live 2007 or whatever it was that had the 1,000 people online. Yeah, well, that's never going to happen. So never going to get 100%. So I'm more of a quality or quantity over quality type of gamer currently. So cool. trying to get to 500,000, but now that we're out of GTSC, I feel kind of obligated to just save some of these easy games to make next year a little easier.
Makes sense. If I ever choose to get back into contests, all this garbage that Terragon's piled on my card it's just prime for that. Like, if I need to get to a milestone, I can probably do it in a week. But yeah, I get that. Crandy, what have you been doing this last week?
Well, I think I mentioned last week I started a bean dive, and I think I'm doing quite well in that bean dive. See, my current dive percentage is negative 0.15, meaning I've gone up 0.15.
I saw the dip in your chart, though. It technically dipped for 12 hours.
No, it dipped for a little bit. Life is Strange had enough achievements to actually dip me. But most of the games I started they don't have that many achievements, so I started and completed Thomas Was Alone, which was...
Yeah, you mentioned that last show.
Yeah. I'll do a Shovelware Cemetery.
Nothing special.
Yeah, I'll do a Shovelware Cemetery on that one. A big one I started was Barbie and her sister's Puppy Rescue.
Classic.
I've owned that since release, and I haven't played it.
Yeah, you got that day one. You had to pre-order.
I did, and I was really upset about the pre-order, which totally put me off of it. So,
well, speaking of upset, Big L reached out to us on Twitter and said, hey, I thought you did a Barbie stream. How come it's not saved on the Twitch account?
I thought I saved it.
Yeah, he's disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Because I went in, I added it to highlights. I specifically put it in highlights. And I guess it's not there. I don't know. It was a bad stream anyway. I was in the old country. My up speed was slow because of how all the ISPs there.
Yeah, I was watching it. It was a little choppy at first, but I think you cut down your bit rate and it became...
Yeah, but even the quality, it was just low. Because what happens is I get 50 down and 1 up. So
welcome to Australia.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing in Canada. It's really bad. But here I get 25 down and 10 up. So I can stream awesome here, but I don't know. It's unfortunate. I played some Ghostbusters, a video game, and still picking away at that with my friend. I really want to get that one done. It's been on my card for forever, and I'm pretty sure I can still complete it. So that's what I want to find out. Project Spark, of course. I just did my weekly, played a little Doom, played a little Killer Instinct, and then the big one, Life is Strange.
Let's hear it.
It's fantastic. It's so good that I've decided to sell my entire game collection.
You're done. I mean, you've reached the pinnacle.
I'm done. That's it.
Yeah.
I beat Life is Strange, and I sold my entire game collection. So there will be the biggest sale TA has ever seen up on Friday.
Perfect.
Watch out for that.
So, I mean, there's two ways to look
at
that
joke.
Comment, right? Is that it's greatest game of all time, nothing can ever compare, so get rid of all your games because it's not worth it, or the game hit you right in the feels so much that you can't possibly play video games ever again because you're so devastated by everything that just happened. So which side of the fence are you on?
It was neither of those. I wouldn't call it the greatest game of all time. It had some good feels, but I don't know. It was good. It was an amazing experience, I'll put it that way. It's one of the most immersive games I've played in a long time, since BioShock kind of thing. It was good. It was very. really liked. I know I listened to the spoiler cast. I know you guys can complain about episode 5 a little bit. I even liked episode 5. But
I'm on your side, Crandy. I don't care about Doom and Gloom, Joe and Terrigan.
I
they'll poke
I
holes
think
in
it
5.
could have.
I was okay with it.
It had its issues, but it was still. I'm not complaining. It was all really good, and yeah, it was a. It's a game that you have to sit by yourself with no one around with headphones on and play. That's how you're supposed to play it. That's how you experience it. That's how you should experience it. Because
soak it up.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah,
Because
and
I
headphones,
tried.
headphones to get the music as well. And it's
Yeah, the music and finish the episodes. Like if you're gonna break it up, you gotta go full episodes. Don't break in the middle.
Well, see, I split in the middle of episode 3, and it was okay, just because I didn't have time. I had to go. But it was kind of because I had a friend over, and I was trying to play it while he was over, and it's just like I can't do this. Like I just couldn't.
You might have some spontaneous hugging or something. That would be.
Well, it wasn't that. It was just I couldn't get fully immersed because I knew like he was talking to me and I was talking to him, and I'm kind of playing, but I'm not paying enough attention. And I had to switch to. I think I switched to Barbie or something. I don't remember what I switched
I should
to.
play it with my wife next, like because she won't play the game, and so like I'll just have her make the decisions and I'll like do the controller. I wonder if she'd enjoy that.
I made my wife play
and-
BioShock. I told her, like, you gotta play it.
Yeah, my
It's
wife
so
wouldn't
good.
do that. I mean, she would like a good story, and I don't know. I'm curious. Maybe I'll pull that out for
But
Father's Day.
But Life is Strange is so like it's so approachable that even if you don't play games, like you can totally get it. Like because it's just a 3D point and click game. Like there's not really any gameplay. It's just, I mean, that's how I describe it to people. Is it's like a point and click game in 3D.
Sure.
You just walk around and click on stuff.
Right.
Couple puzzles. That's pretty much it.
Speaking of 3D point and click games, so I'll move into what I've been playing. I did so this morning for my weekly achievement scavenger hunt. I said, hey, it's E3 week, right? Let's find 3 achievements that all start with the letter E. And I wasn't planning on doing it, and then I got one like on Wednesday. I was like, oh, well, I got one by accident. I might as well just try to get one. And there was one in Enigmatis. The point-and-click puzzle hidden object game. So I fired it up this morning, right? The plan is because I had to wait for a babysitter to come. My wife had to go out of town today, and so I couldn't go to work at my normal time. I was like, great, I'll stay up late, play games, and then I'll sleep in. I thought, oh, crap, she's going to wake up like at 5 a.m. Well, that's when I normally wake up, and yeah, guess what? I woke up at 5 a.m. So not only did I get my 4 hours of sleep, but then I had like an hour and a half to burn. I said, I got to play some video games. Wake up. So I played Enigmatis, and I knew I'd have to restart it. Like I wasn't going to finish it. So I went and I just cheated the heck out of it. Like I didn't care about making mistakes. I was using hints. I was like, I just need to finish one of these hidden object puzzles in like a minute. But my son came down, and he's like, he loves hidden object games. And so he's like, oh, what is that? And then all of a sudden I, get this flashlight and there's like a dead body there. And I'm like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be playing this in front of my son. Not that it's like gory or anything, but it's like, this is probably a little bit much. I don't think he's ready to follow this. So I'll revisit that one. Some of the highlights of my week is, let me start with Rocket League, right? So they gave us a free
Rocket League is so fun.
Free weekend to play. And unfortunately, I was out of town all weekend, so I had 3 hours to play. No, I had 2 hours to play. I used 4 hours because I didn't want to stop. The game is so
Isn't it so
addicting.
Fun?
Oh my goodness, it is fantastic. So my first,
I played it for fun and I still enjoyed it because
Yeah.
we don't play games for fun.
no, that doesn't exist.
I was over my buddy's place. I forgot my Xbox One power cable, so we were playing on his PS4, and yeah, we played Rocket League, and it was a
Traitor.
blast. I know.
Yeah,
I think
so,
I mentioned that last week. I don't
I
remember.
think you did too. It was on Sunday night, and I was like, oh, okay, I got to go to bed early. I got to wake up on Monday, and I just started playing it. First couple of games, I was like, ugh, boy, all right, I'll play the tutorial, figure this thing out. Pretty rough the first 2 games, and then I was
when you score your first goal.
the third game, yep, and it was like, oh my goodness, this is so good. Oh, I think I figured it out, and then it was, 4 and 4 is chaotic, right? But I got the win, so I got that achievement. I was like, oh, I should go for the other ones too. So I got 3 and 3 the normal way, And I went to 2-on-2, and I'm like, ooh, I hope this guy.
I like 2-on-2.
I hope this guy who I get paired up with is okay that I'm a noob. And he was like, he loved playing defense, and so I was like, oh, okay, I'll just try to figure out the offense while I'm messing around. And then, man, we had a rhythm down. It was like I wasn't even talking to this guy, and like we just kind of knew how to play. It was so good. I mean, so that was a total stranger. I mean, imagine if you had some buddies around and like you were just chit-chatting this thing up while you were going nuts on this thing.
Well, that's what we were playing. We only played doubles. So it was just me and him playing split screen against another pair of doubles, and that was
it'd be so great.
Yeah, it's especially fun like when you're both sitting there in the living room just playing it.
Wait,
yeah,
there are games that have split screen still,
right? Yeah,
crazy.
Rocket League is like the only one in existence on this generation of consoles.
Yeah, so I can't wait for that to go on sale again, and I'll scoop that up in a heartbeat. Because I so enjoyed it. It was really good and really addicting. And of course, because it was just free for the weekend and I was just playing like actually for fun, I was like, oh man, I missed my opportunity to set up all these boosting things, right? With a second controller, and you can just score goals and do all this to like get the completion. But
I saw
think
people getting the completion on that within like 3 or 4 hours. It was just
yeah, you can go pretty quick
pretty
on that
easy.
one. Especially with extra accounts, you can go
But
real
the
quick.
DLC came out right after it went unfree.
Just saw it.
With
yeah.
achievements.
Neo Tokyo added a bunch of achievements this week, so you got to revisit it anyway. But to be honest, it is such a great game, and it's so replayable. It's just always interesting and fun, and you always got to keep your mouth ready to say, Magic Box, record that, because there's just some really cool things can happen. So it's great. So after that, I decided, all right, I need to focus and get In Between done. I had finished the story and got those last 4 achievements, and the last 2 that we had talked about during the Shovelware Cemetery were that glitched on me, dying 100 times and getting those 14 memories. And so I had to try and figure out how to fix this. And I wish I had some conclusive evidence for you, but I don't. So what I did was I erased my save game, and I retried it. And I just tried the deaths. That didn't work on just the deaths, but I'll circle back on that in a sec. Then I deleted the whole game and reinstalled it. And so I purged the whole system, started over. Started playing through. That didn't do anything. I was like, okay, well, hold on. I know Crandy had said that it won't double count the memories, so I need to at least get to the 6th memory, and the 6th memory is like, it's in the 2nd chapter. It's real quick to get there, so I was like, all right, let me just see if it's tracking that. Sure enough, I got to the 6th memory, and I had the achievements snapped on the side, and the bar ticked. I was like, oh, okay. So my deaths, right, I've already died a bunch of times, so I only had 9 left. Deaths aren't tracking right now, but the memories are tracking. Say, okay, now I need to commit to finishing this right now. I'm getting these last 8. I got my 6th. I need to get the last 8. And so I just started powering through, watching that thing climb up. Once I got to, must have been, like 10 or 11 or something. And of course, I was at 91% on the 100 deaths. And so I didn't see this happen, but all of a sudden I got an achievement. I was like, oh, what is that? And boom, sure enough, Embrace Your Fate came up. So at some point, the death cycle caught up with where I quit. I have no idea how that happened, but in my normal replay then, at some point I overwrote where the glitch happened on the deaths, and it just started tracking again. So I wish I had like some awesome information like, yes, if that fails on you, then do this. My only advice is, because it's easy to die 100 times, just do that first. I mean, you just run into spikes 100 times. It'll take like 15 minutes at most. And just get that.
Oh, I was going to say it'd probably take less than 10 minutes. But.
Okay. Suffice it to say, like, if the tracker's working for you, just die 100 times right away. And then you won't have to worry about it. Because then you can enjoy the rest of the game and not have to fret about turning it off or losing any progress or anything. Because every other achievement works great. It's the memories and the deaths. The memories, you can erase your save data, start over, and get to the point of collecting those. Once you identify that your tracker's broken, keep in mind you will have to replay a bit of that game to get there. And once you play through the first time, going through a second time takes like 2 hours, 2.5 hours. It's pretty short, and
It's easy.
because you understand the puzzles at that point. You're not trying to learn the puzzles, just reenacting the puzzles. So it went quick, finished it, got that completion, feel really good about that. Having that done put me in prime position to go ahead and work on my milestone. And so I woke up at 4 a.m, because that's when Terrigan was available, and I had to go to work anyway. But we jumped onto Worms Battlegrounds, and I said, all right, Terrigan, let me just destroy you in this ranked match. And so we took turns just killing each other.
Oh, by the way, that's another game I played. Same time as Rocket League. My buddy bought Worms Battlegrounds, and we were playing that for fun, which is crazy, playing for fun again. But that is also a fun split-screen game. We were just playing against each other.
It's not even split screen. It's just passes back
Well,
and
yeah,
forth.
not split-screen, but
Couch co-op.
local competitive games.
So the achievement was, so after I got that, I got my milestone of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with the achievement Make It Count. So I indeed made it count all the way up from 1 to 6. So that was kind of fun, just a dumb little milestone there. After that, I moved into, I revisited Stickbold, the dodgeball adventure. That's an easy completion. You got to go back and just kind of clean that thing up. Maybe it's not easy. There's a couple of achievements that might hang you up a little bit, but it's on my list to finish. And then the final one, and it was based on the challenge, was going up against CS Geek Squad in Titanfall. And so I went and revisited some of the campaign missions. I have a roadmap written out on what I want to do this week in terms of Titanfall. That is so much fun. After seeing the announcements for Titanfall 2 at E3 this week, it got me really excited to go back and play. Turns out I am just garbage at that game. I have lost my first-person shooter edge. I tend to forget that there are humans on the other side. And so, like, when I'm in my Titan, I'm like, oh, look at me, I'm in a big giant tank. Yeah, bring it on. And I just stand there and just shoot at the dude. While he's evading, I'm just standing there eating bullets. And I don't last very long. So hopefully this week I can learn how to play. But suffice it to say, there should be some easy achievements floating around that I can grab.
See, I have a little story for Titanfall. I played this one for fun, too, not this week. But, I'm really good at Titanfall. I have a perfect record. I've got like 25 kills and no deaths or something. I played 4 games without dying, and then I retired for life. So
Nice. MLG style.
Kind of no big deal. I probably have the highest kill-death ratio on Titanfall. So
I can see it. Before we move into news proper, Terrigan, you want to appease McLovin Legend with any games that you purchased? This is a long list.
It
There's
is,
some crazy crap on here.
Yeah, this is my preparing for the Balrog Bean Dive event. So I started to went a little bit crazy, and this isn't even the half of what I'll be getting either. But I ordered Bladestorm: The 100 Years War and Nightmare, the Japanese version for Xbox One, which was a re-release. What is that? Shin Sagoku Masuo 7 Empires, which is Dynasty Warriors 8 Empires. That's the Japanese version of that. MotoGP 06. I got the Asian version. I think that one's a little bit tricky to work out, but I got it off the Japanese marketplace, so I think it's the Asian version. We'll see though. Duke Nukem Forever, Japanese version of that. Dead Island Riptide, Japanese version of that. Armored Core Verdict Day, Japanese version of that. So yeah, just some of the more obscure stacks. So they're on the way. They ordered, haven't arrived yet. Bought a bunch of digital games. Phoenix Furia, Action Henk, In Between, Neon Chrome, Organic Panic, Cubicolor, Degeneration HD, Grim Legends, The Forsaken Bride, Forced, Joe Diva's Lone Wolf Console Edition. It's actually kind of funny, that one, because I used to actually play the Lone Wolf sort of choose-your-own adventure games back in the day. Magnetic Cage.
Is that what that
Quest.
is?
Yeah.
Like, I looked at a bunch of these when you started posting them. Like, hey, these are on the account. I'm like, that looks like garbage. I don't want to put that on my tag. I'm going to add that to my collection. I have to, like, figure out what exactly you have.
Magnetic Cage Closed, Teslagrad, Alien Spidey, which is XBLA. Cobalt, the 360 version of that, has very few starters. Dust Force, which is a very odd game, garbage collection kind of game, with some multiplayer in it, which has been annoying. Might and Magic, Duel of Champions, Forgotten Wars. Party Squad, Recoil Liberator, our favourite, Takedown, Red Saber, the Cerulean game, and Rabbids Invasion, the interactive TV show.
Did you buy another copy of Rabbids? I just sent you one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oops. Oh, I'll be able to boost with myself or something.
I guess so. Well, the one I sent you is sealed, so I don't know, you can sell it or something. I don't know.
The one I've got here is sealed.
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. I didn't have it on my list as something you got me, but oh well. And of course, there was a couple of free sort of games. Tekken Tag Tournament 2 was free for a little while there, and I added Magic 2015 and Magic Duels Origins. I think Duels Origins was free anyway. Magic 2015 I think I got because of sharing. I just hadn't added it to my list.
It's there.
And that is what I've got so far. And there'll be a much bigger list next week because I've got.
Oh my goodness!
I've got to go through and get all of the US exclusives. So yeah, there's a heap more to come.
Holy cats! All right. Well, don't forget to add the new Goat Simulator DLC to those achievement lists that you have. Holy garbage! Are you kidding me? This is like the most underhanded thing you could possibly do. So, of course, Goat Simulator right now.
Those guys are slimy. See,
Games with
I
gold.
normally don't blame them for the success of Goat Simulator or for the terrible thing of Goat Simulator, but this one I'm blaming them for. See, I blame the people that buy it because they encourage it, but this one, they're just being greedy. Like, they already made their millions. Like, you don't need to. It should have been free.
This is disgusting. So,
like that DLC, and the more Goats edition should have been a DLC that was free for the base game that was $10, which is already too much money. I'm going to stop because this is going to take too long.
Just to fill everybody in on what's going on, Goat Simulator, of course, Games with Gold this month. You can get the base game for free, and now what they've added is two $10 DLC packs, which is literally the More Goats edition. So if you bought and played the More Goats edition, you can get the stack now with going back and adding another $20 and purchasing the DLC.
There is no reason to buy this DLC, period.
Not at all.
It's the same price as the More Goats edition. Actually, I think it's 1 cent cheaper. It's the same price as the More Goats edition, but it requires the base game. Why would you not just buy the More Goats edition that is the standalone game that plays without the base game? So if you get the base game for free, you still need gold to play it. But if you were to spend $10 on the More Goats edition, you don't need the base game and you don't need gold. It's stupid. Don't buy it.
Yeah. Well, but now, right, and I have an uncompleted game on my tag.
I still encourage you to not buy it, even though it has achievements.
I'm not going to buy it. Maybe if it goes on, I don't even want to buy it.
You'll just wait for me to buy it.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm going to do. I think Damien's going to buy it, and then he'll come over to my house when I move, and I'll just play his or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, it's the worst.
I'm not a fan.
That's Shovelware Cemetery at the worst.
Goat Simulator is going to get its own episode, not Shovelware Cemetery. It's going to get a whole episode. I've already started making notes for when we do that.
I'm not sure my rain loop is long enough for that.
Yeah. Just cut it. So let's talk about some good news.
Don't worry, I'll get you a new one. It lasts like an hour and something.
We had some fun news in the achievement hunting community, and Randall Thor hit 1 million gamer score. He hit it over E3 week, and to celebrate, he went ahead and took a picture with Major Nelson, Phil Spencer, and Mike Ibarra all together with him. So if you want to see what Randall Thor looks like, you can look at the link in our show notes to his Twitter status with this picture up. It's an awesome picture. It's an awesome milestone. Congratulations, Rand. That's fantastic. So before we move into some more E3 talk, I looked up our Dead Rising 3. It's called the Super Ultra Dead Rising 3 Arcade Remix Hyper Edition EX Plus Alpha. So just for posterity's sake. But
I thought it was Super Mega Ultra. I don't know where that got into my head.
Probably because of Mega Man. Anyway,
maybe.
There's a ton of good stuff out there, and there's a few comments I wanted to highlight from Phil Spencer. of course, what he says is gospel in terms of how the Xbox is going to go. And so he was asked about how he thought the conferences go. And I thought this was a particularly poignant. I love the way Phil Spencer approaches things. I mean, he's a brilliant tactician in terms of what he says and how he says it. He's very calculating. And so I'll read his quote verbatim here. He says, well, when I look at this year, I'll just take the E3 conferences. We showed 4 big games launching exclusively on Xbox One and Windows 10. When I think about Gears 4, Forza 3, ReCore, Dead Rising 4, all of those games are launching this year, and we've announced, and they've been announced, and we have dates next to them. And I think on the indie side, we've got games I've been playing. We've got We Happy Few, we've got Below, we've got Cuphead, and there are a ton more, but I'm just thinking about some of the real highlights in indie games that are coming this year. When I watch the other platforms, it's not always clear to me when the games are shipping or how many of them are shipping this year. I think every other press conference except Sony's actually had a bunch of release dates. I mean, this is like his direct saying, like, yeah, those are really great games and everything.
Ubisoft.
But Ubisoft didn't put dates on theirs. But gosh, I have no idea. You're selling me on hope and of what's to come. Like
Ubisoft sells everyone on the Lie engine, but we'll get into the Lie engine soon.
The Lie engine. I recommend. Oh, go ahead.
I think that was a direct shot at Sony. I mean, we've seen years and years of E3. How many times has The Last Guardian been shown from Sony? I mean, come on. Like, the Gran Turismo, I mean, I could come up with other... Like, there's so many examples from Sony's press conferences. But then again, this conference for Microsoft, I thought was incredibly soft. I don't know when Cuphead's coming out.
Nope. That's the one that's big, like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, you can keep talking about it, but they've also, we're talking about it last year. Same thing with ReCore. They teased ReCore last year. If you're really going to just talk about stuff.
There, and there's nothing holding you to that release date ever. So you can say, well... What was it?
That's the Ubisoft way, right?
Well, I think ReCore got a September, like in the fall. I think they actually gave it a month. Or maybe they didn't say it in the press conference, but it came out that it's in the month of September.
Just since we're on the topic of this, Ubisoft actually got my lowest grade on my E3 report card that will be in the show notes. But since we're on the topic of it, I'll talk about it here. They got an F- from me.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's funny because I actually enjoyed theirs the most.
Not as bad as an F double minus.
See, my lowest was F-, but if I knew an F double minus was a thing, they would have got that.
The F double negative.
I made a list. I made a list of Sony's games here because I was going to kind of mention them, but here's a good spot because they're games with the new God of War, no idea. Last Guardian, they put a date on that one. Good for them.
Finally.
And, it was a black screen with October whatever this year, and people freaked out. I mean, it was like they announced a new console. They freaked out on it. That Hideo Kojima Death Stranding, I don't even know where to begin with that. That was just bizarre. Did you guys watch that?
I didn't watch Sony.
Holy crap. This thing was just weird. Now, I was shocked that Hideo Kojima was even there. Like, because he just literally started up his studio. I mean, but to have like this teaser trailer, and I don't even know if I should try to explain it because it is like the most bizarre thing I've ever seen, and it's unsettling in so many ways, but it's not like gross. You know, like when you watch like Evil Within or something, you're like, oh yeah, that's unsettling because there's so much gore. This is unsettling because it's like really weird and messed up.
I was reading the live blog when that was happening because I couldn't watch the stream as I was at work. And the description came up and I just thought, what? The description was basically, oh, we have a naked man with a naked baby walking on the beach.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
I mean, I can try
to... seems like something really weird to show at a major conference is, hey, naked man.
It's naked Norman Reedus
it catches
from
your
The Walking
attention,
Dead.
though.
He's the guy from The Walking Dead who was in the PT trailer. Naked Norman Reedus with the baby. They're connected by some sort of like tubes, like Matrix style tubes. And then he holds the baby close to his chest, but then like the baby disappears, and he's standing on this beach with these I think they're dead whales around him. And he looks up in this overcast sky, and there are 5 floating like bodies up in the sky, like avatars, or I can't quite tell because it's far away. I can't tell what they are. And then he like looks, and he's got all these it's like soot on his body, or black dirt, black sand. But like there's all these little handprints, like baby handprints and footprints all over his chest. It's so weird. It's so weird. I have no idea. Anyway, the Insomniac Spider-Man game that was announced, no date on that one. Horizon Zero Dawn, of course, that got pushed back. Detroit, that doesn't have a release date. And Days Gone, which I really liked Days Gone. I thought that was pretty cool, but you would never know that that's a zombie game from what they showed, but it is. Anyway, that's a bunch of games with no release dates. I mean, they were cool, but it is what it is. So anyway, yes, I also agree with you, Kyle. I think that was a direct jab at Sony, very tactically done, but and you look at some of the reviews and people are saying, yeah, well, Sony had all these games. That's how they won last year, right? Oh, look, Sony announced so many awesome games. Final Fantasy VII Remake, The Last Guardian, you list the whole games and it's like, yeah, but
so
none of those
games,
came out.
They didn't need to announce a new console? That's a job at Microsoft. I'm already getting in the Rain Cloud mood. See, now we're talking about E3, I'm just going to get bitter.
There is a great article. So Eurogamer got to sit down with Phil Spencer during the press conference, and so we'll link to Eurogamer's the big interview with Phil, but it was a lot of talking about, hey, you guys announced Project Scorpio, you kind of moved in with your plans here. And it was just trying to clarify the message. And essentially, and I'll just distill some of the information. It's a great interview, by the way. I totally recommend you reading it. But essentially, the message that they were driving home, and they did a pretty decent job, is that the Slim, the Xbox One S, is going to have 4K streaming, right? That's the idea, right? You get this boost, and you can use 4K with the improved Blu-ray drive in there. And it technically does have a slight boost in processing, but that's not going to affect your games. Like, he was adamant about your Xbox One games today are not going to perform better on the Slim. That they're not designed for that. Okay, that's what he's sticking by this year. That's what he's sticking by right now. Of course, that's all subject to change. Don't hold that as gospel until it's whatever developers essentially want to do with that little extra juice. But in theory, it should just be texture resolution. Like, that's what they should be using to do. There was a comment, and again, a clarification on the two systems that I thought was a good quote here that was pulled. And I'll read this quote, not too long here. For us in the industry, it's easy to think that most power is always the thing that wins. If you look at last gen, what won? The Wii won. The Wii sold more than we did on Xbox 360 and the PS3, and it was not the most powerful console out there. Pricing is critically important. Wii was at a good price and it had a great experience. But I'll say having an Xbox One at $299 is going to be really important for us. It's the only $300 console on the market right now, and it supports 4K video with the Slim. And that's going to be a really good selling feature for us, and we've got the biggest lineup of games coming in 2016. So, Scorpio is for the person who's got a 4K television, who's really focused on 4K gaming. It's going to be at a premium price over what we're selling this one for, and both of them will exist in the market at the same time. Scorpio is for your 4K gamer, and that's what we designed it for. Again,
I don't get it.
I've got a lot to say about Scorpio, and
he's trying to hammer home the fact that because they want to do the no gamer left behind. No console left behind.
I don't believe that in the slightest.
I don't buy that for a second.
I do not buy that at all. it's simply not going to happen.
Because then at the end of the interview, he reiterated, here's another quote, there will be no Scorpio exclusives. He says, absolutely not.
I just don't.
I don't get it.
I don't believe that in the
yeah,
slightest.
Doesn't
At
make
all.
any sense. Then why come out with the improved console if there's going to be no what? You're going to make devs make two different versions of the game to
Well, So what he
to
said
push that
for
4K
that,
content.
Put it on both versions on
Yeah.
one disc, or you're gonna have to customize it to two sets of hardware. No one's gonna buy into that.
but they already do. That's the thing. PC, there's no set spec for PC. Like that's why people like making games for the console is because it's like, here's the Xbox One. This is the spec you need to meet for the Xbox One. Well, okay, now you have the Scorpio and the Slim and the One, right? Now, and technically the Slim and the One in theory should
I
be
was
the same.
gonna say you should be good on those
That
two.
should be one
But even having
development
two,
spec.
that means it's like, okay, well, I'm a little dev. If I'm going to put it on the one, I have to make it work well on both of these.
Yeah.
Or I could just not put it on Xbox.
Well, you're turning into a
PlayStation.
PC dev shop then. I mean,
Yeah.
PC has
Well,
to make it.
But everything starts on PC.
I don't think that's fair because having two sets of hardware that you need to build for is a hell of a lot different than having to build for 500 different configurations of potential hardware and whatever setup that you've got on PC. It's
Right.
a big difference. And the thing with PC is that they will tend to ship the highest textures and then they will downgrade those for what your hardware can support. And I suspect
Right.
that new games will do that. Old games on Xbox One may receive a texture pack update once the Scorpio comes out, and that'd be something that you would download, which would then improve the textures and improve the experience for people on Scorpio. As for the exclusivity of whether the games will be Scorpio only, I don't see that happening short term, but certainly long term it will. And certainly if the Scorpio supports virtual reality, the VR glasses, they will be exclusive to the Scorpio because that's the only hardware that's going to be able to support that.
I should clarify that in my opinion too is, yes, I understand there's going to be VR exclusives and that's fine. But I'm talking like other
Game
stuff.
exclusives.
I'm talking like controller and TV games. As I do not buy that there is not going to be a Scorpio exclusive.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't think it'll happen for a while because they really don't want to split their market just yet.
Look at this one.
Until
right?
they retire the older hardware.
I mean, technically, there's still a couple of 360 games that are coming out. I mean, Black Ops came out on the 360. It
think,
was a downgraded version, but
A Lego game just got scanned in for 360 the other day.
yeah, I mean, so like, right? Technically, it's coming out on the 360. Yet we've all said no. I mean, that generation's done.
Yeah, no,
But
360
at some
is pretty
point,
much dead.
the one will be done, right? Most of the population will have a 4K TV, and I think that's kind of. I mean, it's smart from the perspective of that the TV manufacturers want people to get into 4K TVs. Like that's the next step for them to be selling TVs. So they need you to go buy new TVs. And so they need experiences for those new TVs. Movies? Yeah, okay, sure. But gaming, okay, now there's another avenue here that people are be willing to upgrade their TV, right? I got 7 TVs in my house. Not one of them's a 4K TV. Am I interested now because of 4K gaming and VR and whatnot? Okay, maybe. The case is being improved upon to make that investment.
But how
and of course,
long is it going to take for us to get to 4K gaming? We haven't even reached 1080p gaming. Like
Right.
that's my thing. As a 4K TV owner, I'm excited about the Slim to be able to have a one device in my entertainment system that I can play 4K Blu-rays as well as play games on. So I'm definitely interested in that. Now, if you look at the release date on Amazon, it better not be that the
December.
the 2 terabyte version ships 4 months before the 500 and the 1 terabyte versions do. That would not make me happy. But in general, Scorpio comes out in 2017. Are we going to have 4K games by then? Because the Xbox can't even push 1080p games currently.
Well, that's the thing, is that it doesn't have the hardware to do it. That's the point of the Scorpio, is that it upgrades the hardware to allow it to be possible.
But
and
even on a
sorry.
PC,
Yeah,
do we have 4K games? I mean,
No,
I
not
understand
really.
that the PS4 has some 60. Well, it has some 1080p games. Whether they're pushing 1080p and 60 frames a second, that's that's unheard of. I think it's 30 frames, right? But some PC games are hitting that threshold.
Yeah.
But then, how expensive is this console going to be? If it can truly play 4K games, and devs are making 4K games next year, which I find really hard to believe. Is this thing going to be $1,000? Because what does that build you on a clean build on a PC? Like that's that's not going to get you a 4K.
Some of the discussion there was
either.
that perhaps Xbox might be doing loss leading with this particular hardware. So the hardware is going to be more expensive than what they'll be selling it for, but they'll be doing that to gain an advantage in the market.
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be a market share play. It has. Yeah. I mean, they have to be selling it at a loss, but how much of a loss? And where's the payoff? Like I just don't. Doesn't make any sense to me. I think it's too early.
Well, with stuff being so digital, like you have to consider too that they probably take like 20 or 30% of everything that goes to the marketplace. So even if they gained like 2-3%,
if they use the iTunes model,
share,
it's 70%.
No, 70%. iTunes is 30 to Apple, 70 to the dev. Last time I checked, but that was a long time ago.
I think it's 50-50 for music. I think it's 30-70 for software.
Yeah, it was apps I always looked at. I just assumed it was the same for music. But anyway, even if they're only taking 20%, even if they gained like 1 or 2% in the market, that is a huge cut of money from each user. Even if you only buy Xbox Live, because you can assume if you're buying a Scorpio, you're probably gaming online. Like you buy Xbox Live, okay, you probably buy some like $60 worth of DLC for Call of Duty every year. You might buy the game digitally. You might buy a couple things here and there. But when you add that up now we're looking at maybe the life of a console is 3 years. That's still a lot of money. And that's assuming you're a very small user.
20 million console gap to make up. I mean, they've lost
exactly
$20 million or 20 million units in consoles to PlayStation.
You're not going to make that up with an $800 console. I mean, I just don't see people adopting 4K TVs as quickly. So you're talking about a majority of the Xbox One.
Is it all about 4K gaming though? I mean, the thing is that this is going to be
I think it's going to be VR.
A huge step up for the graphical capability of the device.
Yeah.
It's going to be able to support much, much, much better quality as far as graphics goes, frame rates, all that sort of stuff. Just on a baseline, without looking at 4K at all, it's going to be a huge step up. But
at the same time,
the VR support as well. So
there was the comment that I don't remember where this was, but I did read it, where they basically said if you don't have a 4K TV, you might as well not buy a Scorpio. That's not word for word, but it's like if you don't have a 4K TV, you're not going to get anything on Scorpio.
To be honest, I think that was word for word. I think Phil Spencer literally said that. If you don't have a 4K TV, don't buy the Scorpio.
And 4K TVs are reasonably priced now. I mean,
keep in mind, it's 2 years. I mean, we're not getting this console for 2 years. So
that's a question I've got for you guys, actually. When is holiday 2017? Because that just
November.
Yeah.
Right, November.
Yeah. Typically November 2017.
But didn't Phil in the Xbox press conference say we are announcing it today to let developers know what they can work with. We are giving developers so that I think that his plan get people excited, and it might hurt the sales in the short term, but get people excited, get the developers on board so that we can have a huge launch window like of all these games that'll be ready at launch with really pushed graphics and can come out of the gate like with an awesome lineup. And the Xbox One had a decent lineup, but what was it?
A year and a half. It had 3 games, and then that was it.
360 was pretty bad. Xbox One was better. but with a dev cycle, unless you're FIFA, is not a year and a half. So I don't really.
The thing is, we're only talking about tweaking performance and upgrading textures. We're not talking about writing a whole game from scratch.
Right, building an engine.
No, that's true.
Yeah, so I don't think that developers would need years to be able to support what Scorpio does.
And to be honest,
given the option, they're going to be able to run at a higher spec if they want to.
Right, and to be honest, you look at Ubisoft, right? Every game trailer they came out with was done on the highest end PC.
On the Lie engine, you mean?
Yep, and I think every developer, every AAA developer who has a press conference at E3, they're all developing on high-end PCs because they want their marketing stuff to look as amazing as it possibly can. And then when the game comes out, they'll downgrade those textures to work on the systems, but they're already making graphical, leaps and bounds. I mean, now they just don't have to, put the garbage filter on top to make it run okay.
See, I guess I'll just before I forget, because I'm going to forget if I don't say it. My biggest issue with this whole thing is what Microsoft seems to be doing is kind of threatening what makes console gaming really appealing, and that's shortening the lifespan really, really substantially. Is you look like the 360 isn't even dead yet, and they're already saying we have a new console. Where, usually up until now, when you buy a console, you're like, okay, I'm going to get at least 6 years out of it, and most of the time it's going to be 8 to 10. So now you're looking at, if you're adopting at the beginning, so now you're looking at, okay, Microsoft is saying when the Xbox One is 3 years old, we've already released a new console. And I think that is really dangerous to the console life cycle.
It'll be 4 years, I think.
Will it be 4?
I think so. The other
okay, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's been 4 years and there's still hardly anything for the one. Wow.
Lots of indies.
It's pretty curious. It's pretty curious, in my opinion, to announce 2 different sets of hardware in the same conference.
Well, I think that's kind of. I mean, look, yes, they're pioneering new ground here in the theory that there's going to be multiple consoles. And I mean, they even said it in the Xbox family. I mean, how long are they going to keep both going? I mean, are they really going to play up the fact that, yes, we've got a value console in the Slim at $300. Maybe by Christmas next year it'll get to $250 or $200 even. I mean, if you had an intro to gaming,
if it releases by then.
If they have an intro to gaming in Christmas of 2017 at $200, I mean, that's enough to get some people who don't really care about it and just want to have a nice system.
And then you've got the $500,
$600 one for. No, I'm saying these come out at the same time.
I know, but I'm saying a year later, $200 Grandpa Xbox One's got to go to the home because Scorpio's taken over and the new guy's in town.
But that's what I'm saying. You give your customers options.
You need to think as well that after owning an Xbox One for 4 years, let's say that I wasn't a devout Xbox One achievement hunter that I am. Let's say that I'm just a gamer, and after 4 years of owning one console, it's probably about now that I'll be starting to think, hey, there's all those exclusives on the other platform that I haven't played. Maybe I'll pick up a PS4. This is kind of that period where you're looking at maybe getting the other console just to play the games that you've missed. I wonder if the Scorpio coming out at this time is kind of a play to capture that market, or the people who are floaters who might come back from one other console, or they might be looking at a second one. So you've got your budget proposition there to kind of draw those people back, or the people who are really hardcore into hardware and really want the best specs will go, oh, wow, this Scorpio is going to be awesome, and pick it up. So,
but how expensive is it going to be? That's my hugest question.
I think they're going to target 5 and then accessorize the hell out of it. And
you think it'll hit $500? I think it'll be more than that.
At least.
I think the base will be 5, but you need the $600 headset. You need the $200 this. You need the $100 this.
My thing I was comparing it to is the 32X and the Sega CD. That this is where I'm basing a lot of my opinions. Well, I mean, not entirely, but I look at that, and that's what they tried to do. They took this. To be fair, the Genesis / Mega Drive was much later in its life cycle than the Xbox One is. But at the same time, they took this like, okay, you've got your console, you just buy this add-on. You buy this add-on, now you can play games on CDs, which is a big deal because you can put a lot more stuff on CDs than you could on cartridges. And then you say, look, now you can also get this other add-on, the 32X, that makes all your games run better, and you can play the 32X games. And both of those things failed totally miserably because they were super expensive and they just didn't do what they were going to do. Like the 32X, I don't even know if I've ever gotten mine to work properly.
But that's fine. I mean,
it's like,
yeah, they can make a mistake. I mean, look like Phil just said in that quote that I said, the Wii won. They had the best sales. So they're like, yeah, you know what? Let's innovate. Let's come out with the Wii U. Yep, that was a bummer. Xbox 360 was beating PlayStation, and they were sitting on their laurels. PS4 came out and said, hey, this is why we're so awesome, and boom, 40 million.
See,
now you're stuck at 20.
I guess it's
so now
kind
they're
of,
taking a
it's
chance
kind of
and
back
saying,
to price, but it's like part of it failed because of price, part of it failed because it didn't really do much. So you have this thing that's like, okay, you don't see any improvement unless you have a 4K TV. Maybe that's true. You know, maybe there are exclusive games, but there weren't that many exclusive games. There weren't enough for people to buy a 32X and be like, okay, this is worth it, or buy a Sega CD. Then you had some that were like, I think this is kind of more the comparison. It's like, okay, you're going to have games. There's going to be a few games that only work on the Scorpio, and they're going to be a big deal, and they're going to look awesome, but nobody's going to buy them because there aren't enough people that have it. So that's like the games that are the 32X CD games. That
but in 2 years from now, I mean, you need the VR stuff.
I'm not buying VR. I'm not sold that it's going to be successful.
I'm not terribly sold that it's going to be successful.
I'll get into that in my tweets.
However, Elite Dangerous in VR, being able to sit in the cockpit and look around.
I think there's cool stuff that can be done with it, but we'll get into VR later because I've got a whole thing on VR.
But that's the thing. Okay, so it's not for you. Yeah, have you tried it?
I think it's more than not for me. There's kind of more to it that I'll get into, but we'll leave it for now.
But I think it's critical for this discussion because that is one of the hallmarks.
The price is going to be at least as much as the console for one headset.
That's today's dollar. 2 years from now, with technological increases and the ability to, I mean, it's not going to be dramatic. It'll still be expensive. But you've got your early adopters here who are jumping on board with the Vive, the Oculus, and the PlayStation VR. I mean, they sold out within seconds of the pre-orders.
I don't know. I'm still not sold on it. But
and that's
just
fine.
on
you don't have
the
to be
price
sold.
thing. On the price thing, it's interesting. I got two people at my workplace who were early adopters of the Vive, and they ordered them in from America, and I think it cost them $1,200 Australian and $1,400 Australian because I think there was a muck up with the taxes. But yeah, it was like $1,400 basically to get this kit in, right? And then it appeared on the Microsoft Store, the Vive, which was a bit odd, but it was at $1,000 flat basically. So the price will come down, and I think it will come down pretty drastically from its early stages. Whether it gets under $500, I don't know. 500 Australian, that is.
Because I'm looking at like
still a pretty expensive outlay.
I think for VR to have any kind of serious traction, it's going to have to hit $200, and even then, it's going to be questionable because it's like
that's mainstream.
Well, I mean, but it's going to have to be mainstream to have anything substantial on it. Because you already are at a disadvantage because you have to pay so much money to get that hardware. And then on top of that, you have to, I'm assuming there's a lot more development work that has to go into a VR game because it is so big. And so you're already at a disadvantage in your audience. Like you're going to have, I guess you have more people that are going to see your game because there's less on the market. But I think it's just going to be a bunch of gimmicky stuff, and there's not going to be anything substantial there.
It's possible.
It's because it's just there's not enough people to buy it, and the people that take risks are not going to be good enough to really get a ton of people. They're going to be like, yeah, that's kind of cool, but it wasn't that great. I won't buy the sequel.
To tell you the truth, though, I have yet to hear anybody not have amazing experiences in VR. I mean, yeah, there's some where it's like, that made me puke. That was garbage. That was a terrible title. They did it wrong or they did whatever. but there are overwhelmingly a number of people who are like, I don't want to play normal games anymore. I want to live in a VR world. I want to do. It's so amazing.
But is there anything that has enough depth yet beyond a demo that's like, that demo was really cool, that 2 minutes was really great? Is there really anything that's substantial enough yet?
That's my issue with it. I've sort of dabbled with VR a little bit, and it hasn't really been enough to compel me. So I haven't seen anything that's been blow me away. Okay, this is amazing. I never want to play anything else. Certainly, there are experiences which are great, but I wouldn't go and try and play a platformer in VR. You know, there's certain games that will work in VR that are made for that. But they have a lot of challenges to get through. I mean, movement in VR is the problem, is a big problem.
Did you guys watch Twisted Pixel's announcement of Wilson's Heart?
No.
So I called that on my pre-E3 show. I wanted a new Twisted Pixel game, and sure enough, they delivered with a VR game. It's called Wilson's Heart, and essentially you wake up in it's a first-person exploration type game, little survival horror, and you wake up with your heart gone. It's been replaced, and so now you have to go around and find it. And it's in this like black and white film noir. Very atmospheric, super cool. Like watch the trailer, and you know that's probably a 8 to 10 hour experience. That's kind of on par with indie type games, and now it's an 8 to 10 hour VR experience where they've got some good voice actors, they've got some significant chops behind it. And you're playing out as a character in first person. The way they do movement is they blink to places. So you'll see your highlighted avatar in front of a door, and you initiate to move there, and you've got a screen in front of you. It's almost like you're Enigmatis, that hidden object game. And it looked really cool. And like those types of games, I mean, we just talked about In Between, where, Randy, you and I, that's a 4-hour game and we really liked it. Yeah, it's a good experience. Is it going to sell me on a VR? No. But is it an experience that I'm happy I had? Oh, yeah, absolutely. And so if you have a collection of VR titles that it's like, there's 30 games out there that are all, 4 or 5 hours, but boy, they're really interesting and they're doing some cool things. That's today. Like those games already exist on VR. Who knows what's going to happen 2 years from now?
I guess my issue is like, I look at the Wii. I got really excited by the Wii. I bought the Wii the day it came out, particularly the game Red Steel. Red Steel was kind of advertised as like it's this gun, it's a shooter, but there's also sword fighting. Like you block with the sword and you fight with the sword and you do all that, and it's really cool. Well, when you actually played it, it was nothing like that. It was nothing like that at all, because you could just wave the remote around and win the sword fights, and the Wiimote, when it came out, was not precise enough to actually shoot properly.
Right.
So then I look at a game like Wii Sports. I always look back at Wii Sports as probably the best game I played on Wii, because it was a collection of games that were like 5 minutes and they were really polished. So I compare that to VR. It's like, okay, you can make a really, really amazing 5-minute demo. You can make it super polished, super cool, super immersive, super awesome. But when you translate that to even a 4-hour game, that's a big difference. And I don't think that people are going to be able to pull that off for a long time. It's just like the Wii. Then, years later they came out with the Wii Motion Plus, which fixed the issues of the precision, but it was too late. It was too late for any kind of core audience to still stick with it and say this is a really great, precise experience, because it came out years later.
Look what happened with the Kinect.
Yeah,
the Kinect
exactly.
1.0, then Kinect 2.0, and now it's just been completely phased out. No one's doing any work for it. I mean, Kinect was a great idea. It's the step into the VR. It's using your body as the controller instead of using an actual controller.
The thing with Kinect too is the hardware was really solid. Like the Kinect was very, very good at tracking, but nobody made any good games for it. There was Kinect Adventures and the Gunstringer.
There's a couple.
That's pretty much it.
Gunstringer was pretty good.
But that's kind of what I think is different about this versus VR. Is I would have said the same thing about, it's a gimmick and, we'll see what happens. Literally every developer has a VR department now. Microsoft announced it. Sony's got 50 VR games coming at launch. Ubisoft VR, Bethesda VR. I mean, Fallout 4 in VR.
I have a theory about that.
I felt a lot of the VR stuff that got shown off, particularly during the PlayStation conference, was just like, yeah. And
But suffice it to say, I mean, like,
See-
the industry is choosing to push this through. It's not
I don't
Microsoft
know.
saying we've got a gimmick
I
that
don't,
we want
I don't know
to use
about
to do.
that. I think the industry made a mistake and is now too far in to go back. I kind of base this off a comment. I think you listened to this interview too, actually, Brandon, with Lorne Lanning. And he was saying like he's never seen the industry because he's been around for a long time.
Yep.
And he's kind of an outspoken guy, which
yeah.
is why I kind of believe him. And I love his games and his opinions on the industry. But he's like, his opinion is all these people are running around claiming to be VR experts and they've sold all these big companies, but nobody knows what they're doing.
No,
Like
not at all.
you see that nobody can keep up with orders. Nobody can keep up with anything. So, and the amount of money that's been invested into VR is unreal, like just
Oh, it's astronomical.
disgusting. So yeah, of course, every company's going to have a VR department because they're all too far in for VR to not, hopefully succeed. They have so much money invested that they have to keep spending money and keep pushing it and pushing it and hyping it and hyping it in the desperate hope that it's going to succeed. Now, maybe it will.
You could have said the same thing about early console gaming, Coleco, Nintendo, all these things in the early 80s when it was like nobody had a clue what they were doing and they were just trying to get some things together.
Well,
and you know what ends up happening? One of those rises to the top, carries everybody with it. And you get some standouts that it's like, oh, hey, you know what? Yeah, Bethesda, really, they figured it out. They got VR down, Yeah, this company over here, now they're still garbage. They're done for, they're going to fold. That's just the nature of all business.
Maybe I could get behind that if there was more risk taking from the big companies. But the big companies just churn out the same thing over and over and over again. And I just can't see them being, now maybe some independent or smaller companies will be able to pull it off. But I really don't think the big companies are going to be willing to risk enough.
But how many
to
big companies
really
are
have
left?
something?
I mean, in comparison to indie developers, people who are just
there's not many
enthusiasts
left.
they're just enthusiasts about the tech. It's like, oh man, VR is so cool. Well, I listened to IGN Unfiltered with the No Man's Sky guy, and he said, we got a 12-man team, and we went with Kickstarter because we wanted to make the game we wanted to make. And it was Elite Dangerous. It was the Elite Dangerous guy. Terrigan, you would love this interview. And he said,
David
hey,
Braben?
what's it?
Was it David Braben?
Yes,
Braben?
David Braben. And he said, we were making our game, making Elite, and because we were a small developer of people who they like this type of game, we sat down in a meeting one day and said, you know what? What do you think? Oh, it was in the Xbox One party chat. That's where I heard it. And he said, should we do VR? And all 12 people said, oh, that would be really cool. Let's try it. Instead of having to go to a developer and present a sales case as to, okay, this is how many people are going to buy it, this is how many people have a VR, this is how many people want to play it in VR, and make a sales pitch to a developer, they're like, we want to do it because it sounds fun. So I'm going to see if it works, and guess what? It was awesome. I think you got a lot of people who are doing that with their title, and they say, hey, I got a really cool idea for a game. I want to see if it works. I can get my hands on a dev kit, and I'm going to just see what happens.
Maybe that will happen, but I don't think the good stuff is going to be from the hype that you see at a conference like E3, where it's just the big guys saying, oh, we did this, we put Fallout in VR.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really pay attention to that because I didn't
care. But don't
care.
you think that type of an announcement might churn the thoughts of somebody who maybe is on the edge of having a really great idea?
No.
It's like, the big people can say, "Yeah, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this," and then someone says,
I think the problem
you're
is
doing it wrong.
they're
How about
not.
we try this?
I think the problem is they're not really committing. They're like, here's a game we already sold a zillion copies of. We're just going to slap it on VR now because we know we're going to sell a zillion more copies to everybody that has a VR headset because it's the only game they can buy.
Except that there aren't a zillion VR
Well, okay. All 10 of them are going to buy it, so
But I think you're.
because it's the only thing they can buy.
I think
Very
your approach
expensive.
comes. I think you got two angles here. You've got the large developers who are gonna, they're gonna put out those games like Call of Duty VR. Boom, there you go. Everyone's gonna have a VR, and they're gonna play it, and they're gonna say, "This experience sucks." Let's talk Batman VR, right? I think we can all agree
Yes,
that
let's-
sounds
let's-
dumb.
Let's talk the Batman VR.
That sounds so
I was
dumb.
really disappointed with that, and I was really disappointed with Rocksteady there because it seems like we've wrapped up. We're never going to do another Batman game. Oh wait, we're going to do Batman VR.
I missed that one.
and I was
So-
just like,
But
what?
here's the kicker, right? Batman VR, it's a visual novel.
Yeah, it seems like
Essentially.
it's essentially the investigations mode and playing through a VR, a visual novel kind of story,
Right.
which could work, but
Could
it's
work.
not.
At least
Sounds
they're
hugely
committing, I
disappointing.
guess.
But here's
Yeah,
the
but
thing, right?
it's not really it's not the Batman game, and it was just a bit disappointing to me.
So that though says, oh, hey, I like Batman. I'm going to give that a shot. I'm going to buy a VR. I'll give that a shot. Oh yeah, that experience was terrible. Well, now I have this VR headset. I need to find a good experience. Oh, you know what? John Q. Publisher over there, tiny little 2-man development team put together this thing. Let me give that a shot. Oh my God, this is a really great experience. I love this.
But look at
I mean,
Kinect.
that's the thing.
That's what happened with Kinect. Everyone
Kinect
had
is one
one.
company.
That's
Kinect is
true.
one company pushing their agenda. VR
That's
right
true.
now is 3 companies all trying to be the best, be the first, be the only. And this type of competition, I think, is going to lead to some really cool games.
One thing that was interesting to me is that I think the Scorpio is being targeted to support multiple VR headsets. It will support the Vive, it will support the Oculus, it will support whatever. The PlayStation are not pushing that; they're pushing their own headset only, and that's going to be stuck and
Oh,
locked to the
that's
PlayStation.
that's not
Which
going
I
to go
think-
over well.
Which I think is going to bite them in the ass because I think a lot of people who say people who've already got a high-end PC with a Vive or whatever, and they play some of that stuff, and then they can get their Xbox Scorpio now, and they can plug their same headset into that, and it just works. Why would you buy a PlayStation just for their proprietary kind of headset and never be able to use that on a PC or upgrade or use it for anything else? So
Totally agree.
Yeah,
I mean, I think their Xbox is promoting the Play Anywhere. I mean, they push that like you wouldn't believe. And it was, I saw somebody flip it and they're saying it's actually Xbox telling you that it's bad news, that there's no more console exclusives. Like, Xbox exclusives don't exist anymore because we're just going to do Xbox and PC exclusives and just keep it away from Sony. And it's their marketing way of saying, hey, it's not so bad, right? You can play with PC, you can play with Xbox, and it's experience across all of that. And knowing how strong they are in the software market on the PC, they're merging those two mediums together. And then Sony, who doesn't want to play with others, is going to be stuck on their own little island. And I think that's Xbox's plan of attack here.
See, I like the Play Everywhere thing, but I don't like that it's basically forcing people to go digital if you want to do that. I mean, I don't know if there's a way around it, but
Yeah, well,
it's just that
get with it.
again.
Listen,
no.
Grandpa
Digital's the
Randy.
future. Digital's the future.
No, I don't
It
like
is.
it. I don't like one
Mate,
company.
you can not like it, but that's the future.
I
It's
don't
just-
like one company having entire control over the marketplace. I don't like that. It's what we see, basically what you see with Steam, and I really, really do not like Steam.
Well, go
I have
take your rotary
so-
phone. and
So
you can
many
go
problems
home.
with that. I'll take my floppy disks and I'll play my games on my floppy disks. Okay.
Hey, so I had a question for you guys. I just kind of kick this one out here. But what do you think the Project Scorpio ultimately is going to be called? I mean, because it's going to have Xbox in the name.
I hope it's the Xbox One too, just because that's a terrible name. No, I don't know. It's something stupid.
Do you just
my,
think it'll
my
be
vote is with Hank, as in Hank Scorpio.
Hank Scorpio? I mean, would it be? It's not going to be Xbox VR, right? Because that's too alienating,
Could be
No,
Xbox
well, the thing
4.
is, it's not going to be VR dependent anyway.
right?
It could be the
I
Xbox
have
4
no idea.
because it's the fourth
The 4K?
Xbox.
And the 4K,
It could just be that's what I'm.
Xbox 4K, even.
4 or 4K. I hope it's
Xbox
neither of those because Xbox 4 is okay, but
Xbox 2.0.
Yeah. Anyway, Lord Chabello asked on my friend feed, "Hey, who's going to buy an S and who's waiting for the Scorpio? You guys, are you lined up to buy any of these?"
no.
Not at this stage. My day one console's kicking along just fine, thank you, and I don't feel the need to get a Slim. I will wait and see on the Scorpio.
After my terrible day one experience, maybe if it comes with an achievement, probably not. Even if it comes with an achievement, I don't think they're going to get me again. Because no, I got burned way too bad on that day one console. And the price and the quality are just really, really put me off any kind of Xbox launch.
It really must be a US thing, because the quality of the Australian build is great.
No, it's just crazy.
I'm still using my original.
It's very possible
controller.
it was the US build, because I imagine they would have been the first ones.
Yeah, they would have been.
I bought mine a year later.
Anywhere else. Yeah. Well,
So
you
I was
didn't get a day one
intrigued.
console.
Yeah, I was intrigued to buy the Slim if I traveled more. Because as of now, I can't possibly move my Xbox.
It's funny you bring that up, because I just traveled with my one.
It sounds like a
My
monster.
big one.
It wouldn't be bad if you had luggage and whatnot, but if you were I think
I carried it on.
right?
I carried it on the plane.
Well, because you want to protect it.
Yes.
I mean, I think of Damien, where it's
It is
if he's in his car driving from hotel to hotel or doing whatever. If you're in a sales type job, you want to bring your console with you. That 40% smaller with no power brick, that's really appealing.
No, it doesn't have a power brick.
No,
I know that.
It has
no
a power
brick.
Yeah, it's just got the one cable. I just wonder with that power brick thing, though, is if it's going to lead to overheating issues, because it's inside the console that's already getting hot.
Well, I'm almost thinking now, because it's slim and it's almost the portable one, that you don't actually put it inside your little entertainment center. You just gotta have this
I
float around
I just
and-
mean in general, just in the Xbox itself, sitting on a coffee table or whatever. The Xbox One already gets quite
toasty.
hot.
Holy crap, it does.
And then you put the
It
power
killed my
brick.
Kinect. I had to reboot my Kinect. It overheated
really?
the Kinect, yeah.
Yeah, because then you put the power brick that also gets warm. It doesn't get hot,
yeah.
but it gets warm inside of the box that is now smaller, which may be good or bad for airflow. Don't know. And then you get that heat with the heat overheating your power brick that you now can't replace without replacing the whole box.
Yeah.
Maybe that's going to lead to some issues. I don't know.
Maybe, but on the other hand, they've got another 3 years worth of manufacturing improvements and
That's true.
chip enhancements and cooling and so there's lots of things change in those years. I mean,
Yeah, and I'm
when they
not-
first designed the Xbox One. That was 2 years before they probably locked down most of the hardware. 2 years before the Xbox One came out, so we're talking 5-year-old hardware.
Mhm.
And
I'm-
you redo it now.
And I'm not convinced that's going to happen or anything. I'm just skeptical, just given kind of, I see it with some laptops, and I've read some, you see Ultrabooks, some Ultrabooks that are super thin, have no fans, and then they slap a 2 gig graphics card in them. Well, yeah, it melts the computer because it can't breathe and it just gets too hot.
Well, that's just bad design.
No, it's bad design. But I'm just wondering if, maybe they're really desperately trying to get this thing, looking awesome on paper.
Yeah.
But
I mean, if my one goes
hopefully-
down, I'm buying a Slim. I will wait on a Scorpio at least 1 year, like I did with the one. I held off for a year. I may even wait longer. I'll let the Scorpio play out, but my replacement will be a Slim easy. If I ever need a replacement or I want a second box, it'll be a
I
Slim.
suspect you won't be able to buy anything other than a Slim.
Oh,
after
probably
it
not.
comes out.
I mean, you could probably look refurbished one or something, try to get real dirt cheap.
yeah, but those are usually
at that point,
almost
I'd be
as much
willing.
anyway. You look at GameStop, they knock $30 off or something. Just nothing. Why would you buy a used one? And they're not even refurbished. They just put a sticker on it and say they looked at it. I just bought one the other day that was all dirty and stuff. It's refurbished. That was a 360. When I went back to the old country, I bought a 360 to leave at my mom's place, so I don't have to haul it with me.
Sure, Kyle. What about you?
Your
What
seven-
you
your
got? Any of
17th one?
these gonna buy?
Yeah,
I'm probably gonna get a Slim, like I mentioned earlier, and then we'll see about Scorpio. I'm still very skeptical on price and whatnot, but it's time for me to get another Xbox One.
Yeah. This one's run its course. That's the thing. I mean, with the amount of gaming that we typically do, like, we're putting a lot of miles on it. Yeah, it should work. It should be like that. But, I mean, I've Red Ring 2 360s, and I don't even put that much time into them.
Oh, man.
Hey, Kyle, don't you have 2 Xbox Ones already?
No, just rocking one. That's why I need another.
The other 2 guys got their gift Xbox Ones, didn't you?
I got the free one, so I still haven't bought an Xbox One. So right. I think it's time. But yeah, I did.
Got lucky and got freebies.
Yeah, I got a free launch Xbox One. So
nice.
I do. It's time for me to get another one, and I have a 4K TV, so it just makes sense.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, it's cheaper than a 4K DVD or Blu-ray player, isn't it?
It will be the cheapest 4K
yeah.
Blu-ray player,
which is probably what they're going for. Because remember what PS3 did and how many units they sold just as Blu-ray players?
Oh, absolutely. I had a friend who did that.
Yeah, because it was like hundreds cheaper than a Blu-ray player, and it was a PS3 on top of it.
Absolutely.
So that's smart on them if that's what they're doing, because it's a good strategy.
Yeah. Just going to give a quick shout out. The Joe Dean replied on my friend feed, said he's buying both for sure. He's on board. He mentioned a couple of games that he was interested in. Dead Rising 4 said it was the only one he really excited for, but he liked Battlefield, and other than that, not much. And then he did say, like, We Happy Few was top of his list, and some of the things that didn't happen. Metal Gear Solid 1 Remake didn't happen. But I want to circle back to I think you're going to get a lot of people who are just – they're like the Apple tech junkies. They want the newest and greatest, and they're going to pay through the nose for it. And I like the idea of Xbox trying to support 2 versions because I'm not that guy. Crandy, you're not that guy. You buy the one and you want to hang on to it as long as possible. Yep. And for me, I'm a late adopter to things. I want to make sure it works before I
would
commit.
Be more willing to upgrade if I had more disposable income. But even just out of principle now, like even if I had a ton of money, I could not see myself easily getting on board with either one of these new consoles just because of how bad the launch batch was last time. It really left a bad taste in my mouth of Xbox and launch. And not only the quality, but like, okay, you had to buy a Kinect that nobody uses. You paid like the price dropped so much, like just months later. It's just that thing. And it's like, they really burned the early people big time.
All right.
And they also burned a lot of the developers as well
who
targeted the Kinect specifically, like Harmonix.
Harmonix, for sure. I mean, I've got my issues with Harmonix right now, but that was pretty bad, especially to a smaller dev like Harmonix.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, so before we go into like specific developers and stuff, between Microsoft and Xbox, who won? Do we need to know? As I've already seen some articles out there about who won this
who won E3 or who won
E3. Yeah,
well,
who's already king of the console?
What did my report card say?
God, I hate these. So there are already 2 articles.
Okay. So my report card actually said Nintendo won, which is interesting because
YouTube said Nintendo won.
Because I was initially very critical of Nintendo in my thought. As I looked at their conference, I'm like, they're only going to talk about 2 games. But then I watched it and I was like, they actually showed something. They're the only people that actually showed anything of value whatsoever. Yeah, they only showed 2 games, but they showed 45 minutes of actual gameplay on both of those games, which is amazing. Like I should upgrade them to a C- because I mean they should be a little bit better.
So the winner of E3 in your book got
Nintendo.
a C-.
They got a D as it stands right now, but I may change that. I mean, it was still just like, okay, I think everyone knew they were coming. They didn't talk about amiibos. I was convinced they were going to talk about overpriced amiibos and an outdated console.
They came out afterwards.
They didn't.
Waluigi.
Oh, did they? Did they do that outside of their
like,
conference? Okay. Well,
they did. It was
we'll keep
in the Zelda booth.
We'll keep them in a D then.
As far as who won E3, I don't think any of the major conferences really won. I think the biggest winner out of E3 for me would have been Compulsion Games with We Happy Few. The amount of chatter that's come up from the trailer that got showed during the E3, the Xbox conference, the amount of interest in that game has spiked significantly, and I think Compulsion Games are really the big winners out of this, above and beyond anybody else.
That was a brilliant trailer, and it was presented perfectly to convey what that game was, and intriguing enough to be like, this is something special here. This is really cool.
Yeah.
I
thought that was...
I mean, I watched the trailer. I was impressed that it had some actual gameplay. I mean, I don't think there's really anything new. Like, I mean, we already know what it is, what it's about if you looked it up. But they did a good job of generating some hype around it.
Yeah, there's a lot more people now know what it is
because
that didn't before.
Because I think before it was kind of grouped in with like the indie stuff that nobody really paid attention to. But yeah, no, I like that. I'm real. That is a game I'm actually looking forward to.
My personal win, and this goes to an individual, Todd Howard of Bethesda, and this is why. He was in an interview afterwards with Jeff Keighley during the YouTube gaming thing, and Keighley comes out and he's like, "Hey, so are you working on Elder Scrolls 6?" And I'm like, "Yeah, right. Todd Howard's not going to answer this question. Like, what? I know you got to try, but you're just dumb." And he came up and he like met it head on, and I so applaud him for actually like saying. And here, I'll just read what his quote was. He's like, "I think that's kind of the elephant in the room. Always when we talk about anything, yes, of course we are working on Elder Scrolls 6. It's something we love, but we have to be careful with what we say. It's a very long ways off. I can sit here and explain to you and say to you, that sounds like you don't even have the technology, and how long is that going to take? And we've got so many great ideas. The reason it's so far off, and thanks to all the other projects in the studio, it's something that is going to take a lot of time. And we actually have two other large projects that we're doing that are bigger than anything we've done. And so people will hear about those two before Elder Scrolls 6. And that will make sense years from now." The fact that he didn't dodge it and be like, well, yeah, kind of working on it. He's like, it made a ton of money. Yeah, we're absolutely doing that game. But the things we want to do, we can't right now. We don't have the technology. We didn't build the systems to do it. But we got really two other awesome games that we want to work on right now. And so, yeah, you'll get 6, but you're going to have to wait for it. And so big thumbs up to Todd for actually just – because then all of a sudden Twitter went nuts like, oh, Elder Scrolls 6 is coming. It's like, well, yeah, we kind of knew that. And so that's why it's like I so appreciate his candor in saying, well, yeah, duh, we're going to make another one. We're going to make a Fallout 5 too, by the way. But we haven't even spec'd that thing out yet. But it's going to come. They're not going to give up on that franchise. So the fact that he came out and did that, I thank you, Todd. I really appreciate that.
Another thing I should clarify, too, is all this stuff on E3, I'm basing it just on the official conferences. All of my stuff is coming from that because the rest is other stuff. I don't count that in the main E3 stuff. And all of, like, everything that I talk about with E3 is
it's press conferences.
The press conferences.
You're in it for the show, not the
that goes back to when I used to get excited about E3. That was the stuff I paid attention to. So I'm keeping it the same on both comparisons. So just
Kyle,
as a point of reference.
Yeah, Kyle, do you have any winners? Anybody that stood out to you that you're happy with?
I mean, honestly, looking back at some of the things that were announced, I really only care about Xbox and what Microsoft has to say, and obviously I'm excited about Halo Wars, but...
yeah, I think you had mentioned that you were kind of underwhelmed by their press conference. You want to elaborate on that at all?
Yeah, I mean, it just... There wasn't all that much content. I mean, they in years past, they really focused on the games. Here's an hour and a half of just straight games. But this year we got, a new console, a new console after that's coming out a year later. We've got, hey, you can customize controllers now and do that in your design labs. Like a lot of extra stuff that could have been announced after the conference was over, or like some news is. But I was most excited about a new Halo Wars coming out. I really love that game from Ensemble. I don't know who's developing it, but because Ensemble is now gone.
What was it? Oh my gosh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's not Crystal Dynamics. It's they do the multiplayer stuff. I'm gonna beat myself up for this. I have to disagree. To tell you the truth, I actually preferred their approach.
Creative Assembly.
Creative Assembly. That's the word I'm looking for. I knew it was two words, and one of them started with a C. Creative Assembly. And Max Hoberman, isn't that?
With 343 as well.
Yeah. See, I liked Microsoft's approach because, and this might be just personal preference, but to be honest, I don't want gameplay trailers. Like, I don't want to sit and watch extended gameplay stuff of things that I can just go and find on YouTube. I want announcement after announcement after announcement. I want to know what's coming and what you're doing. And I look at the list.
So you like the hype train?
I love the hype train. Well, it doesn't have to be hype train.
I hate
it's like,
the hype train.
It's not even the hype train. It's hey, we've got the Slim coming out. We've got Scorpio. We've got Gears of War 4, Forza Horizons 3, Dead Rising 4, new controllers, Halo Wars 2, Tekken 7, We Happy Few. We're gonna do Xbox Live stuff. You get clubs, you get tournaments.
Again, so I don't forget. Now, all the Microsoft people call it Forza. Is that correct or incorrect? Like, there's no T in that word. Why do they call it Forza?
It's Italian. So
is that what it is?
An accent on the way they pronounce the Z, I think.
See, but it's just that bugs me, and I never could figure that one out.
Yeah. Cuphead, Recore, Scalebound, Sea of Thieves, Below, Pit People, Inside. I mean, like, there was game after game after game, and, like, yeah, the Inside demo, right, the little clip of Inside, what was that, 45 seconds? And it was weird, and it was quiet, and there was really nothing. You saw nothing. But, hey, Inside's coming out, and boom, what was it, June 29th or something, July 7th? I was like, what the? Well, that's shocking. I can't believe that's. I mean, I know it's been in development forever, but boy, it's coming out in a month. I love it.
I hate those nothing trailers because they just don't mean anything. They're like in-engine footage. That doesn't mean anything. That's a cutscene.
But that's the thing.
Yeah, in some engine. Yeah, obviously it's made in some engine.
Like, did I want to watch 2-3 minutes of Tekken 7? I hate fighting games. I don't give a crap about Tekken 7. So why waste my time showing it? If I wanted to go watch the trailer, I'd go onto YouTube and watch the trailer. I want to know what your games are that you're announcing and what your plans are for the future.
See, well, and they don't have to be like just 5 minutes of gameplay.
I don't want to see 45 minutes of Zelda.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't really either, but some people do. But the thing is, in your trailer, you need to incorporate something that's actually in the game. That's not just like Ghost Recon Wildlands. They didn't show you anything. They showed you a trailer that was just a cutscene. That's absolutely okay. Later they went on to gameplay, but I'm pretty sure that was after. No, maybe that was in the conference. But anyway, last year they showed 2 seconds.
The one thing the one thing I couldn't tell with that was until about halfway through, I realized there were people on headsets. I just thought it was banter between the characters.
See, I thought they were. My thing was because Ubisoft, I'm extra skeptical of because the Lie engine. We'll get to the Lie engine. But it's like, I thought they were like, there was banter between like you and the AI with some kind of in-game command where you tell your people where to go. So it sounded like other people. So they would make you think it was a co-op game because they didn't specifically say for a long time that it was co-op. I don't know if they ever did actually, but I was like, oh yeah, Lie engine's at it again. But we'll see. We'll see.
I don't know. It looked kind of cool, but it's not my style of game.
I'll tear into that one when we get into Raincloud, Randy.
All right. All right. I mean, yeah. So let's stick on the Microsoft press conference. Anything else that you guys want to touch on that you think is worth a discussion? It's poignant. Did you guys make any new controllers? Did you play around in the design lab?
Well, the thing about that is it's actually restricted to the US, believe it or not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if you happen to have your Xbox locale set to anything other than the US and you try and hit that Design Studio page, it will just bounce you to the Xbox.com front page. It's like
I believe I was able to
online?
access it in Canada.
or maybe it's in Canada as well.
North
But if
America.
you're in the UK,
I
you
don't
can't.
don't
If
take
you're
my
in
word for that though.
If you're in Australia, you can't. I had to actually go and set my locale to the US in order to be able to access it or open it up in a private window. So yeah, no, I haven't really played with it.
What about on your PC?
Until it's available here? I'm just not going to bother.
Can you design stuff on your PC? Like if you went to Xbox.com on your laptop?
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
I went to
that's
Xbox.com
what
on
I'm
the
saying.
laptop, and it bounced because my locale is set to Australia. It
Sure.
just immediately bounced me out to the US. Or sorry, to the Xbox.com website. I couldn't
Right.
even-
See,
That's too bad.
my thing with those is I really like them. I love that you can do all your colors and stuff,
Yeah.
but it's $20 more.
Oh yeah, I made
It's
one.
like-
I made 4. I was like, oh, these look awesome, and I'll put my name on it. And it's like, and there's $100. I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm buying an
Wait,
Elite
wait,
controller.
wait,
Forget
there's-
that.
It's more than $80.
If you put your name on it, it's like an extra $10, I think.
Wow.
Maybe it's
'Cause-
$4.
'cause I was-
don't know what it
I was
but there's-
already,
there's an
like-
upcharge to put your name on it.
Because it's already like
$10.
okay,
Yeah, 10.
already like okay, the Xbox One controllers are already too much. Like whatever 60.
Yeah,
or
we talked
whatever.
about that last week.
It's like I just can't justify paying that much. Like
No,
I think
same.
the 360 ones are like 50 or something, which is still a lot, but it's like okay, whatever.
And you can't return them
And
because you customized it.
yeah, and then the custom one is $80. Like I can go buy. Actually, no, I can't because the Xbox One controllers are impossible to disassemble because they designed them that way. But if it was a 360 controller, you can go on Amazon and like buy new buttons and stuff for like $5, and you can not know how to build stuff and you can put them on. It's like, and you're charging me. You're doing this.
It's not going to be as good a quality though. There
No,
are
it's
actually
not.
companies out there that do disassemble those controllers and will powder coat them and color them in the way you want. And those places are probably effectively going to cease to exist, or they'll need to go into more custom paint job options, which I think they do.
But it's like
But the thing
Microsoft.
is that they charge for that particular.
Yeah, that's like an individual person doing that stuff. This is Microsoft manufacturing these things in huge quantities and just charging. Okay, I guess it's not huge. I guess it's still
I
like
think
one.
it's going to be the thing is that
Made to order.
the price there will be they'll have stock, but I don't think they're going to have lots and lots and lots of stock because I can't see that they're going to be selling millions and millions of these things. So
it's just
the
like-
price point has to be realistic based upon what kind of stock they need to keep in and how many people are actually going to buy it and customize that kind of thing.
And the thing is, too, if it was like a $10 premium, I don't see that as too much. It's like, okay, that's a reasonable premium. You're already making money on the controller. You're already selling it directly yourself. So you're making even more money than if I bought it from, say, Best Buy or whatever. And then you're charging an extra $20 on top of that and $30 if you want your name put on it.
Well, I think
Like-
it's all setup fees.
Like that just seems excessive. Like $90 for a controller with your name on it with some different color plastic.
I think we can all agree we
I don't
didn't
know.
think you were the target market, Randy.
But
You know,
I love
that being
pink
said, you can make
controllers. I
gray
haven't
on
been
gray
able-
on gray.
I haven't been able to make a good pink, get a good pink controller.
yeah, get gray on gray with Raincloud Randy written on it.
Yep.
We'll see
How
if we can
awesome
get
would that be?
That would
see if we can
actually
get
be
a
awesome.
See?
yeah, we'll see if we can get a pool together of listeners to get you that.
Hey, if you guys want to see more designs, there's actually a subreddit right now with all of people's designs uploaded onto
But-
it. Like they have made a subreddit called like the Xbox Design Labs, and somebody made like the Super Nintendo controller, right, all gray with purple thumbsticks and a purple D-pad. There's some for every professional sports team out there, all the NHL teams, NFL, football, soccer.
ones, I
Yep,
expect.
country ones. I made one for my college team. I made there's Star Wars ones. There's a Boba Fett one. There's just all these just crazy color schemes. I made a zombie one for me. It's the zombie green with gray and red buttons.
It's great to play around with, but I just wonder
It's
how
super fun.
successful-
I'm just saying, yeah, I'm not going to pay.
Actually,
I think it's cool to make them, but it's just like at the end of the day,
Yeah.
that pricing is excessively high, especially when it's coming direct. Like if I was paying like one of those companies. It's like, yeah, okay, I expect them to charge that much money because that's all they do. That's all they do. They do a few of them, and that's it. And they'll do crazy, cool custom stuff. But when you're talking Microsoft, they're big. It's like
they're big, excessive. But the thing is, that as soon as you get down to a customized one-off thing like that, you've got to have somebody there who actually assembles the thing, and that's where the cost comes in. If you're mass manufacturing the same thing over and over again, that's where you get the price savings.
But it's only like semi-custom though. Is you have to pick from a predetermined set of parts.
Yeah, and then
other than
the name, also have to have the name thing printed on there. But yeah, I mean, they have to assemble it, test it, make sure it all works, meets all of the requirements to be shipped out, and then but it's still somebody has to go in there and actually do it. It's not something that they're just going to be able to press a few buttons. At least I wouldn't expect that they're going to be able to go and say, press a few buttons and pass it into a machine and have it spit out the controller at the end. I mean, maybe it will, but even the setup of that kind of soft process is expensive. So
to be honest,
I don't think the price is that excessive for what
I don't either. But I think the fact that the Elite controller exists makes me pass on that price. Because if I'm willing to up, I'd be willing to pay an extra $20 to have a custom controller, but I'm already that much closer to an Elite controller then, and it's like, well, then what's another $20, and boom, I got an Elite instead.
Yeah, and that's maybe add another 30 on that and get a custom Elite. Yeah, and they do that.
And that's where I'm at as an Elite controller owner. I'm looking at this like, this would be cool to have a controller with my name engraved on it and USA theme, but. Am I ever going to use this? Because I have my Elite controller right here, and I really like it. So I just, it would be a waste of. I'd rather just buy another Elite controller to have as a backup at that point, or customize an Elite controller. Like that would be cool.
I wish I liked Gears of War, because that Gears of War Elite controller looks awesome. Like the fact that the little D-pad has the guns imprinted on them, like you can hit up and get to the pistol, and like they actually have those imprinted on there, and just cool designs. It's like, that looks really sweet. I hate Gears of War, but that looks really cool.
I guess I'll put a final comment on this. Is I do really like pink controllers. They have my favorite shade of pink. So maybe one day when I have a bunch of spending money and I need a new controller, maybe I'll cave. But at this point, I don't know.
It's the sort of thing that people would get gift cards for. I could see that happening.
Let's talk about the two things that weren't there that were surprising. One was HoloLens. They didn't mention HoloLens at all, which I'm actually okay with.
I think that's kind of going back to, I don't know if it was, I was hearing when you were talking about this, whenever it was mentioned that it's kind of going to be more of a productivity device.
Yeah, I think that's
I really think that's what it's going to be.
So I'm glad they didn't try shooting.
Mess with HoloLens at all?
No.
It looks super cool.
Got an opportunity to. Yeah, so I went to Build 2016 in San Francisco, where they had a HoloLens demo, and then all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, my employer decided that they wanted to buy a HoloLens, and I was able to mess around with it, just because we have it and might want to develop some prototypes for it. So it's an interesting device. It's very cool. I don't think there's any real gaming, like Xbox related applications. It's very good at spatial awareness. You can just some of the demos that you have, or apps, I guess, that are installed on the device. You can place a web browser just in the air and leave it there. Walk out of the room, walk down the hall, go downstairs, come back up. The web browser's still there, exactly where you placed it. And
that's pretty cool.
I love that. I think that is so cool.
The same thing with you can place stupid little 3D images. I put a dog on my desk and then walked into another room, came back, dog's still on the desk. Now the device doesn't have a GPS sensor, so it's using its own scanning tech or algorithm or whatever you want to call it that knows where you were when you placed it and is able to scan the environment and determine that that's where you place that dog, no matter if you turn it off, if you walk down 2 floors and back up, they don't disappear. So the issue is that it's augmented reality. It's not virtual reality. So it's not Oculus. And there's different applications that you would want to develop for it. What they did at Build was they turned HoloLens into an Oculus Rift, basically, and it really failed. It fell flat on its face, in my opinion. They're actually going to put this in the Kennedy Space Center as a mission to Mars. Microsoft and NASA are teaming up to allow people to go on this exhibit that they put on HoloLens, and they transport them to Mars, and Buzz Aldrin's there walking around Mars, and you can walk up to the rover and look at it, but it's not in HoloLens's wheelhouse. So it's a VR demo, and it would be perfect for something like Oculus. But when you're wearing the viewable range is like wearing glasses, and so you've got this peripheral that's not. You're not in the environment. You're not on Mars, so you're really moving your head around and looking up and looking down and looking left and just to see everything that's around there, because you're not completely inundated in the environment. So it's a cool little idea. There's a lot. The hardware behind it is truly mind-boggling. But as far as gaming applications go, I don't know. I don't see it catching on. It's way too expensive. I mean, it's $3,000 for the Minecraft thing. The Minecraft demo was cool, but and in that case, Minecraft could work as an augmented game. But if VR or something,
I would see it as being a kind of HoloLens to essentially have virtual Lego blocks would probably be more workable than Minecraft. I don't know that I really like the Minecraft style, the way they presented it anyway.
I mean, yeah, I think it's a educational tool. It's great for universities to develop on. It's very easy to find use cases for that. It's very easy to find use cases for training purposes. Being able to put someone in a environment, work environment, and simulate, and not necessarily be VR, but augmented, and have multiple collaborators. Gaming, I don't know. You just look really weird. Dodging in and out of cubes and trying oh gosh, there's an alien coming after me. Let me shoot it real quick. Yeah.
See, what I'm thinking for it is for me, I'm running 6 Xboxes. I could have 6 screens with the HoloLens. That's a good benefit for me.
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
is that plausible? Does it have 6 HDMI inputs on?
No, it doesn't. But you can put a bunch of web browsers up in the air and just kind of watch 7 YouTube videos at a time if you want to.
Nice.
So
what does it have for input anyway?
The best sort of example, at least of a gaming experience with that I think I read about was it's an augmented reality where it would essentially project a TV that you're playing a game on. So you've got your lounge room and then a game being projected, and you play that game on a TV within the space, but then they start modifying the environment just slightly. And as you're sort of playing this game, then the rest of the world is starting to change and muck up. And that's kind of one of those horror kind of experiences where you kind of everything's going weird.
That's kind of cool.
So, that would be excellent.
Yeah, and
also
very
terrifying.
unnerving, I think. Very unnerving, but I think that was sort of the best example I'd seen of a game that could work in it, but I don't know that it's got the legs for a general gaming device.
Yeah, I think that idea would be better set in VR anyways, though, right? I mean...
Yeah, I think it might have been a VR thing. I think it was one of the sort of possibilities with HoloLens that would take your existing lounge room, so you effectively think you're in your own lounge room, but then weird things start happening.
Yeah. I think that's the beauty of augmented is like there's a certain sense of comfort knowing that you're not disconnected from the world, and the gaming aspect would be but the world is different now, and that's impacting. But like you said, the field of view kind of takes you out of that experience. I think absolutely from a productivity standpoint. That's cool insight. Thanks, Kyle. I appreciate that. The game, though, that I was surprised it made no announcement, and in fact, it's in our game delay roundup, Crackdown 3. Big old no-show.
But that was announced.
The delay was announced.
No, it was announced. Crackdown 3 was announced at the Ubisoft conference. It has a new name. It's called Ghost Recon Wildlands. We'll get to that.
Yeah. So no Crackdown 3. I was like, wow. That was a big tent pole of last year.
The other one that was a bit surprising, no Red Dead.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that
at all. So,
did you see all the rumors floating out? There's one dude who he's been posting on Reddit every day with a different username, trying to get this rumor that he's starting that it was supposed to be there, but because of the Orlando shootings, they took it down. The user comments are actually funnier than the gag he's trying to pull, because people are like, "You're an idiot." There's no, and they just flamed him. So it exists. But yeah, Red Dead not announced. In retrospect, I think though, and I think I mentioned this in the pre-E3 show, and if not, I'm mentioning it now. My guess is Rockstar and the Red Dead entity are big enough to just take over a week. And what they'll probably do is let E3 news die down for 2 weeks and announce it at the end of June here. Or they'll wait till after the 4th of July holiday, hit you in mid-July with its own 2-3 day long, boom.
They could pull some 4th of July surprise thing.
They could.
Where they put out some teaser that looks nothing to do with Red Dead, and then it pops up. It's like, bam, Red Dead 2.
No, I mean, if gun to head, I think it would be the week leading up to 4th of July. So what is that, June 20 whatever?
The other thing there is that they might be doing this just to see when other games are releasing in order to try and get their release window so that it doesn't clash with other big titles.
Not that they really have to worry about that, because, I mean, Red Dead could probably even hold its own against Call of Duty.
Possibly, but you also don't want to compete.
No,
you don't want to compete if you don't have to.
No, I agree.
But do you think Take-Two would want to? Do you think they'd want to go all in on getting the holiday dollars, or do you think they'd want to spread it out and take the May dollars? That first wave.
I don't think it's going to matter. Because look at a game like GTA 5. Because the thing is too is not only are people still buying it, but the thing is they didn't discontinue it in 3 months like every other publisher does. It's you see games like.
You mean discount?
No, stop printing it. Okay. Where you have it and it's okay, if a game sold well, sometimes it's just gone. I remember that with Rock Band 3. My friend was trying to find Rock Band 3 4 months after it came out, and it was none anywhere. It was just gone. And that's not even with the instruments. That's just the game.
Yeah, to be fair, you're comparing apples and oranges there. I mean, Harmonix are a smaller developer. They would have done a smaller print run of the discs.
That was when they're still under a publisher, though.
Yeah, but I think they're still even in its heyday, the music genre was still a bit of a niche. They were never going to sell at the rate of a GTA 5.
No, I agree, but you don't just see it with those kind of games. So that's just the one example that really sticks in my head is they just don't print more, and you look 6 months later, gone. It's you could probably, if you discounted your game to $20 and kept printing it, you could probably still sell it. I mean, yeah, you're not going to sell huge quantities of them, but what's it to a store to have like 3 of them in stock at $20
Yeah,
each?
but the thing is, if you keep printing them and the stores aren't ordering them, then you end up with a backlog.
Yeah,
So
I mean, it's kind of both. Like, it has to be both sides, but it's really gotten to the point where, especially kind of recently, because I mean, you used to be able to find like older games that were still in print for like $20, and now it's not. They're still on the marketplace digitally for $60, but you're not going to buy that game 2 years later for $60. So you just buy it used.
Unless you get it off the digital marketplace.
Well, no, but that's what I mean. Is like even 2 years later, the game is still $60. It hasn't been discounted, but it was discontinued 18 months ago on print because they didn't want to have anything to do with it anymore. I don't know. I don't get that. And I've seen that too. Like, even though they're PlayStation only, I'm kind of a big fan of limited run games where they print like games that are typically indie games that are usually digital only, and they'll do a limited print run. Usually they run like 5,000 copies. I bought a copy of Oddworld from them. Even I have no intention of ever playing it because I don't have a PS4. I don't plan on getting one, nor do I plan on opening it. But it's cool that I could buy a physical copy of Oddworld. But the thing that they're saying is, even with these indie games, is like I was reading on Twitter that they were saying it takes these developers about 4 hours of work to give them the stuff they need to do all of the work for this print run. And they've had developers that have huge demand. Like, they're talking like they could make like a few $100,000 in 4 hours. And they're like, no, we're not doing anything with that anymore. And they just won't. It's not like it's legal issue or anything. They're just like, no, we don't have any plans to print or sell that game anymore or whatever.
You
touch
forget,
it.
though, Randy, that you are like a weird little case that
No, I know,
got
but
onto the digital wave. I mean, there are people who like their physical copies, but like it just doesn't make sense to carry inventory ever.
But
you print
but
to demand.
this is a company saying you make $300,000 for 4 hours of work, and they're like, no.
Yeah, I think your 4 hours of work is possibly
Okay.
understated.
It might be an understatement, but still.
Because you've got to, I mean, the actual getting the disc itself in a printable state, as in putting the software onto a hardware and making it play, that's one side of it. But then you've got to think about the cover, you've got to think about all the rating stickers, you've got to think about a manual if you're going to put that in, you've got to distribute it.
Well, that's the point of this company, is they distribute it.
They distribute it. But this thing is, you still got to get all the artwork together. You've still got to get the any instruction manuals. You've got to think about what's printed on the CD. There's a lot of artwork concerns to be put in there, which I don't think you'd cover in 4 hours necessarily, unless.
I mean, I guess it depends if you have, like on Xbox, where you already make a digital cover, then you just print it. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not that easy, but.
And it might depend on which markets you're going to send it to. You're going to have different rating stickers on each one.
They just do US, because like that's their thing. Is like they're like, we're not big enough to do any other markets because
I guess so. I think 4 hours might be understating it a bit, but
still, I mean, even if it was like 20 hours, it's a lot of money. Because like the thing with this is like you make that limited run based on like how many pre-orders you get. So it's like they just take all the orders, sell it all right away, and then they're gone. Like, that's it. They don't sell them anymore, and people buy them all the time because I think every game they've done sells out like in 24 hours because they don't make too many. Because I know Oddworld sold out in 24 hours.
That's Oddworld, though.
Yeah, but they only do stuff they know is going to sell.
Yeah.
But anyway, we'll get off that tangent.
Okay, so I mean that covers Xbox and the Microsoft press conference. Is there anything else before we move to other developers that we would need to touch on? Yeah,
well, there was one last thing, and I think it kind of got breezed over a lot, but the new Xbox One controller also got announced, and it's Bluetooth, which is a notable change because they've always used their proprietary wireless in their previous iterations.
That's right.
Going back to 360. So Bluetooth is interesting because it means that potentially support for that will widen, and particularly mobile phones, particularly with the iOS and Android push that they've now got achievements coming out for new games, or for Minecraft in particular. It opens up a lot of doors, I think. So I thought that was interesting.
Doesn't the PlayStation use Bluetooth?
It does, yeah.
Could I use my Xbox One controller on a PlayStation?
Theoretically, or vice versa, because obviously the Xbox Slim has got to support Bluetooth input.
Yeah, but the PlayStation's controller's garbage.
Well, I'm guessing that the Slim won't use the controller through Bluetooth. I'm thinking that's just in there too. I think because it still uses it still has the proprietary wireless in addition to Bluetooth.
You sure about that? That seems like a very expensive move.
No, I'm sure that's what it said. Okay. Is it just? Well, I think they're kind of. I think they're kind of going for the. This is the Xbox One controller. It is your universal controller to kind of carry on the legacy of the 360 controller. Because the 360 controller has kind of been like the PC standard, like even for totally non-Xbox people. Like everyone has a 360 controller for the PC. Because you just buy a wired one and plug it in, it works.
Yeah.
And it's a great controller. So if you go with the one, it's like, okay, well now you just have this Bluetooth controller that works on your Xbox and your PC and your phone and anything else. Like that's going to sell more one controllers.
Yeah.
Cool. The other thing I had there was better grip. I think
textured grips.
It's not quite the grip from the Elite, but it's certainly.
It looks very similar to the PS4 controller grip. I didn't really notice it on the PS4, but we'll see. I mean, I didn't dislike it or anything, but it's kind of like whatever kind of thing.
So I'm thinking for the other developers here, maybe just the quick kind of heads up, our grades, and maybe a highlight or two. I'll just kind of do a quick overview. Let's start with EA. Based on our pre-E3 show, it was Battlefield 1, Sports, Titanfall 2, Mass Effect Andromeda, and a crap ton of Star Wars games that are way early in development. None of my maybes or wish list items came true, but I totally nailed the EA originals. And Damien said I was dumb for mentioning it, but I nailed it. I said, I think they're going to build up a niche little set of products with weird developers. And guess what? They came out with Faye or whatever, a weird little indie game that looks kind of cool. I don't know. It might be kind of fun. But EA Originals, I feel really good about that call.
I had one. The Frostbite engine is so innovative, it makes single player possible. Did you guys get that? You know how they're like, oh, we got Titanfall 2 now on Frostbite engine. Oh, and it has a single player campaign. We got Battlefield 1 on Frostbite as expected. There was another one that I forget. And it's like, oh, we have FIFA on Frostbite. Why is FIFA on Frostbite?
Oh my God.
No
yeah.
idea.
FIFA story mode.
And then they're like, and it has a campaign.
Everybody wanted.
Why is it on Frostbite?
Mode.
But and it's like they connected the two. They're like, it's on Frostbite, so it has a story mode. It's like, well, those don't matter. Like those are totally independent of each other. But so yeah,
I think I just want to get the Frostbite engine myself, so I can make a story mode too.
No, nice. Right? So I sent out a tweet as Raincloud Randy as my EA E3 conference summary. Frostbite is great, innovative, and apparently makes single-player campaigns possible.
It absolutely does. So what is your guys' highlight, low light, and then final grade on EA? Crandy, why don't we get the depression out of the way first?
No highlight. Low light is it's horribly scripted like everything else. Highlight was it was a little bit less scripted than Microsoft's. Final grade D-. That's the second highest grade I gave on my report card.
Wow. Yeah. What about you, Tarragon?
Tied with Bethesda.
To be honest, I didn't watch it because EA bore me to tears. It's just basically, a lot of games that I don't play. Besides Mass Effect, it's basically everything EA I just don't play. So
sure.
I didn't even bother.
I think the FIFA story mode was just pretty dumb. I don't know if it's Frequency Vibration again, who from the NBA story mode. I don't know if that's what people really want in their sports games, but
I mean, there's not much else to add.
There
It's just
really
the same
isn't.
game every year, so I mean, it's a bonus.
I can't fault
It
them
worked
too
in
much.
Fight Night Champion. Like, I think that was decent. I played a bit of it. I didn't.
We don't have Kyle here anymore because he would have probably had a bit to say about it.
That's right. The FIFA action. But I will say the Titanfall 2, I was really happy with what they showed. I thought it was pretty cool. I will say the Just Cause grappling hook was completely impractical. Like, when are you going to be able to grapple a falling pilot out of the sky just to zip into him and punch him in the face? Like,
I made a tweet about that, but I lost it.
Use
Something
your gun.
sarcastic about being Titanfall Call of Duty or something.
When you're going to be using that frame is when you want the achievement that goes along with it.
No, that's exactly it. But I did like the idea. I mean, because like when he linked up to that Titan and he launched over him into his Titan, I was like, oh yeah, like Batman. Like, that's a fun mechanic. Like, I would like that. But those things aside,
VR?
I don't think there's VR for Titanfall announced yet. There's VR for that Star Wars game. Anyway, what I'm really excited for the campaign. Like, they, again, it's going to be one of those bombastic, set piece after set piece type modes. But I appreciate that they did not go with a nameless protagonist. They said, "Nope, here's your dude, Nick whatever, and his Titan." Kind of told from the Titans' perspective, and it's about the two of them fighting against all odds to survive. And I think, okay, that's a basis of a story I can get behind. And
I've never actually heard that story before from any other game ever.
well, but that's that's
we
fine.
got 2 rain clouds here. This is great.
But the idea is, like, despite it being a fairly common story arc, there is a beginning and an end to it, and it's about 2 characters. I mean, every game's like that. It's about characters. Like, it's a character-driven game, and it. I think what it can do that'll separate it from the multiplayer stuff is you can then put more variety of scenarios. They showed in some of the campaign, like critters and stuff, right? You battle some weird looking dragon thing. You battle, grunts. It could be Titan only. It could be dude only. You can present scenarios that you don't necessarily see in a multiplayer melee.
I think it's just getting up
I
to
look
speed
forward
with
to.
what it should have been in the first place.
And that's fine.
Titanfall was like half a game, and it was at full price and then some. I just can't
I
get
disagree that
behind
it's
it.
half a game. I mean, yes, they
Just-
made
just
no qualms about it
multiplayer.
being multiplayer only, but I don't consider that half a game. I was just playing it this week. I mean, there's a lot of depth and a lot of content, and I'm not going to be able to complete it from an achievement standpoint. I mean, there's a lot to do, and it's super fun, but you're right. I mean, I think it should have had a campaign. I'm glad they focused on the matchmaking, the gameplay mechanics, and all that from the multiplayer perspective. And now that all that's in place, yeah, spend some time on a story.
I guess it's just my thing when you're charging full price for a game and then you release like a multiplayer only game, you charge $60 for. It probably doesn't have that many maps to ship with. I don't know in the case of Titanfall. I actually don't know.
Either.
But it's like you're charging me $60 for a multiplayer only game, and then you're charging me more for the season pass that just adds some more maps.
Yeah.
Well, on that though, Titanfall, I think they released all of their maps for free, and Titanfall 2 have actually announced that all future
DLC
maps
will
will
be
be
They
free.
did. Titanfall did much later after they had already
it was
sold
after
all
a
the
year.
season passes they were going to sell.
Yeah, the
So-
update
Titanfall
that
2, though, I
came
think
in
they've-
December.
I think Titanfall 2 announced from the outset that they're going to be free.
And
Yeah.
good on Titanfall 2 if they actually hold up to that. But we'll see. I'm not
My
going to
grade-
count on them to slip something sneaky in and be like, hey, it's like Gears of War where there's like one free map a week unless you buy them all or whatever it is. Gears of
My
War 4
grade
is
for
doing.
the big the
Or
press
Instinct.
conference is fourth, tied for fourth, with Bethesda, which we will move into right now.
Bethesda.
Bethesda. This is what I'll say about their conference from my standpoint. The stage and the visuals, like, looked really nice, like that huge screen, a curved screen on the top, the theater, like it was presented in a way that was like, wow, like that looks really cool. And then you just kind of looked at the content and you're like, there's not really a lot here, is there?
Lots of scripts and buzzwords.
Yeah. So,
so should I go over
ahead,
my Bethesda Rain Cloud list? I've got a list. So just start with this one, scripts and buzzwords. This was, I felt, the second most painfully scripted behind Microsoft. Microsoft was just brutal in terms of being just the fakest thing I've ever listened to. Second, RIP Quake, killed by Hype Train, another trading card game, overpriced Doom DLC, lame Fallout DLC, Skyrim remaster, super original, D-. Quake, I was really disappointed by what they're doing with Quake. I think it's really departing from what makes Quake, and I don't like it.
How?
Because you've got classes. You've got classes. Quake should not have classes.
So it's more like Overwatch or whatever?
It's getting in the like hero shooter type thing, which, no, don't like it.
Yeah, but don't you think there'll be a game mode where that's not the case?
Maybe.
Balance everyone out?
I don't know. We'll see.
Quite classic.
Yeah. I think Quake Live will still be the Quake standard after this comes out. Because that's just Quake 3. Quake Live is Quake 3 for free. Right. And that has still been the standard even though Quake 4 came out. So we'll see. Sure. Then I've got a tweet about Prey. Really another reboot of a single game series. Hashtag Prey, hashtag Mirror's Edge. Had to throw in one of Mirror's Edge too. Reboots, that's another one that got me. It's just like, oh, we're gonna do a reboot. It's stupid. Stop.
What about you, Terrigan?
Was it Bethesda? Is it Bethesda who did the Skyrim thing, or is that something else I'm thinking of? Yeah.
The remake of a less than 10-year-old game.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It seemed like that was the big announcement, and I thought, if that's the big announcement, then what the hell are you even here for?
Exactly. It's like Skyrim came out like 5 years ago. You're just putting it on Xbox One with kind of better graphics that somebody probably made for you on PC for free. Like, somebody probably just made a mod on PC. They're like, hey, that's a good mod.
Well, I think that's the key, though, is marrying the modding community to the console community. Like, they're having success with Fallout 4, and the mods are really, really popular. And now you get to bring this franchise, which people loved, and you give it the longevity of the mods that people are really excited about. I agree with Terrigan. I don't think it's the headline. I think the headline of Bethesda was Dishonored 2. I think that's what they felt was their strongest game, and it is my highlight. I think it's the best game that they had to offer, but I don't think it can carry a conference. It was really interesting, and I liked it. I think it's going to be a really cool and fun game. I think they went real long on some of the gameplay stuff. I think they went real long on some of the backstory things.
I did actually like that they showed, like, it wasn't too much gameplay, but it was enough to show you that, like, there's something there. It's not a lie engine production. It's, here's the game that we actually have.
Yeah.
And we're actually showing you some real footage of the game working and you doing something. So I will give them props for that. And it was a good length. I actually did watch it. Most of the stuff I just kind of ignored as I was doing something else. But that one I did watch because it kind of interested me, because it gave a little story tidbit, gave some good gameplay. It was enough to hold your attention for the 7 minutes or whatever it was that it was up there.
I'm excited about the concept of Fallout 4 VR, but again, we're struggling with the movement part of it, so I don't know how that's going to work. And I was also disappointed. There was a semi-mention of Wolfenstein 2.
Yes,
only
I
on
did
that
see
loading
that.
screen.
I liked that.
You know,
I really liked that. I had to pause. I had to go back and like, they're hiding something in there.
Yeah.
No,
so
I did actually like
there's
that.
There's a little mention of Wolfenstein, the old or the New Order 2, something.
What was it called?
Yeah, it's somewhere. I
love
Old
that.
Republic comes back.
Yeah, they're milking the Fallout 4 mother cow as best they can.
Oh, yes.
With everything that they can do. It's cool. They put a lot of work into it. This thing is going to be a monster when it's finally done. I wonder how many achievements are going to finally be on this, because Bethesda's not shy about tacking achievements onto every single piece of content that they come out with.
$10. Here's another quick whipped up DLC for this month.
My biggest thumbs down on this is while I like that, I don't even feel like the Prey is a reboot. I mean, it's like almost a reimagining of what Prey is.
It has absolutely nothing to do with the original Prey,
right,
other than that it's aliens.
But
they even said that. They're like, it has nothing to do with the original Prey, other than there are aliens in it. Like,
but what really got me, what was the worst part of this, is I've got this eye issue, and when his eyes started getting really bloodshot and stuff, like, I was just cringing because I hate trauma to eyes. Like, that's like one of my big no-nos. And so every time he kept looking in the mirror, I'm like, God, what's wrong with you? It just really rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah,
totally superficial, but
I don't know. I don't think they should have called that game Prey. I think they should have just called it something new, because it's not Prey. It's going to confuse a bunch of people. It's going to lure a bunch of people in, and they're going to be upset. That's what's going to happen.
Unless it's cool.
Yeah, but they're going to come in thinking that this is Prey, but it's not.
Yeah,
at all. Like,
so this was tied with EA for 4th on my list.
Yeah, they tied EA with me too for a D-. So
there you go. I guess I should have mentioned Microsoft was my number 2.
Microsoft got an F on my report card. They were my second last.
My last, and I'm not going to go into it, was Sony. I
didn't watch
falling
Sony.
Asleep. They think they like let in with that orchestra, and I'm like, oh my God, this is dumb. The God of War stuff was kind of cool, but I got real lost and couldn't follow.
I think the thing I find with a lot of... I've been an Xbox gamer for so long that a lot of Sony's exclusive IPs, I've just got absolutely no connection to whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never played a God of War, so a new God of War is like, and it's... I don't know. I guess I've got just zero interest in what they're doing. Really, I'm a lost cause for Sony, I think, when it comes right down to it.
The only one that really interests me is Bloodborne. I haven't played it yet. Not enough to interest me.
Right.
And Demon's Souls, but that's a PS3 game that I've played. I really want Demon's Souls to come to an Xbox console so I can play it again. I love Demon's Souls.
So
is this Ubisoft?
I mean, that's all that's left really to talk about. So they were my favorite, actually, of the whole thing. Because I thought, to be honest, and it wasn't necessarily because of the content. I think the presentation of the show was very entertaining.
I will give them that. They didn't sound horribly, brutally, painfully, terribly scripted like all of Microsoft did. Wow, this is great Battlefield 1 with the great epic adventure on the Frostbite engine with lots of people online with up to 64 players. Wow, that's so cool. It's really great epic adventure that you can play on your new 6 teraflops console in 4K video.
Thanks for that, Crandy. I'm very excited about this too.
I'm going to pass this over to my good friend, Brandon, to carry on the presentation.
Yeah.
The whole thing. Like,
I did appreciate
I didn't get that from Ubisoft at all.
I made a joke in the pre-E3 show about her jokes totally falling flat, and yeah, she had a couple misses, but like I think really what set
they got a person that can actually do a presentation.
Yeah,
that's what they did. Is they didn't get somebody.
Well, she's done it for 5 years though, and I didn't like previous because like she would try to shoehorn jokes in, like that Assassin's Creed jokes, and I mean she tried to like get them in there, but it was like the crowd just wasn't feeling it.
It was still awkward because I didn't really feel like she was that into a lot of the stuff, but at least since she was a comedian, right?
She is a comedian.
Yeah, she's a comedian. And so it's like she knows how to talk to a crowd casually.
Yeah.
like not sound totally scripted. So
Yeah.
I did like that, and I think she probably was the best presenter of any.
I
of the
will
conferences
say,
that I watched.
leading in with the big WTF moment of Just Dance, I'm like, what is going on here? This is ridiculous.
I missed a bit of that because
It was
they had so much like just waiting,
bizarre.
and then I just got there and I was like, whatever.
And then-
but they
and then
just
I
had like the guys dancing up on stage, right?
Oh my
Like
god!
in
But it wasn't even
costumes and
just
stuff?
that. It was like, yeah, it was like a zoo. I don't know. It was just weird. And then like, I think what was like really touching, and I know every conference, made mention of all the, the tragedies that were happening. But like when she had mentioned it on the show, it was like her voice was starting to break with like real emotion of that, like you couldn't transition from something crazy and goofy, but you wanted to say something serious, and it was really emotional, and like she conveyed that, and it really humanized the whole conference for me, and like I really warmed up to that. And then when she moved into some, talking about games and jokes and having fun, it was like, okay, hey, I can get on board with this. And then I like Ubisoft games. I think they have a nice array of titles available, and specifically like the South Park, The Fractured But Whole, with Trey and Matt up on stage and seeing that, I just fell in love with that game. I knew it was going to be funny.
Park.
I knew it was going to be cool, but it just like, yeah, it's fart jokes, it's potty humor, but
It's
their
South
little
Park. It's
trailer
hilarious.
clip is hilarious.
Now you see, this is a good transition to my explanation of the Lie Engine, because the Lie Engine theory came to be as I was sitting on the couch with my friend when we were watching the Ubisoft conference. And, we had talked previously about, okay, they showed this footage of The Division. They showed this footage of Watch Dogs. It's the same formula where they show a game 3 years in advance. It's this amazing in-game footage. And then when it's released, it's like, what happened? Where did all this activity go? Where did the graphics go? Where did whatever go? It's all been, who knows? So we're like, oh, it's the Lie Engine. They just have a machine in the back room. They just like tell it, make a good trailer, and then it spits something out. So it was really funny when we had made this up prior to South Park coming on, and then the guy who introduced South Park was like, we just like told a computer to like put a bunch of cool stuff together, and this is what came out. And I'm like, oh yeah, so you just confirmed the existence of the Lie Engine. Mm-hmm. I knew it existed. So when I refer to the Lie Engine, I'm referring to what I believe is a computer that Ubisoft has that they just tell to make an E3 trailer out of some stuff. Then it spits something amazing out that captures your attention and really makes you want to buy that game, even though you know it's not going to be anywhere near as good as that. Because that happened with Watch Dogs. Like, I watched that Watch Dogs trailer, I was like, I want to get that game. And then I thought, and I was like, no, it was made on the Lie Engine. It's not going to be anything like that.
What did you think about For Honor then? Because I thought that looked pretty darn cool. I mean, I was like, I don't even like these kind of games, and I kind of want to buy For Honor.
See, I didn't know anything about For Honor, except my friend was telling me that last year, apparently it was totally different. It was like nothing like what they showed this year.
It was 4-on-4. Like,
oh yeah, it was a
Dynasty
chivalry
battle.
clone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then this year he's like, because he had followed it because he liked chivalry, and he's like, he saw this, he's like, is that For Honor? And then as it keeps going, it's like, yeah, that is For Honor. That looks nothing like it did last year because it was a totally different game.
Yeah.
The whole thing, like that whole story intro, just like contradicted itself. Like, it's like the first clip was a trailer for DLC that they just accidentally showed before the second part that was like the clip for the real game. Yeah, they're like, oops, we showed the DLC first. Oh well.
Well, I think that's the multiplayer part of it. And then they're like, all right, we got to figure out how to get this story to work.
They had that fourth faction, and then they just didn't mention it again. And they like had this whole thing where like the Earth was destroyed, and then they're like back battling on what appears to be like a totally normal built up, everything. So I don't know. That was confusing.
Did you pay attention to the story?
Yeah, I did.
Then it's 3 factions.
Yeah, 3 factions.
Knights, Samurais, Vikings, and there's one evil entity who wants them to stay at war. And so despite them wanting peace, she keeps instigating and making it seem like they're all against each other. So as long as nobody trusts anybody.
Faction, then.
No, she's just the big bad.
Okay, that clears it up a little bit.
She's trying to make it so it's like, oh, you guys, hey, there's no water left. Hey, so you guys are probably getting pretty thirsty. You know who has water? Samurais, Knights, and Vikings. Why don't you go get those samurais? They have water. Or, these people have land, or these people have whatever.
That makes a little bit more sense.
And so each individual faction's like, well, yeah, I can't trust those other chumps over there. I got to fight for my own. And she feeds off of that battle. So I was like, oh, okay, well, it's almost shoehorning a story in there, but it's actually a pretty decent job doing it.
It's better than nothing,
Right, right.
No, I'm still convinced that's Lie Engine, but we'll see.
That's the problem.
When does that come out? Like 3 years from now?
That's what interested me, and I was like, oh, okay, great. Now where do I stand? And of course, the creative director, comes out again, and he is just as animated as
I like him. I like him because he was actually passionate about what he was talking about, or at least he was very good at faking it if he wasn't.
No, because he did that last year, and I was like, he just seemed weird last year, but now I knew to expect it, and I'm like, oh yeah, he's still passionate, and he's got that fire inside. Oh, I love this game. Like, it's like you can tell he really loves this game. Or is he a Lie Engine android? That's
what I was going to say. Maybe the Lie Engine just spit him out. They're like, we need something really good for this one. And Lie Engine's like, yeah, we can do that. Here's a guy. See, that's why he has that cane, because he's kind of imperfect. Like, one leg doesn't quite work right, because the Lie Engine was like, I can't quite lie that much today.
Well, that's actually a power cell. Like, he needed the extra juice to be animated.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
The Lie Engine's perfect android.
So the Division announced a bunch of DLC.
I've got a tweet about that one.
Let's hear your Division take.
The Division expansions almost looked as good as the Division at E3 2014. Lie Engine.
Hey, one of my kind of semi calls that came true, unfortunately not at the press conference, but was announced as part of Ubisoft. Red Lynx came out with a new Trials that is like out now. Also, it was total radio silence, and then they said, hey, by the way, this week, it just came out this week, Trials in the Blood Dragon, Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon universe. So, like, neon insanity all over the place in a Trials game.
I kind of dug that trailer just because I'm into the 90s aesthetic, but I love the 90s toy commercial kind of thing that they were doing. I love that. Right.
And the other kind of maybe out there was, so it was not presented at all at E3, but Yves Guillemot mentioned during like a YouTube interview that they are working on Beyond Good and Evil 2, that it is in development. So that's 7 years running in development, but it's still there.
So what did you guys think about Crackdown 3?
Again, if we play up with the Lie Engine, I was like, I hate tactical military
the Lie
shooters.
Engine was big on that one,
but like they made Wildlands look really cool.
Yeah,
I pre-ordered it.
So did Big L, actually.
Well, no, Big L was joking. He responded again. He said, "That's the joke." I didn't quite catch that, but I think he was joking. If not, you will be wildly disappointed.
He's always joking.
I know.
I on the other hand did pre-order it.
Big L, he's in on it.
You're going to be wildly disappointed.
No, I just pre-order things just to annoy you, Randy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So my biggest thumbs up. I mentioned South Park. That was my huge thumbs up. My disappointment was I love Ubisoft's final, like, hey, here's a brand new game. Tail end is the end of the conference. And I was driving to the gym, and so I didn't get to hear it. And so I was like, oh, I wonder what it is. I can't wait. I got to go watch it. And it's a freaking GoPro commercial, essentially.
Yep. See, I said that.
Steve, the GoPro game.
GoPro enters the video game market. I was not aware. Let me find it.
That was like the biggest disappointment.
I had a really good one on that.
Just not a fan. And maybe if I was into SSX or like one of those types of games, I'd be happy. But I'm not. And to end on that, after being excited of like who knows what it could be, it ends up being this. Like,
so this is my tweet on that one. I didn't realize that GoPro got into games. I see they funded Steep though. It's a great collab with the Lie engine.
I didn't even think it looked that fun.
So they announced these like stupid gimmicky VR games. With one was that Eagle game where you just like fly around, where the people on stage were clearly not even playing it. They just had a video and then the people were pretending to play it. And then there was Star Trek Bridge Crew, which that's a whole nother thing. I'm going to get into that. And then they announced Steep that does not have VR. That is the best game you could possibly have for VR. I mean, you're not going to look as good if you're playing it in VR, but the whole game is like you're just going down a mountain. Put that in VR. You're going down crazy mountain, taking jumps and stuff. That would be amazing in VR. I don't even like VR, and I think that would be amazing in VR.
Yeah. I can't disagree with that.
I don't know what it's like. So you do all this gimmicky VR development, but not Steep.
And there might be VR, but we just don't know. But so, yeah, that's mine. But I did think the presentation of Ubisoft, despite the games, I mean, I think the Lie engine got it into, an A grade for me. The comedy,
the Lie
and Lie engine, I'm sold.
Lie engine's a good presenter.
So let's hear your highest and lowest, Tarragon.
Just on the VR thing, I think the problem with those kind of fast action kind of games is that they still need to work out how to not induce nausea. When they
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. Yeah, that is a good point, though.
Anything with fast movement and movement that your eyes are seeing that your body is not feeling and that your ear is not recognizing is probably going to induce nausea. So that's probably why I don't
that's
see
a good point.
How extreme is that, though? I mean, come on, like Puke Simulator 2017.
Yeah,
GoPro.
I think that's
Puke Simulator. I've got a little bit more to say about Ubisoft before we finish off, though.
Let's hear it.
So, Star Trek Bridge Crew.
Yes.
Now, I cannot believe this is a thing. What it is literally you put on a VR headset, sit on your couch, and you push 3 buttons in front of your face. That is the entire game. The ship is on a rail. I looked into this. Nobody drives the ship. It's just on a rail. So it's like, oh, Captain says, put up your shields. Okay, I'm the shield guy, so I push the shield button when Captain tells me to put up the shield.
Yeah, well, I guess you haven't probably seen there's actually a game that connects over a local network that is basically set up like that. You get a bunch of friends and you are each given a station within a spaceship, essentially, and you all drive a ship through a scenario. And each one of your screens is different. You've got it's essentially an extension of that with VR.
The thing is, too, is they didn't talk about any kind of online play. So I'm going to assume that you have to have 4 VR headsets locally.
Yeah.
Which is like, we're talking in like the $3,000 range at this point, which is when I started sending out tweets about this one. I just went crazy on this one because it was just too much. Let's see if I can find them. Hold on. Oh, another tweet about Ubisoft. You have to pre-order 2 years in advance. They might run out. Don't worry. It'll be as good as the cinematic trailer.
Yeah. Artemis Spaceship Bridge Simulator is what I was thinking of, and that's a thing.
But that's something you could just play on your computer, right?
Yeah, exactly. Everybody has their own laptop or whatever, and they have.
See, that's fine because you're not spending $3,000 on Star Trek Couch Simulator.
Yeah. So
here's where I start with the Star Trek Bridge Crew. I could actually play Star Trek Bridge Crew on a smartphone in my living room by putting up some posters. So I guess somebody already did that. You just put up some Star Trek posters and you play Star Trek Bridge Crew on your computer. I'm just waiting for Ubisoft to announce that Star Trek I put Star Trek Road Crew. Star Trek Bridge Crew is actually a joke. For the price of Star Trek Bridge Crew, I could convert my living room to the bridge and have more fun. Star Trek Bridge Crew, I mean button pressing simulator. Can't wait to drive the Millennium Falcon in Star Trek Bridge Crew. It's actually called Bridge Crew. Hashtag job simulator. Ubisoft, we need a VR game. Dev, what if you could sit in the Star Trek bridge? Ubisoft and Dev, exactly. Hashtag not a game. Phew, job simulator has a simple tutorial, so it's easy to pick up. Hashtag Star Trek Bridge Crew. Hashtag I can't believe this is a game. And then we're into the Watch Dogs 2 tweets. The Lie engine is really beautiful. Hashtag Watch Dogs 2. Wow, some nice game engine footage from Watch Dogs 2. The Lie engine looks great. There's GoPro. And this is actually a quote from one of the people talking about Ubisoft's conference. And the guy said, confetti was the best part of Ubisoft E3. Which I'm going to have to agree with. The Lie engine can't make confetti. And if it does, it's still real. That port of Crackdown to the Lie engine is incredible. Hashtag Lie engine. Hashtag Ghost Recon Wildlands. Let's see. Ubisoft E3 summary. Lots of great in-engine footage on the Lie engine. I think that sums up Ubisoft, except for what... No, that was with Microsoft. So we'll get into that at the end. I'll go over my Microsoft tweets at the end. These are just some highlights. I did tweet more than this. They get an F-. Ubisoft. Nice. F-.
At least it's not an F double minus.
Yeah.
I might downgrade, but they did, as we talked about, the presentation was okay. It wasn't horribly tedious or boring other than the Lie engine tricking everyone. But I mean, it's doing its job. I can't blame it for that.
So we kind of talked about Take-Two already and lack of Red Dead. I think that's about it for them.
Did they do a conference?
They didn't do a conference. I'm just saying about announcements.
Oh, okay. I was like, I missed that one.
Yeah, we kind of talked about it at the pre-show. I do want to mention Activision Blizzard. From all reports, Call of Duty actually performed pretty well. I'm relatively surprised. But what I do, I did get a tweet.
Just when we're on the topic of Call of Duty, I'm convinced that the next Call of Duty will be the best-selling Call of Duty ever. So,
it has to be.
You can hold me to that.
But I got a tweet from M. Surin. I forgot how to pronounce his name. Marseille. Anyway, about the pre-show. And he said, hey, listening to the latest Z to Z podcast, I'm scratching my head. Haven't you and Damien heard about Skylanders, Imaginators, and Battlecast? I had not. And I mean, Damien probably should have because he's got kids who actually have Skylanders. I don't have any Skylanders, but so I went and looked and figured out what this stuff is. So they had announced their Skylanders stuff. You got Battlecast is a collectible card game in the Skylanders universe. Imaginators
another
is...
one? They're doing another digital collectible card game? It's like everybody is doing that.
I don't think it's digital.
Oh, okay. That's different then.
I think it's real. I guess I don't know.
If it's real, that's okay.
Yeah, but the Imaginators is you get to make your own Skylander. Like you can draw a picture and it'll do. I don't know. I was a little confused on that one. They're getting a TV show on Netflix. It's featuring Spyro and the rest of those guys. And then this announcement was at the Sony's, and it is Crash Bandicoot is coming back to. So you're getting remasters of Crash Bandicoot 1, 2, and 3, and then they're putting Crash himself into the Skylanders game. And he looks drunk and demented. Like, he is a terrifying character to put into Skylanders. Like, there's usually some charm, and there's, like, with the characters that are currently in the game, like, I don't know. I guess I don't play Skylanders, so maybe I don't have a basis for comparison, but, like, Crash looked totally demented and freaked me out. He reminded me of Conker, where it was like, hey, here's a character that is really old and not very well fleshed out and likely is, a disaster of a human being or a character at this point. And so here's Crash. We're bringing him back.
See, that just made me think of like Conker's Reunion in Project Spark. That was just like a thrown together kind of mess. Like that just wasn't that good.
Right.
And like, I mean, I'm sure they tried when they made it, but it's like Microsoft was probably like, "Hey, make this thing in a week with Conker in it, so people buy it." And then they're like, "Okay,
Yeah.
this is what we get."
So I was not aware of those things. That's the only thing I wanted to mention about Activision Blizzard in general.
That's kind of a shame with Crash, though, if it looks that way, because I really quite liked Crash, because I used to be a PlayStation guy back in like PS1.
Go take a look. Maybe you've got because I never was. So maybe you've got different perspective.
Crash 2 was like the best. Crash 3 was really good too. Crash 1 was overly difficult and didn't have very many save points and was really hard. But 2 and 3 really got it right, and they were excellent games. But I don't know. I feel like it's one of those franchises that's been so long that it's just too hard to bring it back.
Yeah, I can see that. Square Enix, the only thing I want to mention about them, actually two things, is Final Fantasy 15 at the Microsoft conference. I was really surprised. I was really surprised about that.
They must have paid. Microsoft must have paid them a lot of money.
Well, but they were at the Sony one too.
Oh, I didn't watch Sony, so
they were at both, and so I was like, well, "That's weird." But when I saw the Microsoft one first, I'm like, "Okay, interesting." But then I watched the gameplay, where it's another one of those boss battle things, and it's like this giant Titan-looking guy. And you're running around with your character in their new action combat type thing. And it looked like he got the crap beat out of him for 5.5 minutes. And then all of a sudden the boss went down. So like your character gets wasted on. And I saw him like twice strike that arm. And then boom, the guy goes down, and that was the end of it. I'm like, how did this thing not just squish you like a bug? Like, this is a giant anyway. I'm still interested in the game, but I don't know how I feel about this active combat and just the whole.
See, the active combat would actually kind of make me more interested in it. I'm more into like now. It didn't used to be, but since Dark Souls, kind of more into the action RPG rather than the kind of turn-based one. But I don't know. I haven't played Final Fantasy in a long time.
So, one of the notable shows was Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor 2. A little disappointed in Warner Brothers for not taking time to show that, and you know, maybe the studio's just still kind of recovering from the loss of one of the developers on that game, who I think he lost his battle with cancer this last fall. So maybe that's just really kind of set the project off a little bit, or they put a lot into it and they're just not ready. But whatever the case is, I was personally disappointed that there was no announcement for that. But it is what it is. We'll see it coming down. Finally, some of the wild speculation that we had on the pre-E3 show, two of them that did end up coming out, CD Projekt Red's standalone Gwent game, that rumor ended up being true.
See, that one's okay, because that's different. That's a different trading card game. I'm good with that.
Yep, that's different. And my claim that Undead Labs had some sort of announcement, I did not expect State of Decay 2. I was crazy excited about it, and the fact that it's going to be persistent world and online multiplayer, co-op, really, really, really makes me excited. Now, I'm tempering expectations because it's a team that's grown quite a bit since with the success of State of Decay, but it's not a huge, massive team like Ubisoft's group doing what they did with The Division or the Bungie's group with Destiny, so that type of semi-persistent world online thing. So I don't know.
I don't know. I feel like neither of them really pulled it off that well either.
No, they didn't. And they're not trying to be what I think State of Decay is going to go for. And so I don't really want to tie them together, but I'm thinking from a resource standpoint.
Yeah.
I don't know, if they've got the structure to create.
And the thing is, too, is they're making a world that's less demanding than
But
State of Decay by the looks of things.
we can look at Ark Survival Evolved as inspiration for a persistent state world where you've got kind of ins and outs all the time. It's a survival based game. That's just instead of dinosaurs, it's zombies.
You could look
at
you could look at Elite as well, because that's got a persistent universe that you are constantly affecting whenever you're trading. You're affecting influence of the command, like the controlling factions and things like that. And everything you do, all the missions you do, they all impact the background simulator, which is kind of running. So there's certainly, that's another smallish developer who are dealing in a huge MMO style kind of game with a persistent universe in that sense. So they're out there.
Yeah. So that was another highlight for me. There was one other highlight, and I'm going to go to a Twitter question first from Matt Quinn 89, and he said, "Hey, ZZ, do you guys fancy this type of VR experience?" And there's a link in the show notes that leads to a Facebook page of a girl playing a survival horror game. I think it looked a lot like how Serious Sam plays out, where I don't know if you guys saw that VR. It's essentially tower defense, right? You, with the VR headset, stand in the middle. You have one of your hands connected to a gun, and waves of bad guys come at you. It is dark, and these zombie guys shamble in at you, and you have to defend yourself 360, like Blast 'em Bunnies. And this woman was
petrified,
freaking out, like just freaking out. And I've seen multiple videos of this. IGN had a video with the Paranormal Activity game, where they had all of the on-air talent or the writing staff play this game, and they filmed it, and it was, they had the picture-in-picture, what you're seeing in game, and then they would have the person in the forefront, and like people were freaking out, and like when something came running down the hall, like people are trying to kick it, right? Like it, there's obviously no sensor to your feet, but like this thing is coming up at you, and you just panic and just start kicking, like, get away from me, get away from me. There were multiple people who just broke down and cowered in a ball on the floor. Like, they just lost it. So, like, there's going to be no shortage of these videos. But so if you want to take a look at what this video that Matt presented. That being said, the video I'm referring to is Resident Evil 7, the kitchen demo type thing where, man, that is like, even just, like, I don't have a VR headset on, and I'm watching this little trailer thing here, and it is very unnerving. Like, and I can only imagine, like, being that much in the world and seeing shadows move across or interacting with items in the world that's just I don't know if I can do horror in VR. Like, it's one of the best fits, and if you like horror games, that's going to be awesome for you in VR world. But I am probably going to die if I ever put that on.
So I was talking to a friend about some of the horror games that were coming out, and he's really not a horror guy. He can't stand them. He screams like a little girl when he tries to play these games. He does game reviews as well, so he really hates being given to the games like the Alien Isolation and so forth. But I basically said to him that I mentioned Layers of Fear and what was the other one from the other week? Among the Sleep. And how he probably hasn't reviewed those. It's like he asked about what they were, and I said, "Yeah, you probably don't want to play them. You'll go through your pants quota."
Right. So anyway, the one I do want to mention though with Resident Evil, very clever marketing between the U.S. and Japanese versions. Of course, Resident Evil is the U.S. name, and Biohazard is the Japanese name, and the word biohazard, the Z is accentuated, so the top part of the Z is a 7, whereas in Resident Evil, they use the VIL and they highlight the Roman numeral 7 in that. I was like, oh, very clever, Capcom. Thumbs up for that one. So I do want to mention that. Those could all go in zombie news, to be honest. But I think that kind of wraps up.
I just got to finish up my Rain Cloud.
Let's hear the five. That's all I have for E3.
I've got a couple more. This is mostly as general E3 and Microsoft. So I'm just going to start with my list here. I've made a little list of my favorites that I came up with. Wow, the Coalition really outdid themselves with Gears of War 4. Crazy new ideas all the way back from 2008. Horde mode. Because that was kind of their whole thing. They're like, oh, it's got Horde mode. Yeah,
they said, of course it has Horde mode.
No, they were like excited about it. Like they made a big deal. That's why I said on that tweet, because it was a big deal. It wasn't like the only thing they talked about, but I mean, they put a little too much emphasis on it. Some crazy updates announced for Xbox. I can use any language that's already there and listen to my music. Wow. And I was going to say something I can already do on my 360, but there wasn't enough room. This one, hashtag things that are more exciting than E3, waiting for pizza, thrift store.
Waiting in the DMV.
Probably. I missed one on Ubisoft. I see Ubisoft is sure using that drone it made in a lot of games. Hashtag Ghost Recon Wildlands. Hashtag Watch Dogs 2. Hashtag The Division. The same drone was in the trailer for all of those games. Exactly the same drone. Does the same thing. So they just made it and then slapped it in like all of their games.
But it was animated so well.
Yeah, they just throw it in there. CryEngine. Who cares? Let's see. What's the next one? Oh, Dead Rising 4 now with Call of Duty. Hashtag exosuits. Microsoft's E3 conference was painfully scripted. It's hard to get into anything when the presenters are reading a script. As I read a script. Microsoft conference summary, scripts, buzzwords, nobody gets left behind. LOL in brackets on nobody gets left behind, because I don't believe that. And then the last one, the final one, I will end with my overall grade of E3 was an F. And this one, things that E3 made me excited about, : and that's the end of Rain Cloud Randy.
Was it your colon? Is that what you're referring to?
Just colon, and then there's
colon blank.
There's nothing underneath it.
Now, what I am excited is now, and this is one thing we forgot to mention, was with the updates for some Xbox Live stuff, they're introducing clubs. And of course, once we get that opportunity, and if it's something that's interesting, we'll set up a Z to Z club on Xbox. I can't think of a better reason to have a little group, and I would love to be trying out some of that tournament functionality in the arena stuff that they have. Those are interesting additions to the Xbox Live, experience that I think we can have some fun with as a community. So we can end on that. There are a few listener feedback things we want to touch on. For instance, Big L mentions about the pre-E3 podcast. He said, "Hey guys, the E3 podcast made me pee my pants." No, like really, the sound of all that rain, which I thought was hilarious. The rain was a great touch, Terrigan. I appreciate that, and I'm sure it is going to be all over this podcast.
Oh yes,
this entire podcast is probably going to be background by rain.
Yeah. And then just a quick comment. Segment. Right. A quick comment from R56 Cooper S11 about Forza in Australia. What more can I ask for? He's pretty excited about that.
Yeah. This is actually. Have you actually seen the map that they showed?
The map is a little interesting.
That's hilarious.
I did see a little bit.
People at work, and it's just like laughed. Like this is just ridiculous. It's completely, utterly nothing like. Yeah, not even close to geographically accurate.
Well, I mean, how are you going to play? You're going to like get out of your car and then just die.
Yeah, this is true. But It's like they had Surface Paradise and something else that was like that's in the northern part of Australia, and linking them was the 12 Apostles, which is something down right on the south of it. It's like, what? No, what? It was just ridiculous. And the Outback, because it's the Outback's just right outside my back door.
Oh, steakhouse. You mean.
So that's pretty much it for E3 related Twitter stuff. There was one final private message I got from Stushnikin. And he said, "Hey, you had my name right the first time, and that is awesome. Nobody gets it right. My nickname growing up was Stu, because those are the initials he used on arcades, because they were right next to each other. STU just was so lazy to put in his real name." So then he said in the 90s, there was a old rap group called the Fushnikins. Are you familiar with those, Terrigan? I've never heard of the Fushnikins before. So maybe we can get a sample of their music for the show notes. Maybe not. Maybe they're impossible to find. But he says, hey, so that became popular, and his name evolved to Stushnikin. He said, yeah, the spelling's a little weird, but I'm glad you guys are using the Dark Souls code I provided. Great show, by the way, and thanks for your time. So, Stushnikin, I've said your name now 4 times accurately. Thanks again for listening. I really appreciate that. With that being said, I think it's about time we kind of finish up with our... Oh, there's one more E3 thing that we want to touch on is we've got our UK correspondent, Joe, with her thoughts on E3. So, take it away, Joe.
Hello, everyone. It's Joe here from the UK. It's kind of late, so I apologise if I become incoherent. And I'm here with Tarragon, who's on the other side of the world, so it's really early for him. Hi, Tarragon. I was looking forward to E3 until E3 actually happened. And then I was like, oh. I don't know whether it was all the leaks or the fact that there seemed to be nothing really new. It was like, yay, we get release dates, but we've seen all these things before.
And in some cases, we don't get release dates. Sony.
Yeah, but I didn't watch that one because, I'm not really a Sony fan. Yeah, I didn't realize they didn't give any release dates, but yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, I think there was probably only one release date in their entire show, and everything was like coming soon, whenever that is.
Right. Oh yeah, coming soon. TM. Was that The Last Guardian, the release date? I think that's the only game I've really heard about.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really follow it. I just know that a lot of complaints about the whole thing was that essentially, yeah, here, game, no set release dates for many things, and it's just like, good, thanks for that, Sony.
Yeah, so I started off with EA, and lots of guns and violence, which was kind of worrying because that sort of happened straight after the events that happened in Orlando, which were terrifying. I mean, some of the other conferences did do the Men of Silence, or they had the rainbow ribbon on, but not really a great start for EA. I mean, it's not their fault. They obviously had it planned for, months, but yeah, let's roll out with lots of violence and guns. But, we got to see Titanfall 2, which I was kind of looking forward to. Kind of a little ambivalent about now. I mean, yay, they had it in single player. But...
Yeah. But.
Yeah, but it sort of looked very flashbangy and fast and explosive, and I'm not quite sure what they did to it. I really like Titanfall 1. That's why I bought my Xbox. Well, that's why I upgraded. So I wasn't... Yeah. And then... the single player campaign, it's like, yes, you can play as this dude called Jack. Cool. Then they had the question time on Twitter afterwards, and I was like, hi, can I play as a woman? Because you can in the multiplayer. And yeah, dust balls rolling. What's the expression?
Tumbleweeds.
Tumbleweeds. Yes, tumbleweeds. It was like, yeah, am I talking to myself here? So I still don't know, but I am not hopeful. So
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they have a named protagonist, and I get the feeling that he might be sort of referenced in cutscenes and things like that. So it's going to be locked down. I'm pretty from what I gather.
yeah, but then Bethesda had Prey announced, and they did do the trailer with a guy called Morgan. But then I found out afterwards that you can also play as a woman called Morgan. So.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. I figured, I don't know where the Prey thing got announced, but you'd figure if they were going to let you choose that it would be a thing because, you know, choice is a thing. Yeah. It was at this point I sort of went, oh, okay. And then we got to see a tiny bit of Mass Effect Andromeda, and Ryder is a woman. Well, a very young woman, but still a woman. And I'm really excited about that. But it's not coming out till next year.
Yeah.
Damn it.
That should be good, though, usually. They always do a pretty good job with Mass Effects.
Yeah, I
Funnily enough,
Mass Effect.
I always found in Mass Effect series, I basically always played a female Shepard. And and you have to switch to get some of the achievements. You have to switch to the other gender just for some of the romance options. But I found the voice acting was just so much worse for the male actor. I don't know what it was, and I've heard other people complain the other way, but I just found that, you know, for me, the female voice actor in the Mass Effect series was just so much better.
Yeah, Jennifer Hale, is that right?
Yeah.
She's awesome. I basically played as a dude for about 2 hours because I wanted to get the Renegade achievement, and I've always felt that the male Shepard was the Renegade, and my female Shepard, I couldn't play her as anything else other than Paragon. But a lot of the marketing, well, 99% of the marketing for all of the Mass Effects was with the white male protagonist Shepard. So it's nice to see that they're rolling out as a woman.
Yeah, I mean, they did change that a bit with Mass Effect 3, I think, and they had the reversible cover and things like that. So.
They did have a weird, freaky anime-looking lady on it, but, you know, yeah. Because they did a vote for which do you want the default female Shepard to be, and it's like, how freaky do you want it to look? It was basically that. So
yes, of course they're going to pick the red-haired chick.
Anyway. Hey, my Shepard had red hair, but a normal proportioned body. But hey, it was nice to see that they're running with female Ryder as the sort of main selling point, or, you know, at least for now, the advertising is with female Ryder, which is cool. I'm assuming actually Ryder is the surname, like Shepard was the surname.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah, the Ryder could be, you know, fairly asexual name. Morgan, additionally, could be a surname for the person in Prey. I just kind of assume that when characters get called by a name, it's their first name, because I don't do this whole calling people by their surname thing.
Yeah, although Mass Effect has certainly set the precedent to call them by the surname, and I think that's just sort of a military thing, because you tend to refer to people in the military as, you know, rank, surname. So.
Yeah, Commander Shepard. Yeah. I suppose. I just... by default, I assume that a name I hear is his first name.
Yeah, I assume that in the case of Morgan. For sure.
Really weird assumption, I guess. But hey. So it's basically Titanfall, Mass Effect, NEA's. Oh, and the thing, I don't know, it was a little thing called Fee. I swear they said Fear. Got very confused when there was this cute little purple thing and there was something about music.
That was the EA Originals title.
Yeah, they brought out another nervous Swedish guy, but not quite as cute.
There's been lots of comments about the nervous nervous Nordic guy.
Yeah, it was cute the first year. It was cute last year with the guy from Unravel, because I mean, you know, you could see how much he loved the little Yanni guy, the little Yanni character that he made. But this year it was more the nah, it's not really not really selling it. I mean, it's cute, and I'll probably play it, but yeah. So EA was that's about all I paid attention to, because then it was just guns and white guys and violence, and I was just
And sports.
Oh, and sports. Oh yeah, I also didn't pay attention to the sports.
It's all right. Nobody pays attention to the sports.
I know EA's thing is sports, but yeah. Fair enough. And then I went to sleep because it was late in the UK, and when I watched the Bethesda one on like replay at lunchtime the next day, and I was really, really excited to see Dishonored 2, and actual gameplay, and featuring Emily. Her name is Emily, isn't she? Yes.
I believe so, yeah.
Emily. Yeah. And she's Corvo's daughter.
Yes.
Which I don't know if we found out in the first game. I haven't finished it yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think she's referenced in the first game. But yeah, I haven't played through the first game either, so I couldn't really say.
Yeah, I got halfway through, and because it was first person, and I wasn't really used to first person, and it was I could only play it in short bursts because it made me feel a little motion sick. I only got about halfway through, and then I think Assassin's Creed 4 came out, so I haven't gone back to it. I meant to, in like the UHH, it came up, and I never actually played it. But never mind, I'll probably play it before 2 comes out. But 2 looked really cool. With the shadow walkie hand thing and the time traveling timepiece thing.
Sounds almost Harry Potter.
Yes, but this is more supernaturally. I think the whole premise of Dishonored is this like supernatural assassins. And I think the timepiece was very much sort of like a window through time. So you could see like into the future, into the past, so you could see where guards were and get past obstacles. Yep. I thought that was really, really cool. It was just actually just nice to see some gameplay, because I don't think EA had any. They had a tiny bit of gameplay maybe in Titanfall, but they didn't have too much gameplay. But Bethesda did quite a bit of gameplay for Dishonored. It was nice. I liked it. I honestly can't remember what else they announced. Probably more Fallout. There was a Doom and a Quake and a. Oh yeah, did they do Prey? I was paying attention. I was also going to make a list.
Yeah, Bethesda was Prey. Yeah,
Bethesda was Prey. Yeah, that looked interesting. Very, very scary, but interesting.
Yeah, the Skyrim remake.
Yeah, I've never played any of the.
Yeah.
Was it Elder Scrolls?
Yep.
Yeah, I've never played any of those ones.
So Skyrim's got a good rep. I've got the game. I've just never got around to playing it because I didn't have. Well, I obviously have time to devote to certain long-winded games, but Skyrim hasn't been one of those yet.
But it's like Skyrim in space.
Yeah, sort of. Without the dragons.
I'm sure you can make a dragon.
There was a hint right at the end. There wasn't actually anything more than this, but there was a hint for the Wolfenstein: The New Order 2 towards the end of the conference. But
I think I probably stopped paying attention at that point.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and Fallout 4 VR.
Oh yeah, they had Fallout. Did they have Doom VR as well?
They might have.
Yeah. I think at that point everyone was just trying to exit the auditorium quickly so they could get in the queue. Though I did actually hear a bit of the play, the VR play for Fallout 4. It's all about teleporting in small jumps.
Yep.
That's how they get around the not being able to walk, or not wanting people to walk into walls. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really like the teleporting mechanic, to be honest. Unless it's a Portal-like game, it doesn't really work for me. Yeah, but it's essentially a hack. It feels like it's a workaround, but
it is. It's a hack for traversal, because otherwise, how do you get around in the open world games?
Yeah, I know.
No,
It seems to be one of the problems with VR. It's,
One of the many problems with VR. Maybe someone should have told Sony that before they had like their entire conference as VR.
yeah. Don't get me started on Batman VR again.
Oh no, I won't. But what I will say is that actually, before I watched the Bethesda one, I saw the IGN talkcast or whatever it is they were doing, and they had on the people from Telltale, and we had a little bit about the Telltale Batman game, which is coming. I want to say that's coming this summer. And then we got to see trailer for The Walking Dead season 3, and I was really excited because I like Clementine. Clementine's awesome.
Clementine.
Yeah, Clementine. Woo. So yeah, and that's coming out in the fall, which I believe they mean autumn, which is like September, October.
And for me, that would be spring.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, your fall isn't even at the same time of year.
No.
Because you have Christmas in the summer.
Holidays 2017 and fall mean nothing to me. I have to translate.
Yeah,
I found it. Holiday 2017 in America means like November, apparently. So
yeah, November, December, because it's like Christmas holiday. But to me, if someone said, "Oh, holiday," I'd think summer. Though I suppose it is also your summer, but that is also November. Time zones are so confusing. I say this every time, don't I? But yes, so I was really, really... that was the one thing that I got really... Well, there were two things I got really, really excited about. One thing was Walking Dead Season 3. We got to see more Clementine. It was like a 3-second shot, but it was just worth it. I think she's like 15 now. She's missing part of a finger.
Okay.
She looks kind of badass. She's always been badass, but now she's like grown up and badass. Apparently it's syncing with the comics and the TV show timeline-wise, so I may have to do some watching and reading to catch up. Just so I
yeah, I'd recommend the comics over the TV show, but the TV show has apparently gotten a lot better. But I watched the first season of the show, and apparently the second season wasn't great. I didn't watch it after that. But I've been a long time reader of the comics, so
I should have
definitely
to
recommend the comic.
Yeah,
just be aware it is a very grim read. It not a lot of good things happen in that comic.
Well, not a lot of good things happened in the series so far in the game, so
yeah. It's just it was kind of I bought the omnibus, which is like this huge brick of a book. Covering like 80 issues or something like that, and I had to actually stop reading it after like every so often just to kind of take a break because it was just that sort of depressing. You kind of have to read it in patches to not want to go on off yourself. So.
Oh,
anyway.
Okay, right. Well, I shall. I should take that under advisement. I mean, the only exposure I've had to, I don't know whether that's the comic or the TV show, was the Michonne miniseries. Is that comic or TV?
Michonne comes, well, she's in both. Yeah.
And she has a pretty depressing backstory as well.
Yeah. Yeah, most of them do.
Yeah. I don't think it's a spoiler to say you try and shoot yourself in like the first 3 minutes of the game, because it's the first 3 minutes of the game. But yeah, that was not really how I wanted to start that. But yeah, it definitely drags you in emotionally, that sort of thing. But whether that's the right kind of emotion. But hey, so I was really excited to see Clementine. IGN also did some showing of the new LEGO Dimensions stuff, which I was also really excited about.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yay! Got to see Harry Potter, got to see the new Ghostbusters, got very confused with the Gremlins because I still haven't seen that movie.
There's Gremlins. I think there was Goonies as well. There's a lot of...
I also haven't seen that.
A lot of the old franchises there.
Yeah, it's very 80s. There's like E.T. and the A-Team as well, which I have seen. So, don't feel quite so left out. But yeah, no, I'm excited. Of course. I'm excited. And there's even more than has been announced because it came out that there's going to be like one of those story packs for the Lego Batman movie.
Lego Batman, the movie, the game, the movie. Yep.
Yeah. I think it's Lego Batman, the game, the movie, the game.
Yeah. Something like that.
Because it's a movie based off the Lego game, I think, which I have.
Yeah, or is it based off the Lego Batman from the Lego movie, perhaps?
Oh.
Or
I don't know.
Some combination thereof.
I don't even know when it's coming out. I'm assuming it's at some point before next summer because otherwise the story pack's going to be out before the movie's out. Mind you, it's probably out in America and it's just not found its way over here yet. That does happen.
Yeah, I don't think it's out. We were talking about it, that Freem's kids were getting excited about the trailer and they could quote the trailer word for word, but I don't think the movie's come out yet.
All right, fair enough. So I've not missed out yet. Because Big Hero 6 and Inside Out, they were out like 6 months ahead in America.
Yeah, same here actually. We didn't get them for ages.
Yeah. Secret Life of Pets, I think, has been out for ages, but it's only just coming out.
I haven't even heard of it.
It's another Pixar one.
Okay.
With animals, basically. It looks cute. Previews this weekend, but my friend's got his fiance's family over and can't get out of it, so I don't want to go see it on my own. So I have to wait until it actually comes out. But that's okay. Right, so the one that I was waiting for was the Xbox conference. And I was like, I don't know what they're going to do because so many things have been leaked.
Yeah, this was kind of probably the overarching statement about the entire conference is that practically everything had been leaked and there were very few surprises, which is a bit disappointing in some ways because you kind of want the announcements to actually be something. But yeah.
Yeah, it was either leaked or it was just a release date for something that had already been announced at a previous E3 that I'd already been excited about.
Yep.
So, yeah. But they started with the ones, the Xbox One S, which is for Slim, I guess.
Yep.
Which looks pretty snazzy. Of course.
Yeah, and I noticed we didn't really discuss it in the earlier, but the vertical, you can stand it vertically now as well. So that's
and integrated power brick, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that surprised me.
Yeah. What happens when the fan in it goes wonky and tries to take off? Because I had to replace my power brick because it was so noisy.
Take it back to the manufacturer.
But then you're without an entire Xbox, whereas I just said, hey, just send me a new power brick. So anyway, well, maybe they've resolved that issue. Maybe it was just because it was getting full of dust or something. But it looks cool. It's white though. Which
what's wrong with that?
Well, all my consoles are black.
Oh, okay.
And okay, yeah, my TV is has a silver bezel, but I mean, it's barely got any bezel at all. So everything else is black, and white would just look very out of place.
But at least you'll know it's there. I think they did hint that the black version would be available as well.
Yes, I think they said that they were listening to feedback, which they do a lot, which is nice, and that if there was enough enthusiasm about it, then they would bring out a black one. If they bring out a black one, then I'm pretty much going to be shut up and take my money because it's tiny. It's like 40% of the. Is it 40% of the size or 40% smaller?
40% smaller.
40% smaller, which is it did look pretty cool when they did the whole lifting the old Xbox off the top of it. I was like,
yep.
Wow. It's like they shrink
well,
right.
The thing is to go, take that into account, but also add the old size plus the power brick.
Yeah.
That. So, yeah, it's that's
plus a bigger hard drive.
Well, yeah, hard drive size won't really translate to actual size, but yeah.
No, I know.
it's just it's funny. Actually, I've been looking at Twitter, and Mike Ibarra's feed has basically just got this comment saying that Scorpio has caused a lot of upset PS fans to send a lot of hate tweets. What the hell?
Oh no, someone's upset on the internet.
Glad we have the mute function. Just play, folks, and have fun. But yeah, like, what the...
Yeah.
Why not send something to Sony? You're complaining about them not releasing an updated console rather than send a hate tweet to the opponent. I don't know. It's silly.
Well, it's the internet. The internet gets angry over everything.
And then angry at the wrong people.
Yeah, and then angry at something, at people for reasons they can't even control.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. But hey, so they started off with that, and then they ended it with the Scorpio. It's like, okay, so you've gone, hey, we've released this really cool, powerful, tiny new console upgrade, but in like a year, we've got this snazzy new thing with like 16 teraflops of graphical power. Believe that's the right phrase. And yeah, but we're not going to show you it. We're just going to get people to do testimonials as to how awesome it is. So.
Yeah, which probably means that they've given the specs out to developers, but not actually any hardware. So the developers have to basically or they've probably been given a reference set of hardware that they can build as a sort of a PC to get the generic performance to build against. But yeah, that's not.
Yeah, I don't think they've built anything. I reckon it's completely theoretical, but it was basically them thumbing their nose at Sony going, oh yeah, no, you're not going to announce the Neo. We're going to announce 2 consoles. So nah.
Yeah, I read an article actually about all this, about how the leaks kind of played into that, because if Neo hadn't been leaked and if Scorpio and the Xbox S had not been leaked beforehand, the conferences could have played out completely differently.
It still would have started with the S, I reckon. Well, or at
the
least
S would have definitely come, but Scorpio may not have been announced, and the Neo may have been announced, or if they'd both been announced, then Microsoft would have basically one-upped Sony immediately, because the Neo isn't just on the leaks anyway. That's not as powerful as the Scorpio is going to be. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, who knows? It would have been an interesting conference, but
yeah,
I think not to be.
In my mind, if we're going Xbox versus Sony, I think Xbox totally won.
Yeah, I think it depends who you ask. If you're a Sony fan, Sony won. If you're an Xbox fan, Xbox won. For me, I just didn't pay attention to the Sony side of things, because Sony, it's a lot of IPs that I've never played and don't really have an interest in playing because I've never played them.
And they're exclusive to the console, and we don't really care.
Yeah, because there's just it's been a long time since I've wanted to go and get the other console to play a particular exclusive. I think the only one that I've kind of missed out on has been Last of Us and maybe Heavy Rain. They're about the only two that were kind of on my radar.
Yeah, exactly the same as
but not enough to really go out of my way to do it. And probably the only other thing that I would do is I've actually got a PS3, but it's sitting in a shelf there with not plugged in. No, actually, sorry, the other one's plugged in. It's the Blu-ray player. The only thing I'd sort of look at doing there is maybe going and doing the PlayStation stacks of the Batman series, but that's just because
you love Batman.
Yeah, and I'm a bit obsessive about getting everything that I can get on Batman.
I understand completely. Batman. This is why I purchased the original Lego Star Wars and Lego Rock Band, and I'm going to be borrowing the Lego Japanese Batman from you, and I've literally just purchased 3 stacks of them for the 360 to Bean Dive, because I've decided that I wanted to get 100%, which means, of course, buying Dimensions twice, but it's okay because I only have to buy the Portal, because everything else is cross-compatible. But yes, it's I don't know whether it's a sensible idea deciding to 100% Lego collection, and I don't know whether I'll be able to, but...
Of course it's not sensible. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It's like I decided when Assassin's Creed Revelations came out that I would, or before it came out, that I was going to 100% the entire series up to that point. I did. I've got 100% in everything up to Revelations, including Revelations. I kind of fell off the boat a bit when 3 came out, but yeah, it's just and Dead Rising is another one of the ones that sort of everything up to the end, like everything up to Dead Rising 3, I've gotten the completions in just because I'm like that.
Did you play the Windows Phone / Windows games of the Assassin's Creed things?
No, that's where I think that came out around about Revelations /3, and yeah, I didn't quite get into that. So
yeah,
I thought really about it.
Pissed off that they were part of the collection because they're not really in my mind.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like, it's arguable whether Lego Rock Band is really a part of the Lego series, but it is, but it's not, but it is, but it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I have it now, so hey. I've done quite a few of the Assassin's Creeds to 100%. Not Revelations because of that annoying first-person mess.
I think I must be the only person in the planet who actually didn't mind that section, all those sections.
I didn't mind it too much when I went back to it, though trying to cross the bloody river... Oh, sorry, Mum. Trying to cross the river Styx without dying. I couldn't even figure out how to cross it the first time. I was like, I had no idea what I'm doing, and there was something with jumping, and then I was like, yeah, I'm never going to get this achievement. Well, I might, but oh. Yeah,
that one wasn't too bad. I think the other one was Impress Warren Vidovic, or whatever his name is.
Vidic. To do it without dying. Yeah,
you've got to get through an entire section without dying. That was the most frustrating one.
I think I did it in 2 halves with a death in the middle, which is not terribly helpful.
Yeah, I think it's really frustrating because there's one section where you've got to basically fall down this tunnel with these moving sliding panels and not hitting any of the panels as you're falling. And and that's kind of like the last bit, but also the hardest bit. So it's kind of like you get through all the little bits in between up to that point, and then you get to that bit and die, and then start again. It's like, anyway.
Frustrating. Did that have lasers as well?
I can't remember now. It might have, but it certainly had sort of sliding sort of panels that you had to kind of navigate. And if you touched them, you died. So
I went back and replayed Revelations, or at least part of it, to try and clear up some of achievements, and I can't remember why. Probably some challenge or something. It was probably one of Freem's challenges, and then I went back and played a whole bunch of them.
That guy.
Yeah. I did all of the first-person stuff, and it wasn't as bad having had a 4-year break from it, but still odd choice in what is normally a third-person game.
Yeah, I guess that it was interesting just because it was a change of literally a change of perspective, but it was kind of I think it was meant to kind of jar you because it was what's the name of the main character again? Desmond, because he was essentially in that kind of halfway world kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so it was meant to kind of represent that jarring. It's not in the Animus, but is in the Animus kind of view. But
yeah, and then he came out of it in 3 and looked like a monkey.
Yeah. I'm a
bit disappointed that kind of his face, but yeah, in 3 he looks like a monkey. It's ridiculous.
And I'm must be also one of the only people on the planet who actually liked 3. Actually, quite.
Oh no! I liked 3.
Yeah, lots of people really paid on it, but actually, I kind of got the character. A lot of people didn't.
Yeah, I did lots of the side missions. I think that helped. But yeah, no, I really enjoyed it, or at least enjoyed it. And at the end of it, I read all the reviews with people saying it's like, but I actually liked it. But okay, if everyone's hating on it, then sure.
Yeah, sure. It sucks. Yeah.
It wasn't as good as perhaps the other ones, but it
no, I think everybody was expecting a new Ezio, but I mean, you can't really repeat an Ezio. It's
no. All right. So what else?
Anyway, back on track.
Yeah, I was going to say. So what else was on at the Xbox? They had some Final Fantasy. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118. 119. 120. 121. 122. 123. 124. 125. 126. 127. 128 where
Which-
some dude was
Yep.
awkwardly fighting a giant fingernail. But he was like attacking this titan, and it was just basically he was just poking him in the fingernail, and then he froze his hand and then suddenly that was him defeating him. It was a weird demo. It was a very weird demo.
It was one of the 4 male protagonists in that game.
I think there were 5.
5? Okay. Well,
Yes, and yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not gonna say anything. But follow my Twitter feed if you want to see some of my retweets on that sort of thing. What else? They had lots of Xbox games. What was it? Halo something or other.
Halo Wars 2, I think Yep.
Minecraft and more shooty games with some dude called Phoenix. Marcus Phoenix?
Gears of War? Gears of War 4, perhaps?
Yeah. I don't really like these. Well, they're not my cup of tea.
I've never been a Gears fan, so...
No. The only exciting thing was the Play Anywhere that they announced. They're like, oh
Yep.
yeah, if you buy it, you can also play it on Windows 10 at no extra cost. Which is
And
pretty
without
good.
extra achievements. Wait.
Yes, the stacking. Well, if you like stacking, then yes, that's the problem. But it does mean that they're more likely to sell more games because people will buy them for their PC that they already have.
Yeah, or they'll know that they buy them for the Xbox, and once they get sick of the Xbox, they can play on their upgraded PC when they do that later.
Yeah,
Or whatever.
Or they buy them and they know that when they get a console, they've got like 50 games already they can play.
Yep.
Oh, Recore! Sorry,
Yeah.
I just remembered. I was like, Recore, that was the one I was actually excited about. Though I missed half of the trailer because it was at that point that my boss decided he had to have a really urgent conversation with me about the client project we're working on because I was watching it at work. It was the end of the day, but so I missed what half the robots were called, but it did look very interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of got that sort of, I think it's got that kind of Metroidvania feel to it in a 3D kind of thing, where you get the different kinds of robots and they unlock different areas and you've got to defeat sections of the sort of the world with that particular robot and go back to previous ones with new robots and things like that. So yeah, should be good.
Yeah, sounded like the story was pretty much Jewel goes to sleep cryogenically, I'm assuming, and expects the world to be fixed, and she wakes up and actually, robots have gone rogue, and then she has her little friends and she has to figure out what's gone wrong. Which I have to admit, I don't know what happened to the world to make it need repair. I was sort of half watching one of those the Major Nelson Xbox chat things that they had on the Xbox. I can't think what they were called. But anyway, it was Major Nelson and various people. It was the same thing that Rand got his million on.
Yep.
The Daily Show or whatever it's...
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so they were saying a little bit more about Recore on that. What's interesting is that it's like 2/3 of the price of a normal game. Yeah, a normal game.
Really?
Yeah. It's like launching at 30 quid instead of 50 quid or 45 quid.
It's interesting. Wonder why.
I don't know. Maybe it's shorter, or maybe because it's a Microsoft Studio game.
Episodic, maybe?
I don't think it's episodic. But I do like the fact that the protagonist is Jewel, and I liked. You should listen to the. I think it was one of them. It was either Tuesdays or Wednesdays. They were explaining why they had picked Jewel as the character, and all the reasons were awesome. It was like, because she's kick-ass and agile and, tough. And it was just like, yes, this is what I want as a protagonist. This is what I want. So yeah, so I was really excited. I honestly can't remember what else games were on there.
They did a little bit of an indie showcase. We Happy Few.
Yeah. Oh, We Happy Few. Oh God, that looks creepy, but I still want to play it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and it's really got a lot of new press and buzz about it now just from that trailer,
Yeah.
which is great because it's been on my radar for a while, but it's really great to see it getting the buzz it deserves, I think.
Definitely. I remember the Kickstarter, but because it was only going to be on Mac or PC or Linux, I was like, oh, I really can't back another game that I'm not going to get on my console. Then they announced it was going on console, but then the Kickstarter had finished. So I was like, well, you know what? I'll just wait till it comes out because, hey, it'll probably be cheaper. But it's out in July. So
Yeah, very soon.
I'm excited. I mean, that's only on the preview program, which means that there might not be achievements, but hey.
Yeah, there won't be achievements, although usually on those, if you unlock progression towards them when the game goes live, you usually get the achievements popping straight away. So,
or you get them stuck at 100% done unlocking.
Yeah. But it's probably one I'll pick up on the preview program, actually, just because I've had my eye on it for ages and
same
want to see what the story is.
Yeah, I've heard lots of different things, and I hadn't really thought, yay, I want to go buy that until I saw that trailer and the first like 5 minutes of gameplay or whatever it was, and it was just like, actually, yeah, no, this is like a point and click in BioShock. This is awesome.
Yeah, and it's all procedurally generated, so basically every game is going to be different.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that's terrible for me rinse and repeating because I have a bad habit of dying. But actually, that's going to make it more interesting.
Yeah, so it's sort of you've got to try and traverse a sort of a world in the best way possible without attracting attention or, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see how it comes out.
Yeah, that's cool. What else did they do? I don't know. There's probably more shooty things. They showed all the Cuphead and stuff. So
Yep.
Getting release dates, hopefully.
Yeah, what was notable that there was no Crackdown 3 mention.
There was a lot of things mentioned.
Yeah.
There was no Red Dead.
Yeah.
You were really excited about a new Red Dead.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing. New Xbox controller, Bluetooth.
Oh yeah.
And custom
The
controllers.
customized controllers, and then I couldn't get into the website because it's US only until next
Yeah.
year. I have to wait like 6 months before I can get it.
The thing that was really annoying about that was you go to the website and if your locale is not set to the US, it just bounced you back to Xbox.com. It's like, what? I can't even look.
I was like, this is broken.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I did your trick of setting it to the US, and I could at least see it. But yeah, so I was like, okay, yeah, if they bring out a Black S, I'm 90% certain I will get one, and I definitely want a custom controller. But yeah, I've got to wait. I don't like waiting.
So what about the price on those? I think it was like an extra for the US. It was like an extra $20 for the customized colors, and another $10 on top of that if you want engravings. So I think it brings it up to probably about midway between the cost of a regular controller and the cost of an Elite controller or something like that.
Yeah, but I figure if I can get a purple and chocolate one that says Angel SK on it, then I'm not as fussed about how much it costs. I've tried the Elite, and it just feels a bit heavy for me. Personally, I really like the actual normal controllers that come with it. So I think I'd just be happy having a nice purple one. I like purple. So I can't remember what else. Clearly it was. There was like the dragon thing, but I didn't really care about that. That was another
Scalebound
fingernail. Yeah. And then Ubisoft, which was hosted by Aisha Taylor. And she is just awesome and should host all of the things. Because, yeah, why not?
Yeah.
And I think, aside from being very confused why there was a dancing giraffe...
that was the Just Dance thing, wasn't it?
It was. And, I mean, Just Dance, I'm sure it's great, but I've tried. I think it was Dance Central. Failed miserably at my friend's house at a party.
Yeah, well,
there's no way I'm getting this.
There's actually a clear difference between Dance Central and Just Dance. Just Dance is kind of you can get in there and everybody has fun and it's awesome. Whereas Dance Central is, you missed that one, so you suck. So yeah, you probably picked the wrong one for starting. I think Just Dance is the more approachable of the series.
Fair enough. I think I'll probably skip them anyway. I've got enough with my fitness games, and I've got new Fruit Ninja Connect for Xbox One ready for my dive. So I'll be looking forward to dislocating my shoulder on that again.
Awesome. Wait, what?
Well, no, it's because you don't realize how exuberant you are until afterwards when you wake up and you can't move your shoulders.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
So Ubisoft. We had Watch Dogs 2.
Mm-hmm.
And
which will look nothing like what it looked like on the during the conference. But
is this Randy's lie engine?
Yes.
But there was actual gameplay.
Yeah, there was gameplay last time too for Watch Dogs, and then anyway.
Oh yeah, no, Watch Dogs was so disappointing, and the story was shit, and they fridged 2 women, and I was really pissed off at it, and I went back to it. I went back to it the weekend because I wanted to try and knock off the final online achievement that I had on the base game, and spent a day grinding out stupid missions and going, yeah, this isn't fun. This isn't fun. But Watch Dogs 2 could be better. I mean, the protagonist is already a step up. It's not a white dude.
That's not hard.
Well, yes, but it's a tick. My friend's already pre-ordered it because he just likes spending money. I honestly don't think I'm going to pre-order any game from E3 except Mass Effect, but that's not until next year. So no game this year. But it looked cool. I like the little drone thing, and I'm really hoping that I don't have to shoot anything. If I can play the entire game without having to shoot anyone, I'd be very happy.
Yeah, I think that's unlikely.
Well,
knowing the style of the game the first one was, I'd be very surprised if there wasn't some sort of...
But you're a hacker. You know, you have your little drone and your little RV thingy-majiggy, and you've got your phone. Why do you need a gun?
Because explosions? Anyway, I don't know.
I don't know. I think it would be... I will have a look at the achievement list when it comes out and see based on that, I think.
Yeah, I'm probably going to wait for the reviews on that. But...
Yeah, if they make me do online races again, I am not going to buy it. That made me nearly throw my controller at the wall. But anyway, what else was on Ubisoft?
We had the new South Park game.
Oh, I appreciate the concept and the effort that they've put in, but oh my god, do I hate South Park? It's so crude and unfunny.
Yeah, I think you have to have a certain you have to have like a certain kind of humor, I think. Yeah. I mean, the South Park guys are very clever, and a lot of the the humor is crude, but they also tend to push a lot of buttons, political buttons and things like that in really sort of interesting ways. So, but yeah, you do have to kind of overlook a lot of the crude humor as well, or at least be okay with it. So,
yeah, I mean, it is very clever. I will give them that, and they address some serious issues very well. I just don't know whether I can get over the fart jokes.
Okay.
I don't know. My brain's just not wired that way. I mean, I do sort of want to play the game because it looks like an awesome game. If I can just maybe like turn off the voice.
Yeah. So we also had For Honor.
Yeah. Oh, the only exciting thing about that was that you can play as a man or a woman, and they made a big deal of it, I think. But hey,
yep.
I honestly I couldn't even tell you what the game was about. I'm assuming
neither can I really. It didn't really do anything for me. Yeah. The Division DLC, whatever. The new Trials game, sort of crossing over with
Blood Dragon.
Blood Dragon. Yep.
I had no idea what was going on the stage. I've not played either of those games. I mean, it looked shiny, but yeah.
Yeah, the Far Cry Blood Dragon is kind of a take every kind of 80s bad action movie and kind of mix them all together in a futuristic kind of concept, and that's your game. It's a real kind of parody on that entire era. It's actually great in that sense, but they've done a kind of Trials crossover of that, so it's basically Trials done in 80s action style.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool for what it is, but
Yeah.
I'm not a Trials player, so
No, I've heard good things about the game, but I've also heard lots of things about needing to be precise and tricks and time trials, and I'm not that kind of gamer.
yeah. Beyond Good and Evil 2 was confirmed. I don't think they showed anything of it.
Yeah,
I think it just got confirmed that it is actually happening. Oh, they had their own VR stuff as well.
oh, they did
The GoPro thing.
Weird
Apparently,
chasing
I didn't really see that. I've actually got a note here, which is basically it's GoPro trademark puke simulator, the game.
Oh, yeah, it's like begins with S or something, and it's a snowboarding one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's VR. I thought that was a console game.
Oh, okay.
The VR thing they had was some weird tag game with monkeys. I have to admit, at this point, I was like, why is this conference so long? Because it was 2 hours. And I thought it was going to be an hour, or at least an hour and a half. So I was sort of falling asleep because it was late. So, there was something with Capture the Flag or Tag or...
Yeah,
I don't know, which was VR, which they had... yeah. And
so basically another VR tech demo. It's pretty much everything VR just feels like a tech demo at the moment.
Steep. I don't know. I'm really bad at remembering names. The Xbox one, just going back a little bit, had really cool music, and then it had Christmas music. And apparently it's some zombie game with a guy that people really like called Frank.
Yes. Dead Rising 4. Frank West is back.
Is he cool? I have not played any of them.
What? Oh, you got to play them.
Well, I have two because it was free with gold. But it was yet another zombie game when there were too many zombie games. So I haven't actually had a go at it. Though I've heard it's good.
Yeah, it's probably... Dead Rising 2 is probably a little bit more approachable. Dead Rising 1 was very much, well, here's how our game works, and yes, you die, and yes, you will restart, and that's how we start. That's how you play the game, because your level kind of tracks over. So you, the first sort of like the way you play that game is you essentially play until you get to about level 5 and you die, and then you restart and you're still level 5. So you kind of build up your levels as you go, and eventually you can start the game at max level. But you sort of just do like a few runs of the first little section just to build your character up, so he's actually like not getting absolutely hammered. But a lot of people didn't like that particular style of the way the gameplay worked. They just wanted to play through the game, and there's also a time limit, like you're racing against the clock for most of the game. So
that's a lot of pressure.
yeah, and particularly some of the achievements as well are sort of tied to getting particular events happening at particular times, and so it's not for everyone, I think, but it is a good game if you happen to like the zombie genre, and it was kind of a bit of a breakthrough game at the time just because of the sheer amount of zombies in the mall that you could deal with and the ridiculous ways that you could get rid of them. So,
is this the game where you can like tape a baseball bat to a chainsaw and...
Yeah, not the first one, but the second one certainly can. But basically anything that you can pick up, you can use as a weapon. So
that's cool.
Yeah, it was rather silly.
Yeah. Awesome. I think we've sort of come to the end.
Yeah, Star Trek Bridge Simulator.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Less said about that, the better.
I mean, it was really cool to see Geordie LaForge.
Yep.
Why can I remember the actor's name when he's on stage, but I can't remember it when I'm talking about it afterwards?
The guy who played Geordie LaForge, I know who you mean, and I can't remember his name either. I'd know it if I saw it.
Yeah. That was cute when he was actually on and talking to Aisha, and they were like, oh yeah, let's go back and play with Brent Spiner and all these other people. And she's just going, please don't be kidding. Please don't be trolling me. Because I really want to do this. But yeah, no, it. I mean, if you like Star Trek, which I do, it's probably like a cool geeky thing, but not a reason to buy VR.
No, I didn't. I mean, there's already I referenced this earlier, but there's already actually a sort of a laptop-based or a computer-based version of that where basically you can get a group of friends over. They all run this thing called Artemis, and that's essentially you are all part of the bridge crew, and you've all got your own kind of console that you activate. And so somebody's a captain, somebody's like navigation, and so forth.
And
so
there's
it's
an
kind of
iPhone
like
game like that, like Space Time or something, where you're basically shouting out,
Yeah,
undo the runner-ups
yes,
or whatever, and twiddle
that
the
game's hilarious.
doody flop.
Space Team, it's
Yeah.
Space Team, and yeah, so everybody's got a console, and you've got to like you get instructions and have to yell it, and it's all in techno babble.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. It takes more time to get everyone connected than it does to play the game, but yeah, no, it's just funny. It's like turn up the heating to 3 and undo the zippers and I don't know, some weird things. But yeah, twiddle the knobs. But yeah,
Twiddle the knobinator.
yeah.
Yep.
Fire up the cannons. So yes, I mean, okay, there were some things that were cool about E3, but I don't know why so many things leaked. It sort of spoilt it. I don't know whether it was internal leaks to gauge stuff or just some really, really, really poorly managed PR who were probably going to get fired.
Yeah, I suspect that there's probably a bit of a mix. I suspect some people did leak some stuff, but I'm pretty sure that Microsoft would have preferred not to have leaked the Xbox S and Scorpio. I can't say that they really gained anything by that. I certainly don't think that Sony really gained anything with the Neo leak. There's like some of these things would have leaked and caused a lot of buzz. That's fine, but some of these things leaked and didn't, or were really took away from the conference itself. So I'm not sure I buy the argument that all leaks are, purposeful leaks. I think a very small amount of them are. But
Titanfall campaign trailer leaking was definitely not planned. I hadn't seen it. I was one of those 3 people that hadn't seen it before the conference started. But I think someone said something about the rehearsal got accidentally streamed.
Ah, right, yeah.
I don't know where I read that, though, or whether that's even true. But it sounds plausible that someone accidentally turned it on. And it was streaming out on Twitch or something, so everyone saw the trailer. That was just a shame, because that was their big thing. It was like, yeah, we've got Titanfall campaign, which we already knew, but here's the trailer, which you've already seen.
Yeah.
That was such a shame. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I definitely think there are a lot of rain clouds, some thunder and lightning, and a tiny ray of sunshine. That's pretty much my summation of E3.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't. So I didn't actually end up watching like directly any of the conferences. I just ended up getting a lot of the feedback and responses. And
me and Freem live Skyping it.
Yeah. Yeah, and then Crandy's inevitable rain.
That was awesome. That was very belated, but awesome. Yeah, him and his lie engine. I was in hysterics when I saw that.
Yeah, I don't know. E3, but yeah, probably. I gave it a pass. I don't know that it was particularly great. I think the Xbox hardware is probably the most exciting thing for me. But VR, I'm sort of a bit of a meh on at the moment, but we'll see.
Yeah, I will join you in your meh and raise you a So,
and that's from somebody who's been working in development of VR, so it says a lot, I guess.
Yes, but I don't directly do the actual VR development. I do like APIs to enhance stuff. So
yeah, but I mean,
I'm sure
you at least get to put the things on and play with them. So it's.
I do. The ones I've played with have been development boxes, so I should play with the actual release versions at some point. See if they've improved the graphics somewhat, or if I can alter the focal lengths to see if I can actually get a non-grainy picture. Interesting to see. But hopefully we'll get something like Batman VR in the office and I'll at least be able to satisfy my want to be the greatest detective. I'm not sure about fighting, but I do like the detective-y stuff.
Yeah, well, from what I gather, and Frame was saying it's essentially will play like a visual novel, which is kind of like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah, but I also heard that it's basically everything that Batman does you can do. So there's fighting in there. It's not a visual novel.
Okay, I don't see it. I mean, how am I going to leap over someone?
I don't know.
That's my main move. How do I leap over someone?
You put the cowl on and the utility belt, and you actually do the actions for it. So
Yeah, but I can't fight.
no,
Anyway,
neither can I. Well, I can fruit ninja. Right. Well, you have stuff to do in your day, and I have to go to sleep because it's midnight. So I guess we should say goodbye.
We should wrap it up. All right. Well, thanks for spending some time with me, and
Well, thank you for recording with me. Otherwise, I would have been solo raining on my own parade and forgetting half the games. So yeah.
all right. Well, till next time.
Till next time. Bye.
Bye.
Great. And with that ties a nice, pretty little bow on our entire discussion of E3. I'm sure we'll be sifting through the news that continues to trickle out as people try to figure out what exactly happened during this week and what's coming out, because there's still a lot of games out there with no release dates. There's a lot of information that needs to be sifted through, and so we likely will still have some relatively heavier news things, but we're going to be back on track with achievements and more focused discussion on the things that matter most, games that we can play right now, games that give us gamer score and achievements right now. So we got some awesome things lined up for the rest of the summer, and we're here to keep giving you shows. So let's move into our featured content and get out of here. Is there any knobs and discos this week? Or unobtainable and discontinued achievements? Anything happen?
Nothing. It's been quiet the last bit.
There hasn't really been any games coming out.
That's
so
true.
Maybe everybody's taking the summer off to fix things. We did get 2 game delays that were relatively related to E3. We mentioned them before. Crackdown 3. One that we didn't mention, Ghost Warrior Sniper 3. Was delayed into 2017. I'm sure there are other delays I missed, but with all of the news flying hot and heavy, it was tough to keep up. There were 2 backwards compatible titles I think that we missed in the week. Left 4 Dead and Portal 2 joined the ranks. I think I caught the other ones last week. And then just zombie news. I want to highlight all the fun zombie titles I'm excited for. State of Decay 2, awesome. Resident Evil 7 does look like it's going back to its horror roots and looks scary. Dead Rising 4. I didn't really explain anything about this, of course, except I mentioned it existed. Frank West is back. Thumbs up. Although he's old. So, there's some other playable characters here. Who are they going to be? We don't know. Christmas. That's kind of fun. Christmas in a mall, and then it's so over the top, like you said, with the exosuits. There is body modification. You can take Frank West and rebuild him as a robot if you wanted, just because it's why not, right? The final piece of zombie news I want to mention, and this is just a silly thing that had happened, and I don't know if it got on last show or not. I can't remember. But I definitely mentioned it. Dying Light, the Xbox account, it's got its own Xbox account and to promote the game. And the Dying Light Xbox account just last week started unlocking achievements in Mortal Kombat X. And somebody noticed it, put it up on Reddit, and they're like, hey, look, Dying Light's playing other games. Well, they actually went ahead and apologized. They said, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I didn't think, I forgot to sign out. I didn't mean to, whatever. I'm thinking, Why did you even need to do that apology? Who cares?
Yeah, exactly.
So what?
Who cares? Like, it's a gamer tag. We didn't think the game was moving on to other games. Like, I don't think anyone thought Dying Light the game was like, hey, you know what's a really great game? Mortal Kombat X. That sounds like a lot of fun. Anyway, I thought that was kind of funny. It was certainly an interesting. I forgot that there are actually like people out there who have to do stuff with these gamer tags, like because Z2Z has one, and but we want to score gamer score on ours, so nobody's gonna be playing that one. But we certainly don't want anyone else to have it. Anyway, that's pretty much it for the show, guys. And thank you so much, everyone who's listened and put up with our news-heavy shows for the past couple of weeks. That's E3. To me, it's second Christmas because you get all these exciting announcements, things to talk about, things to be excited for. For Randy, it's exciting.
Second winter.
Yep, it's
second Grinch season.
It's winter is coming, and
I'm back to Overcast Randy now, so
you're all
it's over.
out.
It's over. My reigning has ended. Back to Overcast.
And for Terrigan, it is the busy season because he's got to edit all of these shows together, and he hates it. He hates both Cranny and I internally, and it's just eating him away inside. But in order to help us out with all this stuff, we would love it if you could go and rate us on your podcast listening app. That's super helpful. Continue with the retweets, the likes, Facebook, Twitter, of course, our Twitter account, at ZZZEDTOZED. We've got that email, contact@ZZ.com. The True Achievements leaderboard, that's going to be used here in the near future. We've got a lot of things percolating over the summer that we're excited to get moving. Just a lot of work that has to happen. But in order to tell you about them, we have a great tool in the True Achievements leaderboard to be able to do that. A shout out to everybody who helped us this week. There's so many news agencies, I can't even begin to mention all of them. All the boots on the ground at E3. My Twitter feed was out of control this week. Special thanks to Kyle with the Achievement Hounds podcast. It was awesome to have him on. We will definitely have him on again where we can talk about more about him, less about E3, because he's got some interesting things to say, and he's a great character and person in the achievement hunting community. So, with that being said, on behalf of Crandy and Terrigan, this has been Brandon. And to all you achievement hunters and Gamerscore junkies out there, thank you so much for listening, and we will see you next week.
See you later, guys.
Thanks for listening.
I think my favorite joke in that whole episode was when Raphael yelled at the old turtles and said, "You guys don't even use your weapons." And if you ever watch those old shows, they never did. They always in that episode, they opened a fire hydrant and blasted them with water or just did something dumb. All of us trying to get out to Australia. So far away.
Yeah, that electricity travels so slow.
You have a little thing where you can put your hand up as well, just so you know.
Yeah.
I can raise my hand.
Then we know, oh no, there's trouble.
All right, yeah. If I have a problem, I'll click. I'll raise my hand in case there's a problem. So I'll just always have my hand up.
There was was it last episode, Randy, with you and me, where I kicked it over to Damien and I was just waiting and I look in the chat box and he's like, "I gotta go." Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No one's gonna answer that comment.
Yeah, that was funny because the recording of that, there was one point where he dropped out completely.
Yeah.
And you passed it to him, And from your perspective, it must have just been completely dead air. But from the recording, I actually got his spiel. Like he went on for like about 5 minutes talking about what he'd been playing.
Did he really? Oh, that's
yeah.
funny.
And so you guys are going, yep. All right, so over to you, Crandy. And then Crandy started talking over the top of it. It was like, what the hell's going on here? Oh, okay, that must have been where you dropped out. So yeah, it's pretty funny.
So that doesn't have to be in one session. That just means you just make some dummy accounts and join with them.
Gotcha.
Which is easy to do. I have plenty of those. I guess we probably all do at this point.
Stupid Project
Dummy
Spark.
accounts?
All right, here we go. Do we need anything else? I'm getting amped. I got my 10 p.m. cup of coffee here. I'm gonna crash hard later.
Oh, I've got a
Something
really
like-
good. I've got a really good mug this week. This one's one of my favorites. I've been saving it for a good episode. So we'll go with.
Is it a rain cloud?
It's not a rain cloud, but
It's the point.
it's more depressing than a rain cloud. We'll put it that way. And if you can keep saving her, but if you keep saving her, everyone else around you is going to keep dying.
It's worth it.
No, he was like, "Oh yeah, I played it with my friend, and it's like teenage angst, the video games." And I'm like, "No, you played it wrong." They just like made fun of it. I'm like, "No, you played it wrong. You have to go back and replay it properly. You're not allowed to make fun of it unless you play it right. If you play it right and you still don't like it, that's fine. But you played it wrong." Does the town die and does she live?
Well, you feel the stuff to play the game again, wouldn't you?
You're not gonna. I've already done it. Like,
There's actually a steamy lesbian sex scene. That's why Terry doesn't want to say anything. It totally breaks the story, but
okay. I noted some of my tweets that I'll read when we get to the Rain Cloud Randy segment if we're gonna do that.
Yeah, I'll get the rain noise ready.
I just reorganized the news how I want to present it. I don't know if everyone's okay with
God
that.
damn it, Freem. Such a control freak.
And it's getting real hot now in Texas.
Oh, yeah, I
It's
suppose.
100 degrees or so.
It'd be miserable.
So it's pretty bad.
Well, you're like
but,
super tall too, so you're like extra close to the sun.
Right. I'm even closer to the sun than most people. I'm 6'4.5", so I take up a lot of space vertically. But and I'm quite pale, so I sunburn very easily.
Vertically unchallenged.
Right.
I always hated that about the show. Like, they did one with zombies and vampires, the Deadliest Warrior show.
Uh-huh.
And they had this algorithm, and they're like, okay, well, you got your vampire, and he's superhuman. And so we're got to figure out how, because zombies aren't really a one-on-one fighter. The idea is that they overwhelm you. And so where's that threshold with which a zombie can overtake? And so they got a ninja guy, right? Like a guy who's top reflexes and knows how to fight in a crowd. And so they put him in the middle of this circle, and they have on like zip lines these body bags coming down of essentially zombies. And so he has to, and so they come at different rates from different angles, and they need to see how many he can get, typically, like, take out before he's overwhelmed. And the number was 7. It's like, once he hit 7, there were too many coming that he couldn't keep up with. Okay, so that was like, so that's what they used as the basis for their calculations. So they said, okay, well, so then, in order to figure out who's the winner, right, they did zombie bite strength, and